So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter was the Heir of Voldemort. So this will be the crossover between Harry Potter and Voldemort. Many people told me to make video on Harry Potter and Voldemort, so here it is. So without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The cupboard door slammed hard enough to rattle Harry's teeth, and Vernon's footsteps thundered away like a retreating storm. Harry pressed his palm against the fresh welt on his cheek and counted to 60. Then he counted again. The third time through, he heard the television click on in the living room, some football match, volume cranked high enough to shake the walls. Safe. For now. Harry pulled his knees to his chest and stared at the thin line of light bleeding under the door. His stomach cramped. No dinner tonight, obviously. Probably no breakfast tomorrow either. Not after he'd ruined Dudley's birthday by existing too visibly when the Masons came over. He'd stood in the corner of the kitchen like Aunt Petunia ordered, silent and small and practically invisible. But Mrs. Mason had noticed him anyway. Asked if he was the nephew. Asked why he looked so thin. Vernon's face had gone purple. The Masons had barely cleared the driveway before the belt came out. Harry traced a crack in the cupboard wall. He'd memorized every crack, every cobweb, every splinter in these four walls. 9 years of memorization. 9 years of darkness and hunger and Dudley's broken toys and the constant, grinding knowledge that something was wrong with him. Freakish. Unnatural. The words had worn grooves into his brain. But lately, the past few months, something else had worn grooves too. Something that felt like teeth marks. Dreams. Not the normal kind. Not the falling dreams or the running dreams or even the nightmares about the car crash that supposedly killed his parents. These dreams had texture. Weight. A voice that didn't feel like his own imagination because his imagination had never sounded that cold, that ancient, that hungry. The voice called him child. The voice promised things Harry didn't understand, but wanted desperately. The voice said words in languages that made his scar burn and his blood sing. Harry touched the lightning bolt on his forehead. The scar had been getting warmer lately. Not painful, exactly, more like awareness. Like something waking up. Freak, he whispered to himself. You're losing your mind, Potter. Hearing voices. Next you'll be seeing things that aren't. I am quite real, child. Harry's breath stopped. The voice hadn't come from the dreams this time. The voice had come from inside his cupboard. He scrambled back against the wall, heart slamming, hands scrabbling for anything he could use as a weapon. His fingers closed around a broken action figure. One of Dudley's discards, missing an arm, pathetic, useless, exactly like him. Calm yourself. If I intended harm, you would already be harmed. Who? Harry's voice cracked. He swallowed and tried again. Who's there? How did you get in? I have been here for some time. Watching. Waiting. You were not ready before. The shadows in the corner of the cupboard seemed to thicken. Harry squinted, and for a moment, just a heartbeat, he thought he saw something. A shape without substance. Eyes that gleamed like distant stars reflected in oil. Then it was gone, and he was alone in the dark with nothing but the voice. Ready for what? Harry demanded. His fear was still there, churning in his gut, but something else pushed through it. Curiosity. Desperation. The bone, deep need to know that had gotten him in trouble his entire life. Who are you? What do you want? So many questions. The voice sounded almost amused. Almost warm. Almost like a real person instead of whatever this actually was. And yet you do not scream. You do not call for your relatives. Interesting. They wouldn't come anyway, Harry said flatly. And screaming gets me hit. Yes, I have observed this. Something about the way the voice said it made Harry's skin prickle. Not with fear this time. With something stranger. Something that felt weirdly like being seen. You've been watching me. For months now. Since I became strong enough to reach you properly. The connection between us required time to mature. Connection. Harry touched his scar again. The warmth pulsed gently under his fingertips. Is that what this is? Some kind of connection. Shall I tell you what that scar truly is, Harry Potter? Shall I tell you how you received it, and from whom, and why your so-called guardians have spent a decade lying to you about everything that matters? Harry's mouth went dry. My parents died in a car crash, he said automatically. The words tasted like cardboard, like the 100th repetition of a bedtime story he'd never actually believed. They were drunk and they were murdered. The cupboard fell silent. The television droned on in the other room. Harry's heartbeat filled his ears like thunder. What? James and Lily Potter were murdered, child. By a wizard. By me. Harry should have screamed then. Should have scrambled for the door, should have run to Vernon despite everything. Should have done something other than sit frozen in the dark while his brain tried to process words that didn't make sense. Wizard. He repeated numbly. There's no such thing as. You have made objects move when upset. You have appeared on rooftops when fleeing your cousin. Your hair grows back overnight when your aunt shears it. You speak to snakes, Harry Potter. Do not insult us both by pretending you believe in their world. Harry's hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against the floor and forced himself to breathe. The rooftop. He'd never told anyone about the rooftop. He'd been running from Dudley's gang, 8 years old and terrified, and then suddenly he'd been somewhere else. Standing on the school roof with no idea how he'd gotten there. The teachers had called it hysteria. Vernon had called it freakishness. Harry had called it the first real proof that he wasn't crazy. Magic, he whispered. Magic is real, yes. And you're a wizard. I am the most powerful wizard who has ever lived. Or I was, before your mother's sacrifice reduced me to this wretched state. The voice hardened with old bitterness, a spirit, a shade, a fragment of what I once was, clinging to existence through sheer will and the connection your scar provides. My mother. Harry's voice cracked again. You said you killed her. You killed my father. You killed my parents and now you're haunting me and you expect me to. To what? Listen, cooperate. I expect nothing. I am merely answering your questions. You have been lied to your entire life, Harry Potter. By your relatives. By the world you have never been allowed to know. By the man who placed you in this cupboard and then walked away. What man? Albus Dumbledore. The name meant nothing to Harry. Just sounds strung together. But the voice spoke it with such weight that Harry found himself leaning forward despite himself. I don't know who that is. He is the leader of the magical world called forces of good. A wizard of great power and greater manipulation. He has positioned himself as a grandfatherly protector, a wise mentor, a beacon of light in dark times. The voice dripped contempt. He is also the man who decided an infant should be raised by magic, hating muggles who would abuse and starve him. Who placed blood wards around this house that have been feeding off your suffering for a decade. Who has spent 9 years ignoring your situation because a broken, desperate child is easier to control than a healthy one. Harry's hands had stopped shaking. They'd gone still, cold.
You're lying, am I? Then tell me.
Child, have you ever received a single letter from the magical world? A single visit from a concerned witch or wizard? Has anyone knocked on that door and asked why Harry Potter, the most famous child in wizarding Britain, lives in a cupboard under the stairs? I'm not. Harry stopped. Famous. What do you mean, famous? Ah, the voice sounded satisfied, triumphant. They truly have kept you ignorant. How delicious. Very well, Harry Potter. Let me tell you a story, the true story this time, and then you may decide for yourself whether I am the villain you should fear, or merely the first creature to ever tell you the truth. Harry should have said no. Should have plugged his ears and hummed loudly and refused to listen to the thing that had murdered his parents. That's what a good person would do. A normal person. A sane person. But Harry had never been any of those things, and the hunger inside him, the desperate, clawing need to understand, was so much stronger than his fear. Talk, he said quietly. Tell me everything. The voice called itself Voldemort. Lord Voldemort, technically. The Dark Lord. The most feared wizard in generations. A name that made grown men flinch and mothers clutch their children close. Sounds made up, Harry said. All names are made up, child. I chose mine to reflect what I wished to become. Flight from death, immortality, freedom from the constraints that bind lesser beings. A pause. My birth name was Tom. If that feels more comfortable. Tom. Harry rolled the name around his mouth. That's really normal. I was raised in a Muggle orphanage. Normal was all I knew until Dumbledore arrived to inform me of my heritage, and to immediately begin positioning me as a threat to be monitored rather than a student to be taught. Harry noticed the parallel, couldn't help noticing it. Orphan, raised by people who hated magic, visited by this Dumbledore person who apparently made decisions about children's lives without consulting them. What's a Muggle? A non-magical person. Your relatives. The vast mundane majority of this world, ignorant of the power that exists alongside them. And blood wards. You mentioned blood wards. Ancient magic that uses family blood as a protective anchor. Dumbledore bound them to your aunt, your mother's sister, so that as long as you call this house home, certain forms of magical attack cannot reach you. The voice twisted with dark amusement. A clever bit of spellwork. The only cost is your happiness, your health, and your sanity. A small price to pay for keeping his weapon safe, I'm sure he would argue. Weapon. Oh yes, that is what you are to him, Harry Potter. Not a child. Not a person. A weapon to be shaped and aimed and eventually fired at me. Did you think it was coincidence, your placement here? He wants you desperate. He wants you grateful to anyone who offers you an escape. He wants you so starved for love that you will do anything. Sacrifice anything. For the father figure he plans to become. Harry thought about the way Vernon's face looked when the belt came down. The way Petunia's lips pressed thin when she shoved him into the cupboard. The way Dudley laughed and laughed while Harry ran. They're hurting me on purpose, he said slowly, because someone wants them to. Because someone knew they would, and chose not to prevent it. A subtle distinction, perhaps. But I have never claimed to understand the morality of the light. And you? What do you want me for? An excellent question. The shadows in the corner seemed to shift, and Harry caught another glimpse of those slick eyes. I will not lie to you, child. I have nothing to gain by lying at this point. You are valuable to me because of what you contain. The connection, Harry said. The scar. Yes. When I attempted to kill you as an infant. When your mother's sacrifice destroyed my body. A piece of my soul became lodged within you. It is this fragment that allows me to speak with you now. It is also, I suspect, the source of many of your more unusual abilities. Harry's hand flew to his forehead. A piece of your soul. You put part of yourself inside me, not intentionally. The process was traumatic. For both of us. The voice paused, and when it continued, it sounded almost contemplative. I have had a great deal of time to think, in my current state. Years of formless drifting, sustained only by the Horcruxes I created and the faint thread connecting me to you. And I have reached certain conclusions. Like what? Like the fact that killing you would be counterproductive. You contain a piece of my soul. Destroying you would mean destroying part of myself. More importantly. The voice lowered, becoming almost intimate. You have potential, Harry Potter. A raw magical power that rivals what I possessed at your age. A mind that questions rather than accepts. Oh well, that has survived 9 years of systematic breaking. Flattery, Harry said flatly. You're trying to manipulate me. I am trying to recruit you. There is a difference. Manipulation implies deception. I have been entirely honest about my nature, my crimes, and my intentions. I killed your parents. I attempted to kill you. I am the Dark Lord whose name makes wizards weep. A beat. I am also the only being in either world who has ever told you the truth. Make of that what you will. Harry sat in the darkness and made of it what he could. The thing was, the horrible, crawling, uncomfortable thing was, it fit. Everything the voice said clicked into place, like puzzle pieces he hadn't known he was missing. The strangeness of his life. The certainty that he was different. The way his relatives flinched when he got angry, like they were afraid of something more than just a skinny kid with broken glasses. Magic. He had magic. He was a wizard, like his parents before him. And somewhere out there was an entire world of people like him, a world he'd been deliberately kept from, a world where he was apparently famous. Why? Harry asked suddenly. Why am I famous? Because you survived. The night you killed my parents. Yes. I came to your home in Godric's Hollow to kill you specifically. A prophecy had been made. A prediction that a child born at the end of July would have the power to defeat me. I decided to eliminate the threat before it could mature. Prophecy. Harry tasted the word. So there's what fortune telling. People can see the future. In limited, often garbled ways. Prophecies are tricky things, self-fulfilling more often than not. I chose to believe this one and act on it, which was a significant error in retrospect. Because it didn't work. Because your mother offered her life for yours, and something in that sacrifice created a protection I could not penetrate. My killing curse rebounded. My body was destroyed. And you, an infant, barely a year old, became the boy who lived. The only person to ever survive the killing curse. The symbol of hope for everyone who opposed me. Harry laughed. It came out cracked and bitter. Hope. That's funny. The symbol of hope living in a cupboard, eating scraps, getting beat with a belt because some rich lady noticed I looked too thin. Yes, Dumbledore's sense of irony is rather cruel. And no one knows. No one in the magical world knows how I've been living. Some may suspect. None have acted. Dumbledore's word is law among the light, and he has declared you safe. To question that would be to question him. Harry nodded slowly. The anger was building now, a cold and patient thing that felt different from his usual flashes of temper. This wasn't hot rage. This was something harder. Something that wanted to plan. What do you want from me? He asked again. Specifically, right now, what are you asking me to do? I want to teach you. I want to help you develop the power you were born with before Dumbledore gets his hooks into you. I want to offer you an alternative to the path he has planned. A path that ends with your death. Harry Potter, make no mistake, the prophecy speaks of our confrontation. He intends for you to kill me or die trying. Preferably the latter, I suspect. A martyred hero is so much easier to control than a living one. And what do you get out of teaching me? I get a potential ally instead of a destined enemy. I get access to your blood, which carries your mother's protection I could use to rebuild my body properly, and I get. The voice hesitated, almost uncertain, almost human. I get something to do with my existence besides drift and rage. Even Dark Lords can grow bored, child. Harry considered this, considered everything. The voice, Voldemort, was a murderer. A monster by any reasonable definition. The thing that had orphaned him, ruined his life, reduced him to this. But Voldemort hadn't put him in the cupboard. Voldemort hadn't ignored his suffering for a decade. Voldemort was here, right now, offering Harry something no one else ever had. Answers, agency, power. If I say no, Harry asked quietly. If I tell you to get out of my head and never come back, then I will respect your wishes. I cannot force cooperation through our connection. I have tried, in the past, with lesser minds. You are too strong-willed, and the bond does not work that way regardless. If you reject me, I will withdraw. I will find another path to resurrection. And you will go to Hogwarts next year as Dumbledore's pawn, to be molded and shaped and eventually sacrificed for his greater good. Hogwarts. The premier school of magical education in Britain. You would have received your acceptance letter on your 11th birthday, had your guardians not been instructed to destroy any magical correspondence that arrived. Harry's jaw tightened. Another piece clicking into place. Letters that never came, a birthday no one celebrated. An entire world reaching out to him, and his relatives, his Dumbledore-appointed relatives, burning every connection before he could see it. Teach me, Harry said. The shadows seemed to still. You are certain? No. I'm not certain about anything. I'm 10 years old and I live in a cupboard, and apparently the two most powerful wizards in the world have been playing chess with my life since before I could walk. Harry's voice was steady despite everything, cold in a way it had never been before. But you're the first person who's ever explained the rules to me. So yeah, teach me. Teach me everything, and then we'll see who ends up being whose pawn. Silence stretched between them. Harry counted his heartbeats. Very well, Harry Potter. The voice sounded pleased. Genuinely pleased, not just satisfied. Let us begin. The lesson started that night. Not magic. Not yet. Voldemort explained that active spellcasting would trigger the monitoring charms placed on Harry, alerting the Ministry and Dumbledore to his awakening. Instead, they started with something more fundamental. Clear your mind, Voldemort instructed. Empty it of thought, of emotion, of everything but awareness. This is the foundation of occlumency. The art of protecting your mind from intrusion. Someone can read my thoughts. Dumbledore certainly can. He is a master legilimens, a mind reader, in crude terms. When you arrive at Hogwarts, he will examine you. He will search for signs of my influence, for hints that you are not the grateful, desperate child he expects. And this occlumency thing will stop him. If you master it sufficiently, yes. Your thoughts will be your own. Your secrets will remain secret. Even our connection will be hidden from him. It was harder than it sounded. Harry spent hours that first night trying to empty his mind, and every time he thought he was getting close, some stray thought would intrude. Hunger, pain, the memory of Vernon's belt, anger at everyone who had let this happen to him. Use the anger Voldemort suggested. Do not suppress it. Channel it. Build walls from your rage. Let your fury become your shield. Harry tried. The anger was easy to find. It had been building for years, pressed down and smothered and ignored because showing it only made things worse. Now he let it rise. Let it fill him. Let it become something hard and sharp and useful. By dawn, he could hold the emptiness for almost 30 seconds at a stretch. Acceptable, Voldemort said. For a first attempt. We will continue tomorrow. Harry nodded, exhausted but strangely energized. His body ached from sitting in the same position all night, but his mind felt cleaner. Clearer. Like he'd been looking at the world through a dirty window, and someone had finally wiped it down. What else? He asked. What else can you teach me? Patience, child. The voice sounded almost fond. We have time. Your Hogwarts letter will not arrive for another 8 months, and much can be accomplished before then. For now, sleep. Recover your strength. We will speak again tonight. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to push for more, faster, everything at once. But his eyelids were already drooping, and even the anger couldn't quite sustain him through this level of exhaustion. Fine, he muttered. But we're not done talking. I have more questions. I would be disappointed if you did not. Sleep well, Harry Potter, and dream of the future we will build. Harry curled up on his thin mattress and closed his eyes. For the first time in years, he didn't dread falling asleep. Didn't lie awake waiting for the nightmares to come. The nightmares had names now. Faces and motivations and weaknesses. They weren't shapeless terrors anymore. They were problems to be solved. And Harry Potter had never met a problem he couldn't eventually figure out. The next 8 months passed in a blur of secret lessons and careful deception. During the day, Harry played his role perfectly. The quiet, broken freak who flinched at loud noises and never talked back and did his chores without complaint. He let Vernon cuff him when the man needed to feel powerful. Let Petunia sneer at him when she needed someone to blame for her miserable life. Let Dudley chase him around the neighborhood like it was still entertaining. But at night, in the darkness of his cupboard, in the space between waking and sleeping, Harry learned. Occlumency came first. Within 2 months, he could hold his shields indefinitely. Within 4, he could construct false surface thoughts for any legilimens to find. A carefully crafted layer of mundane worries and simple emotions that would satisfy casual inspection. By month 6, Voldemort declared him better than most adult wizards. You have a natural affinity, the Dark Lord admitted. Your mind is unusually organized for one so young. Perhaps a side effect of our connection, or perhaps simply your nature. Or maybe I've been building walls my whole life, Harry said dryly. Just didn't know what to call them until now. That too. History came next. Voldemort walked Harry through the last century of magical Britain. The rise of Grindelwald, the First War. The political landscape that had allowed Voldemort's own ascension and eventual fall. Harry learned about pure, bloods and muggle, borns and the prejudices that divided them. Learned about the Ministry of Magic and its bureaucratic corruption. Learned about the Wisingamot and the old families and the complex web of alliances and amities that shaped magical society. You will need to navigate this world carefully, Voldemort warned. You are famous, but fame is a double-edged blade. Many will try to use you, to claim you as their symbol, their ally, their weapon. You must be no one's tool but your own. And yours. I offer partnership, not ownership. The distinction matters. Harry wasn't sure he believed that entirely. But he was learning, and that was enough for now. Trust could come later. Or not at all. The hardest lessons were the philosophical ones. Voldemort didn't just teach Harry about magic, he taught Harry how to think about magic. About power. About what it meant to be a wizard in a world full of muggles, to possess abilities that most humans couldn't even imagine. The great lie of the light, Voldemort explained one night, is that power is inherently corrupting. That to be strong is to be dangerous. That the only safe wizard is one who constantly restrains himself, who apologizes for his abilities, who hides what he is from those who would fear him. And you disagree. I believe that power is neutral. A tool. It can heal or harm, protect or destroy, depending entirely on the will that wields it. To pretend otherwise is cowardice. Or more insidiously, a method of control. Convince the powerful that their power is shameful, and they will police themselves. They will never reach their potential. They will never challenge those who have already claimed dominion. Harry turned this over in his mind. Dumbledore. Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard in Britain, yet he performs grandfatherly kindness like a costume. He could reshape the world if he chose, and indeed, he has quietly, through manipulation and positioning rather than open action. He tells others that power must be restrained while exercising his own without limit. Hypocrisy is the foundation of the light. And the dark. What's your foundation? Honesty about what we are. We do not pretend to be harmless. We do not apologize for our strength. We take what we can and hold what we take and make no excuses for the wanting. A pause. This can become cruelty, yes. Many who follow darkness lose themselves to it. But cruelty is not the point. Power is the point. Freedom is the point. The ability to shape your own fate without bowing to those who would shape it for you. Harry thought about the cupboard. About the belt. About the years of bowing and scraping and making himself small. I like freedom, he said quietly. Teach me how to take it. With pleasure, child. With genuine pleasure. The occlumency had an unexpected benefit. It strengthened the connection between Harry and Voldemort rather than weakening it. Curious, the Dark Lord mused one night. I would have expected shields to create distance. Instead, the channel seems clearer, more stable. Maybe because I'm not fighting it anymore. Harry suggested. I spent years trying to ignore the weird dreams, the strange feelings. Now I'm accepting it, I guess. Leaning in, a reasonable hypothesis. Our bond is unique, the product of failed murder and accidental soul magic. There is no precedent to guide us. So we're making this up as we go. As with most things worth doing, yes. The clearer connection meant Voldemort could share more than just words. He could show Harry memories. Sensations. The feeling of magic as it moved through a wizard's body and out into the world. You cannot cast spells yet, Voldemort reminded him, but you can understand them. When you receive your wand, you will not be starting from nothing. You will have 11 years of theory waiting to become practice. Harry absorbed everything greedily. Wandwork and warding and the basics of transfiguration. Potion theory and herbology, and the thousand subtle ways magic interacted with the physical world. He learned about magical creatures, dragons and phoenixes, and the giant spiders that lived in forbidden forests. He learned about ancient magics and modern innovations, and the eternal tension between tradition and progress. And he learned about Horcruxes. You deserve to understand what you carry, Voldemort said when Harry asked directly. A Horcrux is a vessel for a piece of soul. Created through murder and dark ritual, it anchors the maker to life. As long as a Horcrux survives, the wizard who created it cannot truly die. And I'm one of these. A Horcrux, an accidental one, unintended. But yes, the piece of my soul within you functions similarly. It is why I survived my body's destruction. Why I persist now, speaking to you across the gap between life and death. Harry considered this for a long moment. Could someone destroy me? To destroy the Horcrux, silence. A heavy, uncomfortable silence. Yes, Voldemort admitted finally. Theoretically, certain magics fiendfire basilisk venom, the killing curse, can destroy Horcruxes. If someone knew what you contained and was willing to murder a child to eliminate it. Dumbledore. Dumbledore knows about my Horcruxes. Not how many or where, but the concept. He has been hunting them for years, according to sources I still maintain. And the prophecy states that one of us must kill the other. Another pause. If he determines that you cannot be turned fully to his side, or that the Horcrux within you poses too great a risk, yes. He might decide that the greater good requires your death. Harry let that sink in. The old man wanted to control him or kill him. There was no third option in Dumbledore's worldview. Pawn or corpse. We need to change the game, Harry said slowly. Make a third option. What did you have in mind? I don't know yet, but I've got 8 months to figure it out. 7 months now, and yes, we do. Think on it, child. Strategize, and when you have a plan worth discussing, I will listen. Harry smiled in the darkness. It wasn't a nice smile. Too many teeth, too much cold calculation behind the eyes. But it was his smile, his plan, his future. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was writing his own story. Month 7 brought a complication. Harry was weeding the garden, one of his regular chores, usually performed in silence while the Dursleys pretended he didn't exist, when he felt the prickle of being watched. Not Voldemort's familiar presence in the back of his mind. Something else. Something external. He kept his head down. Kept his hands moving through the dirt, but his newly trained senses stretched outward, searching for the source. There, across the street, a figure trying very hard to look casual and failing completely. The woman was ancient, wrapped in a shabby coat despite the summer heat, peering at Harry from behind a hedge. She had the look of someone who'd been doing this for a long time. Watching without being watched. Observing without being observed. Except Harry could see her now. Could feel the faint tingle of magic that clung to her like perfume. One of Dumbledore's watchers, Voldemort confirmed when Harry asked that night. He has maintained surveillance on you since infancy. Usually rotating, to avoid suspicion. This one is more constant than most. She's a witch, Arabella Fig. A squib, actually. Born to magical parents but without magic of her own. She lives on the next street. Pretends to be a harmless old woman with too many cats. Harry remembered Mrs. Fig. The Dursleys left him with her sometimes, when they went on trips and couldn't bear to take him along. Her house smelled like cabbage and cat piss, and she'd always seemed vaguely sad in a way Harry couldn't quite explain. She's been watching me for years, reporting to Dumbledore. Yes. And she's never done anything, never helped. Never said a word about how the Dursleys treat me. No. Her orders are to observe and report. Nothing more. Interference would require Dumbledore's approval, and Dumbledore has never given it. Harry's hands clenched in the dirt. Another piece of the puzzle. Another brick in the wall of betrayal. She could have helped, he said quietly. All these years. She could have said something, done something, told someone. But she just watched. The light is very good at watching suffering without acting. They call it maintaining the bigger picture. They call it strategic patience. They call it whatever they must to sleep at night. Harry dug his fingers into the soil and let the anger flow through him. Cold anger. Patient anger. The kind that planned instead of exploded. When I go to Hogwarts, he said slowly, I'll be expected to be grateful. To trust Dumbledore because he rescued me from the Dursleys. To see him as a savior. That is his plan, yes. And if I'm not grateful, if I ask questions, if I make it clear I know what he did, then you become a problem to be solved rather than a weapon to be wielded. And Dumbledore solves his problems quietly, child. Efficiently. Without witnesses or evidence. Harry nodded, so I play along, for now. I act exactly like he expects. Scared and grateful and desperate for guidance. I let him think his plan is working. While building your own power base in the shadows. While identifying allies who serve you rather than him. While preparing for the day when masks are no longer necessary. Exactly. You learn quickly, Harry Potter. Faster than I expected. Harry smiled his not nice smile again. I've had good teachers. The Dursleys taught me how to survive. Voldemort's teaching me how to win. A strange sound echoed through their connection. It took Harry a moment to recognize it. Laughter. The Dark Lord was laughing. "Oh, child," Voldemort said, something almost warm in his voice. "I think I am going to enjoy this partnership." The letters started arriving on Harry's 11th birthday. He was in the kitchen, cooking breakfast as usual, when the first owl swooped through the open window and dropped an envelope directly on Dudley's head. His cousin screamed. Vernon bellowed. Petunia grabbed a broom and started swatting at the bird like it was a particularly offensive fly. Harry just stood at the stove and watched, a small smile playing at his lips. "Your Hogwarts acceptance," Voldemort confirmed. "Dumbledore will have arranged for the owls to be persistent. He wants the Dursleys to try destroying the letters so that he can eventually arrive in person to rescue you from their clutches." Dramatic. The old man does enjoy his theatrics. Vernon managed to grab the envelope before Harry could tore it into pieces with shaking hands. He roared.
We swore when we took him and we'd stamp out this nonsense! I will not have it!
"Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry said meekly, keeping his eyes down and his voice small. The perfect broken child. The perfect victim. Inside, he was counting. More letters came, dozens of them. Vernon nailed the mail slot shut. They came through the cracks under the door. He boarded up the windows. They shot down the chimney. By the end of the week, the house was a disaster zone and Vernon's sanity was hanging by threads.
W-E-V-N-G,
Vernon announced on Sunday morning, purple-faced and trembling.
"We're going somewhere they can't find us!"
"Pack your things." They drove for hours. Ended up in a shack on a rock in the middle of the ocean, which Harry had to admit was fairly creative for his uncle. The waves crashed against the stone. The wind howled through gaps in the walls. Rain dripped through a hole in the roof directly onto Harry's spot on the floor. He waited. At exactly midnight, the moment Harry officially turned 11, the door exploded inward. A giant stood in the doorway, easily twice the height of a normal man, with a wild tangle of black hair and beard, hands like dinner plates and eyes that gleamed with kindness. "Sorry about that," the giant said cheerfully, stepping inside and brushing splinters off his enormous coat. Knocked, but no one answered. Vernon had grabbed a rifle from somewhere. Harry hadn't even known his uncle owned a gun, and was pointing it at the intruder with shaking hands. "Get out! Get out now! I warn you, I'm armed." The giant walked over, took the rifle, and tied it into a knot like it was made of licorice instead of metal. "Dry up, Dursley, you great prune," he said dismissively, then turned to Harry with a broad smile. "Harry! Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Ye look a lot like your dad, but ye've got your mum's eyes." Harry blinked up at the massive man. "You knew my parents?" "Knew him. I was the one who brought you out of the ruins after you know." "Who?" The giant shuddered. "Well, never mind that now. Happy birthday, Harry! Got something for ye." He produced a slightly squashed box from one of his many pockets. Inside was a birthday cake, homemade, chocolate, with green icing that spelled out APPYRH. No one had ever given Harry a birthday cake before. "Do not show too much emotion," Voldemort warned. "He is kind, but he is also one of Dumbledore's most loyal followers. Anything you reveal to him will go directly to the old man." Harry swallowed the lump in his throat and carefully arranged his expression into confused gratitude. "Thank you." "I'm sorry, but—" Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. "Which, of course, you'll know all about." "Actually," Harry said, "I don't. The Dursleys never told me anything." Hagrid's face went through a complicated series of expressions. Shock, outrage, sadness. Then a burning anger that made Harry glad it wasn't directed at him. No. Hate. Hagrid rounded on the Dursleys, who cowered against the far wall. "You never told him. Never told him ANTG." What followed was the explanation Harry had been expecting. "Magic is real. Your parents were heroes. You're famous for surviving a killing curse. Hogwarts awaits." The whole carefully scripted speech designed to make Harry feel special and grateful and desperate to enter this wonderful new world that his terrible relatives had hidden from him. Harry played his part perfectly. Wide eyes, gasping at appropriate moments, asking questions he already knew the answers to. expressing shock and wonder and excitement in exactly the proportions Dumbledore would expect. "Well done," Voldemort murmured approvingly. "He suspects nothing." When Hagrid finally led Harry out of the shack, leaving the Dursleys paralyzed with something Hagrid called minor hex, nothing serious, Harry allowed himself one backward glance. Goodbye, he thought at the cupboard that had been his home for 10 years. Goodbye to the darkness and the hunger and the belt. Goodbye to being powerless. The next time he saw the Dursleys, Harry intended to be someone they couldn't touch, someone no one could touch, someone free. Diagon Alley was everything Voldemort had described and more. Harry stepped through the brick archway behind the leaky cauldron and felt magic wash over him like warm water. The street beyond was chaos, the best kind of chaos, colorful and loud and absolutely alive. Witches and wizards in robes of every color, shops selling cauldrons and broomsticks and things Harry couldn't even identify. Owls hooting, cats prowling, children pressing their faces against windows while their parents tried to drag them onward. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, Harry," Hagrid said with obvious pride. "Best place in the world, this is." Harry let himself stare. Let himself be the overwhelmed muggle, raised child everyone expected. But behind his occlumency shields, his mind was working furiously. "The Owl Emporium on the left," Voldemort noted. "We will need a reliable messenger. The apothecary 3 shops down. Their quality is acceptable, though there are better suppliers if you know where to look. The bank at the end of the street. Gringotts. That is where we must go first." "Gringotts first," Hagrid said, echoing the thought. "Get some money for your school supplies. Your parents left you a fair bit, Harry. You won't have to worry about funding." The bank was a towering white building, taller than all its neighbors, with bronze doors that gleamed in the morning light. Goblins guarded the entrance. Short, sharp, featured creatures with pointed ears and intelligent eyes that tracked Harry's approach with unsettling intensity. "The goblins are neutral in most wizarding conflicts," Voldemort explained as they climbed the steps. "They care about gold, contracts, and their own autonomy. Do not insult them, do not try to cheat them, and they will deal with you fairly. By their standards, at least." Harry filed this away as they entered the bank proper. More goblins sat at high desks, weighing coins and examining jewels and writing in massive ledgers. Hagrid approached one of them with surprising confidence. "Mr. Harry Potter wishes to make a withdrawal from his vault." The goblin peered down at Harry. "Does Mr. Potter have his key?" Hagrid patted his pockets and eventually produced a tiny golden key. "Got it here somewhere. Ah, there we go. Dumbledore gave it to me for safekeeping." "Dumbledore has your vault key," Voldemort said flatly. "Interesting." Harry kept his expression neutral, but he made a mental note to address that particular issue as soon as possible. The ride down to the vaults was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. A minecart hurtling through darkness, twisting and diving in ways that seemed designed to throw passengers out at every turn. Hagrid turned green and stopped talking entirely. Harry gripped the sides and laughed inside, where no one could hear. His vault was substantial. Mountains of gold coins, smaller piles of silver and bronze, enough wealth to live comfortably for years. "The gold ones are galleons," Hagrid explained, still looking queasy. 17 silver sickles to a galleon, 29 nuts to a sickle. Should be plenty here for all your school things and more besides." Harry filled a bag with gold, making sure to take more than strictly necessary. Information was easier to buy with heavy pockets. On the way out, they made another stop. Hagrid needed to retrieve something from a high-security vault for Dumbledore. Harry watched carefully as Vault 713 opened, revealing a grimy little package wrapped in brown paper. "The Philosopher's Stone," Voldemort breathed. "Nicholas Flamel's greatest creation. The source of the elixir of life. Dumbledore is keeping it at Hogwarts this year." Interesting. Harry filed this information away too. A stone that could grant immortality, sitting in a school full of children. Either Dumbledore was an idiot, unlikely, or he was planning something that probably involved Harry. The wand shop was called Ollivander's, and it was the most unsettling place Harry had visited so far. Not because of the wands lining every shelf, stacked in thousands of narrow boxes that stretched from floor to ceiling. Not because of the dust motes floating in the single shaft of light from the dirty window. Not even because of the feeling of raw magic that saturated the air, thick enough to taste. No, the unsettling part was Ollivander himself. The old wandmaker emerged from the shadows between shelves like he'd been waiting there all along. His eyes were pale, almost silver, and they fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his occlumency shields flex involuntarily. "Ah, yes," Ollivander said softly. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. Sir, your mother came here for her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow, excellent for charm work." He moved closer, and Harry resisted the urge to step back. "Your father favored a mahogany wand, 11 inches, pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration." He reached out and touched the scar on Harry's forehead, so quickly Harry couldn't flinch away. "And the wand that gave you that scar, 13½ inches. You. Curious indeed how these things happen." "He knows," Voldemort said sharply. "Not everything, but he suspects something." "Be careful with this one, child." "I need a wand," Harry said simply. "For Hogwarts." "Yes, yes. Let's see now." What followed was an increasingly frustrating process of trying wand after wand, none of which felt right. Some sparked weakly. Some did nothing at all. One actually set a shelf on fire, which Ollivander extinguished with a casual wave of his own wand. "Tricky customer," the wandmaker murmured, but he didn't seem frustrated. If anything, he seemed delighted. "Not to worry, we'll find your match." He disappeared into the back of the shop and returned with a single dusty box. "I wonder," he said softly, almost to himself. Perhaps the wand inside was elegant. Dark wood, smooth and slightly warm to the touch. Harry wrapped his fingers around the handle and felt something click into place inside his chest. Magic surged through him. Not the wild bursts he'd experienced accidentally over the years. This was controlled, channeled his. Red and gold sparks fountained from the wand tip, and Harry felt a fierce joy that had nothing to do with his careful masks. "Curious," Ollivander breathed. "Very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar." "Brother wands," Voldemort said, and there was genuine surprise in his voice. "I did not know." How appropriate. Harry met Ollivander's pale eyes steadily. "And what does that mean?" "I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great." Harry paid for the wand and left without another word. The train station was packed with muggles when Harry arrived on September 1st. He pushed his cart through the crowd, searching for platform 9 and 3 quarters and pretending not to know exactly how to find it. Through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Voldemort reminded him, "Walk directly at the brick wall. It will let you pass." Harry waited until a family of redheads passed nearby, obviously magical from their robes and the owl cages on their carts. Then followed at a distance. He watched the older children vanish through the seemingly solid barrier and nodded to himself. Right. Magic, obviously. He took a breath, aimed his cart at the bricks, and walked forward without hesitation. The wall swallowed him like water, and then he was through, standing on a platform that shouldn't exist, staring at a scarlet steam engine that made his heart race with anticipation. The Hogwarts Express. "Need help with your trunk?" Harry turned to find one of the red-headed boys from earlier. Twins, he noticed now, identical and grinning identical grins. "Thanks," Harry said. "I'm not sure where to. First year." The twin on the left guessed. "Don't worry, we'll get you sorted. I'm Fred. This is George." "I'm George, he's Fred," the other twin corrected. "Actually, we're both Fred. No one's named George. George is a myth." Harry found himself smiling despite his careful masks. These two were fun, chaotic in a way that felt genuine rather than calculated. "I'm Harry," he said. "Harry Potter." The twins' eyes went wide. They exchanged a look loaded with meaning. "Did you hear that, Fred?" "I did indeed." George. Harry Potter. On our train. In our year. Different year, actually? Right, but still. Pleasure to meet you. Harry. They finished in unison, and Harry laughed. Be careful, Voldemort warned. The Weasleys are one of Dumbledore's most loyal families. Any friendship with them will be monitored. I know, Harry thought back. But allies are valuable, even imperfect ones. And I like them. Sentiment, Voldemort said, but there was no real rebuke in it. Just be cautious. Harry promised himself he would be. The train ride introduced Harry to more of his future classmates than he could easily track. There was Ron Weasley, the twins' younger brother, who shared Harry's compartment and turned out to be friendly, if a bit oblivious. He talked about Quidditch and chocolate frogs, and his family's poverty with equal cheerfulness, never seeming to notice how carefully Harry watched him. Useful as a public ally, Voldemort assessed. He has no subtlety, which makes him predictable. His family's connection to Dumbledore is a complication, but manageable. There was Hermione Granger, a bushy, haired girl who barged into their compartment looking for a lost toad and stayed to lecture them about everything she'd learned from her textbooks. Muggle-born, Harry noted, already desperate to prove herself in a world that would look down on her blood. Potentially useful if properly directed, Voldemort admitted. Intelligence and drive without political awareness. She could be an asset or a liability. There was Neville Longbottom, the toad's owner, round, faced and nervous and clearly terrified of everything. But Harry noticed something else too, a deep, banked anger in Neville's eyes when certain topics came up. A grief that went beyond normal childhood. His parents were Aurors, Voldemort explained, tortured into insanity by my followers after my fall. Bellatrix Lestrange's work. The boy has reasons to hate the dark. He also has reasons to question the light, Harry thought. Dumbledore didn't protect his family either. True, he bears watching. And then there was Draco Malfoy. The blonde boy appeared halfway through the journey with two thuggish companions in tow. He looked at Harry with a mixture of curiosity and contempt, clearly trying to decide which attitude to lead with. So it's true, Malfoy said. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. And you are, Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron snorted and Malfoy's eyes narrowed. Think my name's funny, do you? Red hair, hand, me, down robes. You must be a Weasley. He turned back to Harry, dismissing Ron entirely. You'll soon find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He held out his hand. Lucius Malfoy's son, Voldemort said. One of my more enthusiastic followers. The boy has been raised on pure, blood supremacy and family pride. He expects you to be impressed by his name. Harry looked at the offered hand, then at Malfoy's face. The arrogance was obvious. The insecurity beneath it almost as much. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself. Thanks, Harry said coolly. Malfoy's face flushed. He opened his mouth, but, Harry continued, I also don't make enemies over first impressions. We're going to be in school together for 7 years, Malfoy. Plenty of time to figure out who's worth knowing. He didn't take the hand, but he didn't reject it either. Just left it hanging there, unresolved, while Malfoy tried to figure out what had just happened. Interesting approach, Voldemort commented. You've left him uncertain. He'll spend the next weeks trying to determine whether you're an ally to be courted or an enemy to be crushed. Better than either extreme, Harry thought. Uncertainty is useful. Malfoy finally lowered his hand, face still flushed, and retreated with his thugs. Ron was gaping at Harry like he'd grown a second head. Blimey, Ron said. I've never seen anyone leave Malfoy speechless before. Harry just shrugged and went back to watching the countryside roll past. Hogwarts was a castle straight out of fairy tales. Harry saw it rise from the darkness as their boats crossed the Black Lake. Towers and turrets and countless windows, glowing with warm light. Even with Voldemort's descriptions echoing in his memory, even with months of preparation and planning, the sight hit him like a physical blow. Home, something whispered in the back of his mind. Not Voldemort's voice. Something older. Something that felt like the castle itself, welcoming him. The wards recognize you, Voldemort said, sounding surprised. Your magical signature resonates with them. Perhaps because of your mother, or perhaps something else. Harry didn't respond. He was too busy drinking in every detail. The giant squid breaching in the lake, the floating candles visible through distant windows, the sheer magical weight of a building that had stood for 1,000 years. This was his world now, his birthright. The kingdom that had been stolen from him and would soon be his again. The Sorting Hat was ancient and battered, sitting on a stool in front of the entire school. One by one, first years were called forward to try it on and be assigned to their houses. Gryffindor for the brave, Voldemort recited. Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal, and Slytherin for the ambitious. Dumbledore will expect you in Gryffindor. Your parents were both Gryffindors. It would cement your role as the hero of the light. And Slytherin. Slytherin would raise questions, draw suspicion. Make your time at Hogwarts considerably more difficult. Good, Harry thought. I'm not here for easy. Potter?
Harry!
The great hall fell silent. Every head turned. Harry walked to the stool with measured steps, ignoring the whispers that followed him like a wave. The hat dropped over his eyes, and darkness swallowed the world. Well, a voice said in his ear. Not Voldemort's voice, something else entirely. What have we here? Plenty of courage, I see. A good mind, yes. Talent, definitely. And oh my, what's this? Ambition to rival the founders themselves. Gryffindor, Harry thought deliberately. That's where everyone expects me. Expects, yes, the hat agreed. But we both know that's not where you belong, don't we? You've been trained by someone who knows Slytherin's secrets. You've got plans that would make Salazar himself proud. I don't want to be predictable. No, you certainly don't. The hat chuckled. The last time I had such a difficult choice, it was a young man named Tom. He argued for Slytherin as well. Harry's heart clenched. Am I like him? Everyone who puts me on asks that, in their own way. Am I brave enough? Smart enough? Loyal enough? The truth is, you're like yourself, Mr. Potter. Unique. Shaped by your experiences, not destined by your blood. So where do I belong? Where do you want to belong? That matters more than any measurement I could make. Harry thought about it. Really thought about it, pushing past the strategic calculations and the careful plans. He wanted to be powerful. He wanted to be free. He wanted to stand in the shadows and build something that would last. But he also wanted to prove something. To himself. To the world. To the man who had killed his parents and the man who had let him suffer. He wanted to walk into the snake pit and come out the king of serpents. Slytherin, he thought firmly, put me in Slytherin. If you're certain, I am, then better be, Sell Eworm! The hat shouted the last word to the hall, and silence fell like a hammer. Harry removed the hat and looked up at the head table. Dumbledore's face was perfectly still, but his blue eyes had gone cold, calculating, already reassessing every assumption he'd made about the boy who lived. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was staring at Harry with something between shock and reluctant respect. Harry walked to his new house, sat down among the green and silver, and smiled. The game had finally begun. That night, in the Slytherin dormitories deep beneath the lake, Harry lay awake and stared at the green, tinged ceiling. Well done, Voldemort said quietly. You have exceeded my expectations. The sorting was the easy part, Harry replied. Now comes everything else. Yes. Now you must build alliances, navigate house politics, excel academically without drawing too much suspicion, and all while Dumbledore watches your every move. I know. And the Horcrux in your head, the piece of my soul that connects us. What about it? Dumbledore will search for it. He knows I created safeguards against death. He will suspect you carry something of mine, if he doesn't already. Eventually, he may decide that the threat you represent outweighs your value as a weapon. Harry touched his scar. The warmth pulsed gently against his fingers. Then we'll have to make sure I'm too valuable to destroy, he thought. Too connected. Too powerful. Too necessary. How? I don't know yet. But I've got 7 years to figure it out. Voldemort was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, there was something almost like pride in his voice. You truly are a remarkable child. Not a copy of me. Not a weapon of the light. Something new. Something the world has never seen. Is that a compliment? It is an observation. Whether it is a compliment depends entirely on what you do with your potential. Harry smiled in the darkness. Then I guess I'd better make it count. Yes, Voldemort agreed. You had better. Outside the window, the lake pressed against the glass like a living thing. Somewhere above, Dumbledore was no doubt sitting in his office, trying to understand how his carefully constructed plans had just been thrown into chaos. And somewhere in the castle, the Philosopher's Stone sat waiting for whatever scheme the old man had devised. Harry closed his eyes and let his mind drift through possibilities. Alliances to forge. Secrets to uncover. Power to claim. Tomorrow, the real work would begin. But tonight, for the first time in his life, Harry Potter fell asleep feeling something other than fear. He felt anticipation. Chapter 1 End, Chapter 20. The Sorting's aftermath. Daphne Greengrass had spent 11 years learning to read people. And Harry Potter was giving her absolutely nothing. She watched him from across the Slytherin common room, keeping her expression perfectly bored while her mind worked furiously. The boy who lived had been in their house for exactly 14 hours, and in that time he'd managed to reveal precisely 0 useful information about himself. He smiled when expected, answered questions politely but vaguely, deflected personal inquiries with the skill of someone twice his age. It was, frankly, infuriating. "You're staring," Tracy Davis muttered beside her. "I'm observing. There's a difference." "Oh, huh. And what have your observations told you?" Daphne considered the question. Potter sat in one of the leather armchairs near the fireplace, apparently absorbed in a first-year textbook. His posture was relaxed but not lazy, ready to move if necessary. His eyes, when they lifted from the page, tracked movement around the room with casual precision. "He's been trained," Daphne said quietly. "Someone taught him to watch his surroundings, to control his body language, to give nothing away." "Trained by who? He was raised by muggles." "Exactly. So where did he learn it?" Tracy frowned. "Maybe he's just naturally paranoid. No one is naturally that good at hiding. It takes practice." Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly. "The question is what he's hiding and why." Across the room, Potter turned a page. He hadn't looked up once during their whispered conversation, but Daphne had the uncomfortable feeling he knew exactly where her attention was focused. Interesting. Harry was aware of the Greengrass girl watching him. Had been aware since breakfast, actually, when she'd positioned herself 3 seats down and spent the entire meal pretending not to study him while absolutely studying him. The Greengrass family is old money and older politics, Voldemort had explained. Neutral in most conflicts, which in pure blood terms means they sell their support to the highest bidder. The daughter is reportedly intelligent. Her mother has been grooming her for an advantageous marriage since birth. Sounds grim. It sounds like pure blood society. The girls are currency, the boys are heirs, and everyone plays the game whether they want to or not. Harry had filed the information away and moved on. Now, feeling her gaze like a physical weight, he revised his assessment. Daphne Greengrass wasn't just observing him because she was curious. She was trying to figure out if he was useful. He could work with that. The common room door swung open, and Draco Malfoy strode in like he owned the place. Which, in a sense, he probably thought he did. His father's money had funded half the furniture, according to the whispered gossip Harry had already collected. "Potter." Malfoy stopped in front of Harry's chair, Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like oversized bookends. "We need to talk." Harry looked up from his textbook with polite interest. "Do we?" "You refused my hand on the train. Then you got sorted into my house." Malfoy's voice was carefully controlled, but his jaw was tight. "I want to know what game you're playing." "Ah," Voldemort said. The young Malfoy is confused. You didn't follow his script, and now he doesn't know whether to treat you as friend or foe. "Which should I be?" "Neither. Keep him uncertain. It's far more useful than any alliance he could offer at this stage." Harry closed his textbook and gave Malfoy his full attention. "No game. I just don't make decisions based on first impressions." "Everyone makes decisions based on first impressions." "Then I suppose I'm not everyone." Harry stood, bringing himself eye to eye with Malfoy. Neither boy was particularly tall yet, But Harry had learned long ago that physical height mattered less than the height you projected. You came at me on the train like you expected me to fall over myself thanking you for your attention. That's not how I operate. Malfoy's eyes flickered. How do you operate then? I watch. I learn. I figure out who's worth my time and who isn't. Harry smiled slightly. You might be worth my time, Malfoy. Your family has connections, influence, knowledge I could use. But I don't know that yet, because we've exchanged about 50 words total. So what? You want to? What? Get to know me. Malfoy made it sound absurd. I want to know what you actually think. Not what your father told you to think. Not what you think I want to hear. Just you. Harry tilted his head. Can you even do that? Think for yourself. The common room had gone quiet. Harry felt dozens of eyes on them, felt the tension ratcheting up with every word. Malfoy's face flushed. Anger or embarrassment, hard to tell. I think for myself plenty. Malfoy snapped. Prove it. Tell me one opinion you hold that your father would disagree with. Silence stretched between them. Malfoy opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. His hands clenched at his sides. That's what I thought. Harry picked up his textbook and tucked it under his arm. When you figure out who you actually are underneath all the family expectations, come find me. We might have something to talk about then. He walked away, heading for the dormitories. Behind him he heard Crabbe ask, what just happened? And Malfoy's furious, shut up. You've made an enemy, Voldemort observed. No, I've made a project. Harry climbed the stairs to his room. Draco Malfoy has potential buried under all that arrogance. He just needs someone to dig it out. And if he can't be dug out, then he becomes an example instead of an ally. Either way, useful. Voldemort's laugh echoed through their connection. You continue to surprise me, child. The first week of classes confirmed what Harry had already suspected. Hogwarts education was painfully basic. Oh, the subjects themselves were fascinating. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, who expected excellence and tolerated nothing less. Charms with tiny Professor Flitwick, who made levitation look like dancing. Herbology in the greenhouses, where plants bit back and the soil hummed with latent magic. But the pace, the sheer plodding pace of it all. They spent 3 classes on a single spell in charms. 3 classes! Harry had mastered the theory months ago through Voldemort's teaching. He could have performed the practical on day 1 if he'd wanted to draw attention. Instead, he calibrated carefully. Top 5 in every subject. Never top 3. Enough to show competence without suggesting anything unusual. Enough to keep the professors approving without making them curious. Patience, Voldemort counseled when Harry complained. The curriculum is designed for children with no prior exposure to magic. You are not their target student. I'm bored. Then use the boredom productively. Study your classmates instead of the material. Learn their strengths, their weaknesses, their pressure points. Harry took the advice to heart. During the endless repetitions of wand movements and pronunciation, he watched. He watched Hermione Granger answer every question before anyone else could, desperate to prove she belonged. Watched the pure, blood students roll their eyes at her enthusiasm while secretly scrambling to keep up with her grades. Watched the professors praise her publicly and treat her dismissively in private. He watched Neville Longbottom struggle through every practical exercise, hands shaking, magic sputtering. Watched the other students mock him and the professors sigh with disappointment. But Harry also noticed that Neville's theoretical answers were solid, sometimes brilliant. His problem wasn't understanding magic. His problem was believing he could use it. He watched Draco Malfoy strut through the corridors with his thugs, making pronouncements about blood purity and family honor. Watched the Slytherins nod along automatically, agreeing with opinions they probably hadn't examined. Watched Malfoy's eyes track Harry whenever they were in the same room, trying to figure out the puzzle he represented. And he watched Daphne Greengrass watch everyone else. She was good. Really good. If Harry hadn't been trained to spot observation, he might have missed her entirely. She faded into backgrounds, became part of the furniture, let people forget she was there while she catalogued everything they said and did. A natural spy, Voldemort assessed. Dangerous if she's working against you. Invaluable if she's working with you. Which do we want? That depends entirely on whether you can give her something she values more than what Dumbledore's side could offer. Harry filed the question away for later consideration. Potions was different. Professor Severus Snape swept into the dungeon classroom on Monday afternoon like a black-robed storm, and Harry felt recognition pulse through his scar before Voldemort even spoke. My former follower, the Dark Lord confirmed. Severus Snape, a master of potions and the mental arts. Also for the past decade, Dumbledore's spy within my ranks. A double agent, at minimum. His true loyalties are complicated. He loved your mother, once. Hated your father with equal passion. His feelings toward you are almost certainly a toxic mixture of both. Snape reached the front of the room and turned to face the class. His eyes, black and bottomless, found Harry immediately. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly. Harry Potter, our new celebrity. The way he said celebrity made it sound like a disease. Several Slytherins snickered. Harry kept his face blank. "Tell me, Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The draught of living death, Voldemort supplied instantly. A powerful sleeping potion. Answer correctly. Show him you're not the ignorant child he expects. Harry considered for a split second, then made a different choice. "I'm not sure, sir. We haven't covered that yet." Snape's lip curled. Tut, tut. Fame clearly isn't everything. He fired another question. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. It cures most poisons." "I don't know, sir." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfspan?" "They're the same plant, also called aconite." "I don't know that either, sir. But I'm sure Hermione does. She's had her hand up for all three questions." A ripple of laughter ran through the room. Snape's eyes narrowed dangerously, but Hermione was indeed waving her hand like she was trying to flag down a rescue ship. "Clearly," Snape said coldly, "being a Potter does not automatically confer knowledge. Perhaps the boy who lived has been too busy signing autographs to open a book." "Why did you do that?" Voldemort demanded as Snape began the actual lesson. "You knew the answers. You could have impressed him, or at least neutralized his hostility." "Snape expects me to be either arrogant or stupid," Harry thought back. If I'd answered perfectly, he would have assumed arrogance. A miniature James Potter. Showing off. This way, he sees someone humble enough to admit ignorance. Someone who deflects attention onto others instead of hoarding it. You wanted him to underestimate you. I wanted him to see what I chose to show him. There's a difference. Voldemort was quiet for a moment. "You are playing a longer game than I realized." "I'm playing the longest game there is. The one where I survive long enough to win." The first flying lesson came on Thursday morning, and it was an unmitigated disaster. For everyone except Harry. The Gryffindors had joined them on the training grounds, their red and gold scarves bright against the gray autumn sky. Madame Hooch stood at the center of 2 rows of brooms, barking instructions with military precision. "Stick your right hand over your broom and say up." Harry's broom leaped into his hand before he'd finished the first syllable. Around him, other students were having considerably more trouble. Hermione's broom just rolled over, and Neville's didn't move at all. "Oh, natural flyer," Madame Hooch said approvingly, passing Harry. "Your father was the same way. Best seeker Gryffindor had in decades." Harry filed that information away. Seeker. His father had played Quidditch. Another piece of a man he'd never known. The actual flying was supposed to be simple. Hover a few feet, touch back down, nothing fancy. But Neville's broom had other ideas. The moment his feet left the ground, it bucked like an angry horse and shot skyward, with Neville clinging desperately to the handle. Harry watched the arc of Neville's flight, saw the moment his grip failed, and moved without thinking. His broom responded like it was part of him, rocketing upward at a thought. The wind screamed past his face. Neville was falling, spinning. Probably screaming, though Harry couldn't hear it over the rushing air. Harry aimed himself like an arrow and pushed, demanding more speed from the broom than it probably should have given. He caught Neville 20 feet from the ground, one arm hooked around the boy's chest, and pulled out of the dive so sharply his vision grayed at the edges. They touched down in the grass hard enough to stagger, but they touched down alive. Neville was shaking. Harry was breathing hard. Everyone else was staring. That, Madame Hooch said faintly, was the most reckless, irresponsible, brilliant piece of flying I have ever seen from a first year. Poutier. The shout came from across the grounds. Professor McGonagall was striding toward them, face set in thunderous disapproval, and Harry's heart sank. So much for not drawing attention, Voldemort observed dryly. 20 minutes later, Harry stood in a corridor outside the Charms classroom, still not entirely sure what had happened. McGonagall had pulled him away from the flying lesson with clipped commands about seeing the headmaster and serious conversations about behavior. Harry had prepared himself for punishment. Detention, points lost, maybe even expulsion if Dumbledore decided to make an example of him. Instead, McGonagall had delivered him to a tall fifth-year boy named Marcus Flint and said, "I've found you a seeker." Then she'd walked away. Flint was staring at Harry with naked avarice. "First-year seekers are basically unheard of," he said. "The last one was, well, a long time ago. But Hooch showed me her memory of that catch, and bloody hell, Potter, you fly like you were born on a broom." "I didn't know I could fly until today," Harry said honestly. "Natural talent, then, even better, means you haven't picked up bad habits." Flint clapped him on the shoulder hard enough to sting. "Practice is Tuesdays and Thursdays, 6 a.m. Don't be late, and don't tell anyone until we announce it. The other teams will lose their minds when they find out we've got the boy who lived." The boy who lived, Harry thought sorely as Flint walked away. "Even my Quidditch position is about my fame." "Fame is a tool," Voldemort reminded him. "Use it or be used by it. There is no third option." Harry supposed that was true. But he was getting really tired of being a tool in everyone else's plans. The news spread anyway, because nothing stayed secret at Hogwarts for more than 48 hours. By Friday, half the school knew that Harry Potter had been made the youngest Seeker in a century. Opinions varied wildly. Gryffindors were furious that the boy who lived was playing for Slytherin. Slytherins were cautiously optimistic. And everyone else just wanted to see what would happen. Harry weathered the attention with practiced calm. He'd been stared at since arriving. This was just more of the same. But the attention brought opportunities too. Potter, a word. Daphne Greengrass materialized beside him in the library Saturday afternoon, somehow occupying a chair he would have sworn was empty 2 seconds ago. Up close, she was even more striking than he'd realized. Ice, blonde hair, eyes the color of a frozen lake, features that would probably be devastating in a few years, but were currently just unsettling in their perfection. "Greengrass," Harry acknowledged, finally done watching from a distance. Her eyebrow twitched, the only sign he'd surprised her. "You noticed. You're not as subtle as you think you are. Neither are you." She folded her hands on the table between them. "That catch was deliberate. You could have waited for a professor to handle it, but you chose to act. To be seen. To establish yourself as something other than just a famous name." Harry considered denying it. Decided there wasn't much point. "And if I did? Then you're playing a game I understand, which makes you considerably more interesting than I initially assumed." She tilted her head slightly. "The question is what you're playing for." "What's anyone playing for? Power. Position. The ability to shape my own fate." Spoken like a true Slytherin. Her lips curved in something that might have been approval. "Most people your age, most people any age, would claim they just want to help people. To be good. To make the world better. Those people are either lying or naive. You can't help anyone if you're powerless. You can't make anything better if you're at the bottom of the pile." Harry met her eyes steadily. "I've spent my whole life being powerless. I'm done with it." Something flickered in Daphne's frozen expression. Recognition maybe, or kinship. "My family has maintained neutrality through 6 generations of magical conflicts," she said quietly. "We've survived by reading the board better than anyone else. By knowing which way the wind will blow before anyone else feels the breeze." She paused. "The wind is shifting, Potter. Has been shifting since you arrived. and I want to know why. What do you think is happening? I think Dumbledore's plans just got considerably more complicated. I think the pure blood families are scrambling to figure out how to approach you. I think the dark is stirring somewhere out of sight, and everyone who can sense it is terrified. Her eyes bored into his. And I think you know more than you're letting on. Harry held her gaze for a long moment. She was smart. She was observant. She was exactly the kind of ally he needed. Someone who operated on the same wavelength, who could watch his back without needing everything explained. She was also potentially the biggest threat in the room. If she figured out the wrong things, reported to the wrong people. But that was true of everyone, wasn't it? The only safe path was isolation, and isolation was weakness. Trust must be built in increments, Voldemort advised. Give her something real but small. See what she does with it. You're right, Harry said finally. I do know more than I'm letting on. I know that Dumbledore placed me with muggles who abused me for 10 years, and I know he did it deliberately. I know that the magical world celebrated my survival while I was starving in a cupboard. And I know that everyone, has plans for me that have nothing to do with what I actually want. Daphne's mask cracked slightly. Genuine surprise showed through. Abused, beaten, starved, locked in a cupboard for days at a time. The usual. Harry kept his voice flat. No one came to check. No one cared. The boy who lived was too useful as a symbol to worry about as a person. The silence stretched between them. When Daphne spoke again, her voice had lost some of its calculated smoothness. That's considerably worse than I imagined. Most things are. When you look closely. Harry picked up his quill and returned his attention to the essay he'd been writing. Now you know something real about me, Greengrass. The question is what you'll do with it. Whatever you think is best. I'm not interested in controlling people through secrets. That's Dumbledore's game. Harry glanced up at her. If you want to be allies, we can be allies. If you want to walk away and pretend this conversation never happened, that's fine too. But I won't beg for your support, and I won't threaten you into it. Daphne studied him for another long moment. Then she stood, gathering her bag with precise movements. I'll be in touch, she said. And Potter, watch your back at tonight's Quidditch practice. Flint Hayes' first years, and he won't go easy just because you're famous. She glided away before Harry could respond. Well, Voldemort said, that was either the beginning of a valuable alliance or a terrible mistake. Only one way to find out, Harry thought back. We wait and see. Flint did try to haze him. Harry dodged the hexes, caught the bludger someone accidentally, aimed at his head, and finished practice with the best time on the obstacle course Flint had set up. By the end, the older Slytherins had stopped sneering and started evaluating. That was good enough for now. Sunday brought an unexpected summons. Professor Snape wanted to see him in his office. Harry made his way down to the dungeons with Voldemort's voice, murmuring warnings in his mind. Snape was a master legilimens before I ever met him. He will try to read your surface, thoughts the moment you walk through the door. Shields up. Harry reinforced his occlumency barriers and knocked. Enter. Snape's office was exactly what Harry would have expected. Dark, cluttered with jars of pickled ingredients, smelling faintly of preservatives and old parchment. The man himself sat behind a massive desk, watching Harry's entrance with unreadable eyes. Sit, Harry sat. For a long moment, Snape just stared at him. Harry felt the pressure of legilimency brush against his shields, light testing, almost casual. He let it find the surface thoughts he'd prepared. Nervousness, confusion, vague discomfort at being called to a professor's office. You are not what I expected, Snape said finally. Sir, I expected arrogance, entitlement, a carbon copy of your father strutting through the halls expecting the world to bow. Snape's lip curled. Instead, I find calculation. You play the humble student in my class while watching everyone else like a hawk. You rescue Longbottom, and somehow end up on the Quidditch team instead of in detention. You refuse Draco Malfoy's friendship without making an enemy of him. Harry kept his expression carefully confused. I'm just trying to fit in, sir. No, you are not. You are trying to appear as though you're just trying to fit in, which is considerably more sophisticated. Snape leaned forward. I knew your mother, Potter. She was my friend, my only friend, for many years. She was brilliant and kind and everything your father was not. Harry's breath caught. Voldemort had mentioned Snape's feelings for his mother, but hearing it stated so baldly, oh. She would be proud that you were sorted into Slytherin, Snape continued, and horrified at how little the house has changed since her time. I tell you this because you need to understand something. I am your head of house. That means I am obligated to protect you from external threats, regardless of my personal feelings. And your personal feelings, sir, are none of your concern. Snape's voice hardened. I am telling you that you may come to me if you have problems that require a professor's intervention. I am also telling you that I will be watching you closely, and any sign that you are taking after your father will be dealt with severely. He's trying to figure you out, Voldemort said, and warning you at the same time. Curious. I understand, sir, Harry said. I'm not my father. I don't know much about him, really. The Dursleys never talked about my parents. Something flickered in Snape's eyes. The Muggles. Yes. I have heard rumors. Miss Greengrass mentioned something to Miss Parkinson, who mentioned it within earshot of my prefects. Snape's gaze sharpened. Were you abused, Potter? Harry could lie. Probably should lie. But something in Snape's voice, something old and wounded and unexpectedly familiar, made him reconsider. Yes, he said simply. For most of my childhood, Snape was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. I spent my childhood in a Muggle home as well. My father was not a kind man. He seemed to be picking his words with unusual care. I understand what it is to come to Hogwarts with scars that cannot be seen. Harry nodded slowly, not trusting himself to speak. This changes nothing about my expectations for you academically. Snape continued, his voice returning to its normal coldness. But if you require accommodations, I am not entirely unreasonable. Thank you, sir. Do not thank me. I am doing my duty as head of house, nothing more. Snape waved dismissively. You are excused. Harry stood and walked to the door. He paused with his hand on the handle. Professor, my mother, what was she like, really? Snape's expression went through a complicated series of changes. Pain. Memory. Something that might have been love, aged and twisted and bitter. She was extraordinary, he said finally. And she deserved better than the life she chose. Harry nodded and left without another word. October arrived with changing leaves and dropping temperatures, and Harry settled into a rhythm. Classes in the morning. Carefully calibrated performance in each one. Quidditch practice twice a week, where he was rapidly becoming the team's most valuable asset despite his age. Study sessions in the library, where he devoured advanced texts while pretending to work on first-year assignments. And late, night lessons with Voldemort, delving deeper into magic that would get him expelled if anyone discovered it. The occlumency continued to strengthen. Harry could now maintain his shields indefinitely without conscious effort. His false surface thoughts so natural that even Snape's probing couldn't detect anything amiss. Your progress is remarkable, Voldemort admitted one night. Most adults never achieve this level of control. I've had good motivation. Harry stared at the ceiling of his dormitory, listening to the other boys snore. What's next? We should begin practical wand work. Your wand will be monitored for underage magic, but there are ways around that. Spells that can be cast silently, techniques that don't register on ministry sensors. What kind of techniques? Mostly theoretical at your age. Mental magics. Wandless manipulation of your own internal energies. The foundations of what some call accidental magic, refined into intentional control. Harry spent the following weeks learning to feel his magic without channeling it through his wand. It was subtle work, sensing the power that lived in his blood, learning to move it consciously instead of letting it react instinctively, like the difference between breathing automatically and breathing deliberately. The applications were limited but useful. He could warm himself on cold nights without casting a spell, could make small objects shift slightly when no one was watching. could sense the magical auras of people nearby, distinguishing wizards from squibs from muggles. This is how you knew Mrs. Fig was magical, Harry realized. You could sense her. In part, the sensing is a skill that improves with practice. Eventually, you may be able to read magical signatures as easily as most people read faces. The idea was intriguing. Harry practiced constantly, extending his awareness during classes and meals and Quidditch practice. Most of the time, he got nothing, just a vague impression of magical presence without any useful detail. But occasionally, he caught something more specific. Dumbledore's aura was overwhelming, a blazing sun that hurt to look at directly. Snape's was dark and controlled, like a banked fire. McGonagall's felt like steel wrapped in velvet. And his own, when Harry turned his senses inward, he found two distinct signatures intertwined. His own magic, bright and fierce, and something else. Something older, darker, threaded through him so completely that separation seemed impossible. The Horcrux, Voldemort confirmed when Harry asked. The piece of my soul. We are bound together at a level deeper than consciousness. Even death might not separate us completely. Does that bother you? Does it bother you? Harry thought about it. A piece of his enemy's soul, lodged in his head since infancy. A connection that let a murderer speak directly into his thoughts. But also lessons that had transformed him from a victim into a player. Knowledge that could protect him from Dumbledore's manipulations. A voice in the darkness that had never lied to him. No, he decided, it doesn't bother me. We are what we are. Indeed we are, Voldemort agreed, and there was something like satisfaction in his voice. Halloween approached, and with it came Harry's first real crisis. He was walking back from the library on the evening of October 31st when he heard a girl crying in the first-floor bathroom. Nothing unusual, except for the magical signature he sensed inside, Muggle, born untrained, practically radiating distress. Hermione Granger. He recognized her from classes. Harry hesitated outside the door. Getting involved was a risk. Hermione was a Gryffindor, one of Dumbledore's most likely future supporters. She was also annoying bossy and too smart for her own good. But she was also a child crying alone on a holiday, and Harry remembered too clearly what that felt like. Granger. He pushed the door open slightly. You all right? The crying stopped abruptly. Go away. I would. But I'm pretty sure you've missed the Halloween feast, and Flitwick was looking for you earlier. Something about your levitation charm being the best in the class. A long, suspicious pause. Then, he said that. He said it was remarkable for a first attempt. I may have embellished slightly. A wet laugh came from inside. Harry took that as permission and stepped into the bathroom. Hermione sat on the floor near the sinks, eyes red and puffy, her bushy hair even wilder than usual. She glared at him with defiant misery. What do you want, Potter? To find out why the smartest witch in our year is crying in a bathroom instead of celebrating. I'm not. She stopped, seeming to realize denial was pointless. Ron Weasley said I was a nightmare. That no one liked me because I'm such a know-it-all. He said it loud enough for everyone to hear. Harry sat down on the floor across from her, ignoring the cold tiles. Ron Weasley has the emotional intelligence of a flobberworm. His opinion isn't worth your tears. Easy for you to say. Everyone likes you. Everyone is fascinated by me because I'm famous for surviving something I don't even remember. That's not the same as being liked. Hermione sniffled. At least you have friends. People to sit with at meals. People who actually want to talk to you. Do I? Or do I have people who want to be seen with the boy who lived? Harry shrugged. At least you know where you stand. When people don't like you, you know it's about you. Your personality, your choices. When people don't like me, it's about a story they heard before they ever met me. She stared at him like she was seeing him for the first time. That's actually quite insightful. I have my moments. A strange rumbling sound interrupted whatever she was going to say next. Harry's magical senses flared with warning. Something was coming. Something big. We need to leave, he said urgently, already on his feet. Now. What? The bathroom door exploded inward, and 12 feet of mountain troll came through the gap. Harry had read about trolls in his defense texts, Voldemort had mentioned them in passing. Dangerous to muggles, manageable for skilled wizards. Generally not a serious threat. None of that preparation had mentioned the smell. The troll was massive, gray-skinned and lumpy, carrying a club the size of a small tree. Its tiny eyes fixed on Hermione, and it swung. Harry moved. He tackled Hermione out of the way, the club smashing into the floor where she'd been sitting. Shattered tiles sprayed everywhere. The troll grunted and raised its weapon for another swing. "Use your wand," Voldemort commanded. "Anything that could knock it back." "I can't, I'll betrace it." "You'll be deed. Cast something!" Harry pulled his wand and shouted the first thing that came to mind, "West TUPFI!" The red bolt of light hit the troll square in the chest. It blinked slowly, looking more confused than injured, and swung again. "The club," Hermione screamed. "Levitate the club." She had her own wand out now, pointing at the massive weapon. "Wingardium Leviosa!" The club jerked upward just as the troll tried to bring it down, throwing the creature off balance. It stumbled sideways, crashing into a row of sinks. Harry saw his chance. He pointed his wand at the broken pipes, spraying water everywhere, and tried something he'd only read about. "Glacius!" Ice spread from his wand tip in a wave, freezing the water, the floor, the troll's feet. The creature roared and tried to move, but its legs were locked in solid ice up to the knees. "Again!" Harry shouted. Together, they both cast levitation charms on the club, wrenching it from the troll's grip entirely. It floated upward, spinning slightly, and then they let it drop directly onto the creature's head. The troll collapsed with a ground-shaking thud. Silence fell, broken only by dripping water and their own ragged breathing. "Did we just..." Hermione's voice was shaking. "Kill a troll, maybe. Probably just knocked it out." Harry was breathing hard too, his heart pounding. "Are you hurt?" "No, I." "How did you do that freezing spell? That's not first-year material?" Before Harry could answer, the bathroom door burst open again. McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell rushed in, stopping short at the sight of the unconscious troll. "What on earth?" McGonagall pressed a hand to her chest. "Explain yourselves." Harry opened his mouth, ready to spin some story about hearing the troll and trying to help. But Hermione beat him to it. "It was my fault, Professor. I went looking for the troll because I'd read about them and thought I could handle it. Harry came to find me before it could attack." McGonagall's eyes widened. "You went looking for it. Of all the foolish. He saved my life." Hermione's voice was steady now, defiant. "If Harry hadn't found me, I'd be dead." The professors exchanged looks. Snape's eyes lingered on Harry, sharp and calculating. 5 points from Gryffindor for your foolishness, Miss Granger," McGonagall said finally. "And 5 points to Slytherin for Mr. Potter's quick thinking." Her voice softened slightly. "You're very lucky, both of you. A mountain troll is no small matter." Harry nodded meekly, but his mind was racing. A troll inside Hogwarts. On Halloween. How had it gotten past the wards? "An excellent question," Voldemort murmured. "Look at Quirrell." Harry glanced at the defense professor, who was hanging back near the door. Quirrell looked pale and shaky, normal for him, but there was something else in his eyes. Something that looked almost like frustration. "That man is hiding something," Voldemort said. "I have sensed it since the start of term. His magical signature is wrong, layered, as though he wears a mask. You think he let the troll in? I think we should watch him very carefully." Harry filed that away as the professors herded them back toward their dormitories. He had more questions than answers. About the troll, about Quirrell, about a lot of things. But he also had something new, an ally. Or at least, the beginning of one. Hermione caught his arm before they separated in the corridor. "Potter," Harry. "Thank you. For coming to find me. For the fight. You did most of the work with that levitation charm. Don't be modest. That freezing spell was incredible." She bit her lip. "I know Gryffindors and Slytherins aren't supposed to be friends, but maybe we could study together sometime. I have questions about some of the theory you seem to already understand." Harry smiled. A real smile this time. "I'd like that, Granger. And for what it's worth, being a no, it all isn't a flaw, it's a survival strategy. Some of us just hide it better than others." She laughed, a surprised and genuine sound. You're very strange. Harry Potter. So I've been told. November passed in a blur of classes and practice and secret lessons. The troll incident had shifted something in the school's social dynamics. Harry was no longer just the boy who lived. He was the first year who'd taken down a mountain troll. Even the Gryffindors started treating him with grudging respect. Hermione became a regular presence in his study sessions, her brilliant mind a genuine asset. She asked questions Harry couldn't always answer, which forced him to think harder about the magic he was learning. In return, he helped her understand the political dynamics she'd been oblivious to. The pure, blood prejudices, the unspoken rules, the thousand subtle ways Muggle-borns were disadvantaged. It's not fair, she said one evening, frustrated after Harry explained why her blood status would always be a barrier in certain circles. I work harder than anyone else in our year. I know more than most pure bloods twice my age, but none of that matters because of who my parents are. It matters, Harry said, just not to the people currently in power. The question is whether you want to change their minds or replace them entirely. She stared at him. Replace them? Why not? The old families have been running things for centuries, and look at the mess they've made. Maybe it's time for new leadership. A better leadership. And you think you could provide that? I think I could provide something different, at least. Whether it's better depends on whether the right people help me. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. You're not like other 11-year-olds. Neither are you. That's why we get along. She smiled slowly. When you put it that way, I suppose I could help. Theoretically, if you had a plan worth following. I'm working on it. I'll let you know when it's ready. A Muggle-born ally, Voldemort mused later. The pure bloods will be scandalized. Good. They need scandalized. Their whole system is built on assumptions that haven't been examined in centuries. Harry watched the fire in the common room, thinking. Besides, Hermione is brilliant. Brilliance should be valued regardless of blood. You sound almost idealistic. I sound practical. The pure blood supremacy model is failing. Fewer magical births every generation, more squibs, less innovation. If we want the wizarding world to survive, we need to use all our resources, not just the ones with the right family names. That is, not the argument I expected from you. I've had time to think, and I've realized that if I'm going to build something new, it needs to actually work. The old system doesn't. The light system is based on lies. So I'll have to make something better. Voldemort was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was strange, almost wondering. You have changed since we first spoke, child. Is that a problem? No, it is merely unexpected. I thought to shape you into a weapon. Instead, you are becoming something I did not anticipate. What's that? A leader. Harry smiled at the fire and didn't respond. The first Quidditch match arrived on a crisp Saturday morning in early November, and Harry discovered something unpleasant. Someone was trying to kill him. It started during the game itself. Harry was circling above the pitch, watching for the snitch while the chasers battled below, when his broom suddenly bucked beneath him. Not the playful responsiveness he'd learned to expect. This was violent, aggressive, actively trying to throw him off. Jinx, Voldemort said sharply. Someone is hexing your broom. Look to the stands. Find who is maintaining eye contact with you. Harry scanned the crowd while clinging desperately to his bucking Nimbus 2000. There, in the staff section. Snape's eyes were locked on him, lips moving in a silent incantation. Snape, counter Jinxes require sustained eye contact as well. He may be trying to save you rather than harm you. Harry looked harder, pushing his magical senses to their limit, despite the distraction of nearly being thrown to his death. There were two sustained magical connections to his broom. One from Snape, and one from Quirrell. The defense professor sat 3 seats away from Snape, his eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that didn't match his usual timid demeanor. His lips were moving too. Before Harry could process this, Hermione acted. He didn't see it happen. He was too busy holding on for his life. But later she would tell him about the blue flames she'd conjured, the chaos in the staff section, the way Quirrell had stumbled backward with his robes on fire. The The jinx broke. Harry's broom stabilized, and there, glinting 20 feet below him, was the golden snitch. Harry dove. Wind screamed past his face. The ground rushed up to meet him. He stretched out his hand, fingers closing around metal wings. And then he was pulling up. The snitch clutched triumphantly in his fist, while the Slytherin section exploded in cheers.
Oh, and it's happened! Aaron, CY, Dio, 60Y!
Harry landed hard but intact, immediately surrounded by his celebrating teammates. But his mind was elsewhere, replaying what he'd sensed during the attack. Quirrell. Quirrell had tried to kill him, and Snape, the man who seemed to hate him, had tried to save his life. The plot thickens, Voldemort said grimly. Quirrell is more than he appears. We must find out what he is hiding. Agreed. Harry raised the snitch overhead as Flint clapped him on the back hard enough to bruise. After the celebration lasted well into the evening. By the time Harry extricated himself from the common room party, it was nearly midnight, and Hogwarts had gone quiet. He made his way to the third-floor corridor, the one Dumbledore had warned everyone away from at the start of Term Feast. The Philosopher's Stone was here somewhere, and Harry was increasingly certain that Quirrell was trying to steal it. Dangerous, Voldemort warned. If Quirrell has help, I'm not going to confront him. I just want to understand the defenses. Know what we're dealing with. The door was locked, but not warded against students. A simple Alohomora opened it easily. Inside, Harry found himself face to face with the largest dog he'd ever seen. 3 heads, 6 eyes, all focused on him with hungry interest. Harry held very, very still. Cerberus, Voldemort identified. Greek guardian beast. They can be pacified with music. Harry didn't have any music. But he did have something else. His ability to project calm through magical intention. He reached out with his senses, found the creature's triple consciousness, and pushed. Sleep. Rest. No threat here. Sleep. The Cerberus's growling slowly faded. Its eyes drooped. One head yawned massively, then another. Within moments, all 3 heads were snoring. Beneath its massive paws was a trapdoor. Harry approached cautiously, memorizing every detail. The trapdoor was magically reinforced. Below it, his senses detected layers of defenses, magical signatures he couldn't identify without getting closer. The stone is down there, Voldemort confirmed, protected by what I assume are challenges created by each Hogwarts professor. Dumbledore's final gambit. Why bring it here at all? Why not leave it with Flamel? Because Dumbledore wanted it where he could control access. Or perhaps, Voldemort paused, thinking. Perhaps he wanted it where you could find it. Another test for his weapon. Another way to shape you through crisis. Harry stared at the trapdoor for a long moment. The stone could grant immortality. Could that be used to give Voldemort a proper body? Or would it draw too much attention? Too many variables. He needed more information. I know you're there, Harry said quietly without turning around. You've been following me since I left the common room. A long pause. Then, how did you know? Daphne Greengrass stepped out of the shadows, her expression carefully neutral but her eyes sharp with surprise. I could sense you. Your magical signature is distinctive, cold and controlled, like everything else about you. Harry finally turned to face her. Why the tale? I saw you slip away from the celebration. Curious about where the boy who lived goes when no one's watching. And now you know. The Forbidden Corridor. Very dramatic. The 3-headed dog is more dramatic. Daphne moved to stand beside him, studying the sleeping Cerberus with academic interest. I've read about these. They guard treasure, traditionally. What's down there? Harry considered his options. Lie. Deflect. Tell a partial truth. He chose the 4th option, trust. The Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore moved it here from Gringotts over the summer. Someone is trying to steal it. Probably Quirrell, based on what happened at the match today. Daphne's eyebrows rose. Quirrell. The man who can barely teach a defense class without stuttering. The stutter is an act. So is most of his personality, I think. Harry met her eyes. I don't know what he really is yet, but I intend to find out. And you're telling me this because you're useful, smart, observant. And I think you've already figured out that something strange is happening this year. Harry smiled slightly. Also because I need someone I can actually talk to. Playing roles all day gets exhausting. Daphne was quiet for a moment, her frozen expression slowly softening into something more genuine. You really are unusual, Potter. I've met children of great families, heirs to ancient lines, politicians' offspring trained from birth to play the game. None of them are like you. Is that good or bad? I haven't decided yet. She glanced at the Cerberus, then back at him. But I'm willing to find out. Consider me provisionally allied. Harry held out his hand. 2 unusual partnerships. Daphne took it. Her skin was cool, her grip firm. To surviving whatever's coming. They shook once, formally, then turned and walked out together, leaving the sleeping beast and its hidden treasure behind them. An alliance with the Greengrass Heir, Voldemort observed. The political implications are significant, I know. Harry and Daphne parted at a corridor junction, exchanging nods that carried more weight than words. But she's not just useful. She's someone I actually want to know. Sentiment again, strategy with a personal component. There's a difference. Voldemort laughed softly in his mind. If you say so, child. If you say so. December brought snow to Hogwarts and a question Harry hadn't expected what to do for Christmas. The answer, it turned out, was stay at school. The Dursleys hadn't responded to his letter informing them of the holiday break, not that he'd expected them to. And Harry had no desire to return to Privet Drive anyway. Let them enjoy their Harry-free Christmas. He'd enjoy his Dursley-free one. He wasn't alone in staying. A handful of Slytherins remained, including Daphne, whose parents were traveling abroad. A few Gryffindors too, including Ron Weasley, whose family couldn't afford to bring everyone home. Ron had been increasingly friendly since the troll incident, despite their house difference. Harry suspected Hermione had something to do with it. She'd apparently given Ron a thorough lecture about prejudice and house unity. She's mental, Ron said cheerfully one evening when Harry asked. But she's also usually right, so. Christmas morning brought gifts. Actual gifts. More than Harry had ever received in his life. Books from Hermione. Advanced Theory of Defense. I noticed you seem to already know most of the curriculum. A hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley's. Ron's told us so much about you, dear. An expensive-looking quill set from Daphne, no note, but he recognized her handwriting on the tag. And one anonymous package, a cloak that shimmered like liquid moonlight. Harry unfolded it, felt the fabric run through his fingers like water, and watched his hand disappear. Invisibility cloak, Voldemort breathed. And not just any cloak, this is old, powerful. The enchantments are perfect, self-sustaining, ancient beyond measure. Where did it come from? The note says it belonged to your father. One of the Peveril heirlooms, if I'm not mistaken. Voldemort's voice was thoughtful. Dumbledore has had this in his possession since your parents died. He's returning it now. But why? Harry studied the note again. Use it well. He wants you to use it, Voldemort realized. He wants you to sneak around the castle, to discover things, to feel like a rule breaker. It's another way of shaping you. Or maybe it's just a gift. Harry wrapped the cloak around himself and watched his body vanish in the mirror. Either way, I'm keeping it. That night, invisible and silent, Harry explored Hogwarts properly for the first time. He found the mirror of Arised in an abandoned classroom on the 4th floor. The mirror showed him his deepest desire. Dumbledore would explain later, but what Harry saw wasn't what he expected. Not his parents, alive and smiling. Not power or glory or the throne he'd jokingly imagined. He saw himself, older, standing at the center of a group of people who looked at him with respect and loyalty. Hermione was there. Daphne. Others he didn't recognize. And beside him, neither shadow nor servant but equal, stood a figure with red eyes and a face that might have been handsome if it hadn't been so cold. A Voldemort. Standing with him instead of against him. That is unexpected, Voldemort said slowly. Looks like my deepest desire is partnership, Harry thought, staring at the image. Not ruling over people. Not being alone. Just having people who actually chose to be there. The mirror shows fantasy, not reality. What it depicts may not be possible, maybe. Harry reached out to touch the glass, watching his reflection do the same. But it's good to know what I actually want. makes it easier to work toward it. He turned away from the mirror before it could trap him, and headed back to the dormitories. The cloak had already proven useful, and Harry had a feeling it would become even more so in the months ahead. The year continued, classes resumed, the investigation into Quirrell proceeded in fits and starts. The man was paranoid, careful, and never alone long enough for Harry to gather real intelligence. But progress happened in other ways. Hermione formally joined what Daphne sarcastically called Potter's little coalition. Neville Longbottom came next. Recruited after Harry helped him stand up to some older students who'd been bullying him. Blaise Zabini, the most observant Slytherin after Daphne, offered his services as an information broker in exchange for future considerations. "You are building something," Voldemort observed one February evening. "A network. A foundation." "Just making friends," Harry replied innocently. "Friends who happen to include the smartest muggle born in your year. The most politically connected pure blood, and the heir to the Longbottom fortune. Happy coincidence. I taught you better than that." Harry smiled in the darkness of his dormitory. "You taught me everything. And I'm using all of it." Spring arrived with thawing ice and budding flowers, and Harry's first year at Hogwarts began moving toward its climax. The Philosopher's Stone was still hidden beneath the trapdoor. Quirrell was still watching, waiting, planning. Dumbledore was still playing his long game, moving pieces on a board only he could fully see. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the heir of Slytherin's most feared son, the leader of an unlikely alliance, was preparing to make his own move. The first year was almost over, but the game was just beginning. "Are you ready?" Voldemort asked as Harry lay awake the night before exams, reviewing everything he'd learned and everything he still needed to do. "Not yet," Harry admitted. "But I'm getting there. That is all anyone can say. The future is unwritten, child. Even prophecies can be defied. Then let's defy them together." Together, Voldemort agreed, and the word felt like a promise. Outside the window, the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns. Somewhere in the castle, Dumbledore plotted his schemes. Somewhere below, the stone waited for whoever would claim it. And Harry Potter, 11 years old and already more dangerous than anyone knew, closed his eyes and dreamed of the future he would build. One way or another, things were about to change. Chapter 2 and Chapter 30 feet. The lessons begin. Quirrell's classroom smelled wrong. Harry noticed it the moment he walked in for defense against the dark arts on the first Monday of March. A faint undercurrent beneath the garlic that the professor claimed kept vampires at bay. Something rotten. Something hungry. He took his usual seat near the back, Daphne sliding into the chair beside him with practiced grace. Their alliance had solidified over the winter months into something that felt almost like genuine friendship, though neither of them would use that word aloud. "You sense it too," Daphne murmured, barely moving her lips. "The smell. The magic. It's different today." Heavier. She was right. Harry extended his senses carefully, probing the room's magical signature without drawing attention. Quirrell stood at the front, stammering through a lecture on hinkypunks, his turban slightly askew. The turban. Harry's scar burned. Not the gentle warmth he'd grown accustomed to, the constant reminder of his connection to Voldemort. This was sharp, insistent, almost painful. And it spiked every time Quirrell turned his back to the class, every time that purple turban faced Harry directly. "There is something in that turban," Voldemort said, his mental voice unusually tense. "Something that resonates with the fragment of my soul in your scar." Another Horcrux. No, something else. Something. A long pause. "I need to see him more closely. Can you arrange to stay after class?" Harry considered the risks. Quirrell had already tried to kill him once. The Quidditch match proved that. Being alone with him could be dangerous, but information was more dangerous than ignorance in the long run. "Professor." Harry raised his hand when the lecture ended. "I had some questions about the reading. Could I speak with you after class?" Quirrell's stammer intensified. I suppose, yes, Mr. Potter. That would be acceptable." Daphne shot Harry a sharp look as she filed out with the others. He gave her a tiny nod. "I know what I'm doing," and watched her reluctant departure with something like warmth. The classroom emptied. The door swung shut, and Harry was alone with whatever wore Quirrell's face. "Now then," Quirrell said, and his voice had changed completely. No stammer. No nervous tremor. Just cold, smooth certainty. "What questions did you have, Mr. Potter?" Harry's hand drifted toward his wand. "I was curious about the curse on the defense position. You must know about it. This job has a history of not ending well for professors." "Indeed it does." Quirrell turned fully to face him, and Harry noticed that his eyes had changed too. Darker, hungrier. "But I have protection that previous professors lacked." "What kind of protection?" "The curious kind. The kind that notices when young students ask too many questions." Quirrell smiled, and it was wrong, all wrong, a predator's smile on a prey animal's face. "Tell me, Mr. Potter, why did Dumbledore's golden boy end up in Slytherin?" "Be careful," Voldemort warned. "He is probing you, testing your defenses." "I noticed. The hat put me there," Harry said mildly. "Something about ambition." "Ambition?" Quirrell laughed softly. "Yes, I can see that. You hide it well, but it's there. The hunger, the drive, the refusal to be merely what others expect." He took a step closer. Harry's scar screamed. "We're not so different, you and I. Both of us were underestimated. Both of us discovered that power requires sacrifice. And both of us..." Another step. "Both of us carry something inside us that others would fear if they knew." Harry's blood went cold. "He knows," Voldemort breathed. "Or suspects. Be very careful now, child." "I don't know what you mean," Harry said, keeping his voice steady through sheer force of will. "Don't you?" Quirrell's head tilted at an unnatural angle. "I can feel it, you know. The piece of darkness you carry. It calls to me. Or rather..." He reached up and began unwinding his turban. "It calls to my master." The turban fell away. Harry had thought he was prepared for anything. He'd spent months learning about dark magic, about Horcruxes, about the terrible things wizards could do in pursuit of power. He was not prepared for this. The back of Quirrell's head was not a head at all. It was a face, white as chalk, with burning red eyes and slits for nostrils, a face that looked like a snake had tried to become human and hadn't quite managed it. "Harry Potter?" The face whispered. "One meet at last." Harry's mind raced even as his body locked in place. "That's you," he thought at Voldemort. "Another part of you." "How is that?" "I don't know." Voldemort sounded genuinely shaken. "This should not be possible. I am here in your scar, in my Horcruxes. I should not also be." "That?" The face on Quirrell's head smiled. A terrible expression that seemed to split the white skin. "You seem surprised," it said. "Did you think you were special, child? The only one to carry a piece of my soul?" Harry forced his body to move, taking a deliberate step backward. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't insult us both with lies. I can feel the connection. The fragment in your scar sings to me, calls out for reunion." The red eyes burned brighter. "But something is different about you. Something I did not expect. You have been trained." "He senses our lessons," Voldemort said grimly. "The mental discipline, the magical control. He knows you are not the knave child Dumbledore expected." "Quirrell's been teaching me defense all year," Harry said, stalling for time. "I'd hope I've learned something. Not from Quirrell. From something else. Something dark." The face leaned forward, straining against Quirrell's skull. "Who has been whispering in your ear, Harry Potter? Who has been shaping you in the shadows?" This was it. The moment of truth. Harry could lie, deflect, try to maintain his cover. Or he could take a gamble, he said quietly. "Or a part of you has. The piece in my scar we've been talking." The face went very still. "Explain." "Harry, what are you doing? Trust me. The fragment of your soul in my scar," Harry continued, keeping his voice steady. "It's not dormant, it's aware. It's been teaching me. Occlumency, magical theory, the truth about Dumbledore's plans." He met those burning red eyes without flinching. "I'm not your enemy. I'm your heir." Silence stretched between them. Harry could hear his own heartbeat, could feel Voldemort's presence in his mind crackling with tension. Then the face laughed. "Heir," it repeated, savoring the word. "Bold. Very bold. But also very stupid. Why would I want an heir? I am immortal. I have no need of succession. Because immortal doesn't mean omnipotent." Harry said. You're stuck on the back of a professor's head, hiding in a school, trying to steal a rock that might give you a real body. You're not exactly ruling the world right now. Careful, Voldemort warned. The stone is a means to an end, the face hissed. Once you have a proper form, you'll be back where you were 11 years ago. One Dark Lord against an entire world that knows how to fight you. Against Dumbledore, who beat Grindelwald and has spent a decade preparing for your return. Harry shook his head. You need allies. Real allies, not servants who follow out of fear. And you need someone on the inside of Dumbledore's plans. And that someone is you. I'm the boy who lived, the symbol of Light's victory. Dumbledore has been grooming me since birth to be his weapon. Harry smiled thinly. What better spy could you possibly find? The face studied him for a long moment. Harry kept his occlumency shields locked tight, showing only what he wanted to show: ambition, confidence, calculated self-interest. You would betray Dumbledore. The face asked finally. Betray everything the Light stands for. The Light abandoned me to abusive muggles for 10 years. Dumbledore could have placed me anywhere. Magical families would have fought for the honor of raising me. Instead, he chose a cupboard under the stairs. Harry let some of his real anger seep through. I don't owe the Light anything, and I especially don't owe it my life, which is what Dumbledore eventually plans to take. The prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. Dumbledore thinks that means I need to kill you or die trying. But prophecies can be interpreted many ways. Harry took a step closer, ignoring the flare of pain in his scar. What if neither can live means neither can leave separately? What if survival requires cooperation instead of conflict? That is not the worst interpretation, Voldemort admitted. Though I had not considered it before. The face on Quirrell's head seemed to be considering it now. The red eyes flickered between skepticism and interest. You are clever, it admitted. More clever than I expected. But cleverness is not enough. If you wish to prove your value, you must demonstrate it. How? The stone. I have been unable to retrieve it. Dumbledore's protections are formidable, and my current host is... The face twisted with disgust. You, however, are a student. You have access I do not. Help me obtain the stone, and I will consider your proposal. Don't agree immediately, Voldemort counseled. He expects negotiation. Anything less will seem suspicious. If I help you get the stone, what do I receive in return? Your life, for one thing. I could kill you now, Potter, and absorb the fragment you carry. It would strengthen me considerably. I would also destroy part of your soul. You'd be diminishing yourself to gain what, exactly? A momentary boost. Harry shook his head. You're smarter than that. We both know the piece in my scar is more valuable intact than destroyed. Then what do you want? Knowledge. Power. The ability to protect myself from both you and Dumbledore. Harry's eyes hardened. I want to stop being a pawn in everyone else's game. If helping you gets me closer to that, fine. But I won't be traded from one master to another. You would dare to make demands of Lord Voldemort. I would dare to negotiate a mutually beneficial arrangement. There's a difference. Harry held his ground despite every instinct screaming at him to run. The fragment in my scar, your fragment, has been advising me for months. It sees value in partnership rather than domination. Maybe you should consider why. The face went very still again. When it spoke, its voice was softer, more thoughtful. You speak with the confidence of one who believes they hold leverage. But you are an 11-year-old child facing the most powerful dark wizard in generations. What leverage could you possibly hold? Harry smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. Dumbledore doesn't know about our connection. He suspects you exist somewhere, but he doesn't know where or in what form. If I walked out of this room and told him exactly what I'd seen, you would never leave this room. Quirrell needs to return to his quarters eventually. The other professors will notice if he doesn't appear for dinner, and the wards on this castle would alert Dumbledore the moment you tried anything overtly violent. Harry shrugged. You could kill me, yes, but the cost would be enormous. Discovery, exposure, the stone forever out of reach. The face stared at him with something that might have been respect. You have thought this through. I've had good teachers. Harry met those red eyes steadily. Do we have a deal? I help you with the stone, you help me grow stronger. Mutual benefit, mutual risk. Another long pause. Harry could practically feel the calculations happening behind those burning eyes. We have a provisional arrangement. The face said finally. Bring me information about the stone's defenses. Prove your usefulness, and then we will discuss terms more permanently. Agreed. The face smiled its terrible smile. You may go, Harry Potter. But remember, I will be watching, and if you betray me, I won't. Harry turned toward the door, then paused. One more thing. The fragment in my scar. Do you know how it gained awareness? How it became capable of independent thought? No, the face admitted. That should not be possible. Horcruxes are vessels, not consciousnesses. Then maybe we're both dealing with something neither of us fully understands. Harry opened the door. Something to consider. He walked out without looking back, heart pounding, mind racing, Voldemort's voice a constant presence in his thoughts. That was either the most brilliant or the most foolish thing you have ever done. We'll find out which soon enough, Harry thought back. But at least now we know what we're dealing with. A fragment of myself that has somehow gained independent existence, attached to a servant who is desperate enough to attempt stealing from Dumbledore's own castle. Voldemort paused. The question is whether this other self can be trusted, or whether he has become something entirely different from what I was. Does it matter? Either way, he's a variable we need to account for. Harry ducked into an empty classroom to compose himself before anyone saw him. And right now, he thinks I'm on his side. Are you? Harry considered the question seriously. The thing on Quirrell's head was Voldemort, or a version of him anyway. The same being who had murdered his parents, destroyed his childhood, set in motion every tragedy Harry had ever experienced. But it was also a potential ally against Dumbledore, a source of knowledge and power, a path to the freedom Harry craved. I'm on my side, he thought finally, and I'll work with whoever helps me stay there. A very Slytherin answer. I've been told I'm in the right house. Daphne was waiting for him in the common room, her expression carefully blank, but her eyes sharp with worry. You were gone for 40 minutes, she said quietly, falling into step beside him as he headed for his dormitory. What happened? Harry glanced around. The common room was mostly empty. Most students were at lunch, but mostly wasn't completely. Later, he murmured. Somewhere private. They ended up in an unused classroom on the dungeon level, one of many abandoned spaces Hogwarts seemed to accumulate. Harry cast the privacy charms Voldemort had taught him while Daphne watched with raised eyebrows. Those are NW-level spells. I've been practicing. Harry turned to face her. What I'm about to tell you doesn't leave this room, ever. Do you understand? You're frightening me, Potter. Good. You should be frightened. He took a breath. Quirrell has Voldemort attached to the back of his head. They're sharing a body, and I just had a conversation with both of them. Daphne's mask cracked completely. Her face went pale, her composure shattering like glass. You what? That's not. She stopped, visibly collecting herself. Explain. Everything now. Harry did. The confrontation, the revelation, the bargain he'd struck. He left out the details about the Horcrux in his scar. Some secrets were too dangerous to share. But he told her enough to understand the situation. When he finished, Daphne was silent for a long moment. You made a deal with the Dark Lord, she said finally. The Dark Lord who murdered your parents, who terrorized magical Britain for decades, who tried to kill you as an infant. I made a provisional arrangement with a fragment of him who currently has no power, no body, and no options except me or Dumbledore. Harry shrugged. Given those alternatives, I chose to be useful rather than eliminated. And when he has power again, when he doesn't need you anymore, then I'll need to have something else he wants. Power of my own. Alliances. Resources. Harry met her eyes. That's where you come in. You're a greengrass. Your family has survived every magical conflict for generations by being too valuable to destroy. You know how to make yourself indispensable. Harry smiled slightly. Teach me. Daphne stared at him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed. "You're insane," she said. "Completely, utterly insane. You're 11 years old and you're trying to play both sides of a war that hasn't even started yet." "Is that a no?" "It's an observation." She shook her head slowly. "My mother would tell me to run. My father would say the same. Greengrasses don't take risks like this." "Then why are you still standing here?" Another long pause. When Daphne spoke again, her voice was softer, more real. "Because you're the most interesting person I've ever met. Because something is coming, something big. Something that will reshape everything, and you're going to be at the center of it." She took a step closer. "And because I don't want to be a spectator when the world changes, I want to be part of making it happen. Even if it's dangerous. Especially if it's dangerous." Her eyes gleamed. "What's the point of being clever if you never use it?" Harry held out his hand. "Partners, then. For real this time." Daphne took it. Her grip was firm, her skin cool, her gaze steady. Partners. The following weeks were a masterclass in deception. Harry fed Quirrell, or rather, the thing riding Quirrell, carefully selected information about the stone's protections. Some of it was accurate: the Cerberus, the trapdoor, the general structure of the defenses. Some of it was incomplete. Harry discovered details about some protections while remaining unable to penetrate others. "You are playing a dangerous game," Voldemort observed. "If he realizes you're manipulating him, he won't. He sees what he expects to see: a clever child trying to prove his worth." Harry smiled grimly. "Besides, I'm not lying. I'm just curating the truth." The truth was that Harry had no intention of actually helping the Wraith get the stone. The Philosopher's Stone could grant immortality, true, but it could also restore Voldemort to full power far too quickly for Harry's plans. Better to let him think progress was being made while Harry built his own power base. When the inevitable confrontation came, with Dumbledore, with Voldemort, with all of them, Harry intended to be ready. His lessons with the fragment in his scar continued, though they had taken on a new dimension. Knowing that another version of Voldemort existed, that the soul piece he'd been learning from might not be the only one with opinions, changed things. "You and the thing on Quirrell's head," Harry thought one evening. "You're both Voldemort. But you're different. We are fragments of the same whole." Voldemort agreed, "But separation changes things. I have had 10 years to think, to reflect, to watch you grow. He has had those same years attached to servants, plotting revenge, growing more desperate." A pause. "We have diverged. Do you want to reunite with him?" "I do not know. Reunion would restore my power, my knowledge, my capabilities. But it would also mean giving up what I have become." Voldemort's voice was thoughtful. "This existence, sharing a mind with you, teaching and learning, watching potential unfold, has value I did not anticipate. Perhaps more value than raw power." That sounds almost sentimental. It sounds practical. A reunited Voldemort would be stronger in magic but weaker in wisdom. The mistakes that led to my fall, the arrogance, the single-minded obsession with immortality, the failure to understand love as a force. Those were the thoughts of a unified whole. Perhaps fragmentation has granted perspective my original self lacked. Harry considered this. The idea that Voldemort, the terror of magical Britain, the murderer of his parents, had grown through their connection was strange. Even stranger was the fact that Harry believed it. "So what do you want?" Harry asked. "If you could choose any outcome, what would it be?" "I want to exist," Voldemort said simply. "I want to see what you become. I want to know if the partnership we have built can create something greater than either of us could alone." A pause. "I want to matter for something other than destruction." It was the most honest thing the Dark Lord had ever said to him. "Then help me survive this year," Harry thought. "Help me handle the Wraith and Dumbledore, and everyone else who wants to use me. And we'll figure out the rest together." Together, Voldemort agreed, an unusual word coming from either of us. We're unusual people. That we are, child. That we are. April arrived with blooming flowers and mounting tension. Harry's information had led the Wraith to believe that the stone's final protection was a magical mirror. The mirror of Arised. which Harry had encountered at Christmas. This was true, and Harry had shared it because he knew it wouldn't help. The mirror only yielded the stone to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. The Wraith, desperate for immortality, could stare at that mirror for centuries without success. But Dumbledore didn't know Harry knew about the mirror, which meant Dumbledore might try to use it against him too. He intends for you to retrieve the stone, Voldemort guessed. He has been setting this up all year. The hints, the warnings, the careful placement of clues. He wants you to discover the threat and heroically stop it. Another test for his weapon. Precisely. And at the end, when you face the Wraith, he will watch to see what you do. Whether you fight, whether you fall, whether you prove yourself worthy of his continued investment. What if I do something he doesn't expect? Then you become a variable. And Dumbledore does not like variables. Harry thought about this during his classes, his meals, his Quidditch practices. The year was ending. The confrontation was approaching. Everything he'd worked for, every lesson, every alliance, every careful deception, would come to a head soon. He needed to be ready. Potter. Hermione caught him in the library one afternoon, her face flushed with excitement. I've figured it out. Figured what out? The defenses. I've been researching. There are 7 chambers beneath the trapdoor, each created by a different professor. She unrolled a parchment covered in her neat handwriting. Fluffy guards the entrance. Then there's Sprout's Devil's Snare, Flitwick's Flying Keys, McGonagall's Chess Set, Quirrell's Troll. Wait. Harry frowned. Quirrell has a defense. A troll, yes. It's in the records, if you know where to look. Hermione pointed to a line on her parchment. Then Snape's logic puzzle with potions, and finally Dumbledore's contribution. The mirror. Harry stared at the parchment, mind racing. Quirrell had a troll in the chambers, which meant he had access to the defenses. Which meant, the Halloween troll, he said slowly. That's how it got into the castle. Quirrell brought it in, probably as a backup for his own protection, then let it loose as a distraction. Hermione's eyes widened. You think Professor Quirrell let the troll in deliberately? I think Professor Quirrell is not what he appears to be. Harry met her eyes. Hermione, I need to tell you something. But you have to promise, absolutely promise, that you won't go to a teacher with this. Harry, if a professor is dangerous, Dumbledore already knows. He's been watching Quirrell all year, and he's not going to do anything about it because he wants to see what happens. Harry took a breath. He's using all of us as chess pieces, Hermione. You, me, everyone in this school. We're just moves in his game. Hermione went very still. How do you know that? Because I've been paying attention. Harry pulled her into a more private corner of the library. Think about it. The stone was in Gringotts, the most secure vault in Britain. Dumbledore moves it to Hogwarts, a school full of children, and then drops hints about the 3rd floor corridor at the welcome feast. He wants people to investigate. He wants me to investigate. But why? Because he needs to know what I'll do when I face Voldemort. Whether I'll fight, whether I'll win, whether I'm ready to be his weapon. Harry's voice hardened. I'm tired of being tested, Hermione. I'm tired of being manipulated. And when the confrontation comes, and it will come, soon, I'm going to do something neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort expects. What? I'm going to win on my own terms. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. What do you need me to do? The weeks that followed were a blur of preparation. Daphne worked her contacts among the pure blood families, gathering information about the political landscape Harry would need to navigate after this year ended. Whatever happened with the stone, word would get out eventually. Harry needed to be positioned correctly when it did. Hermione researched every defense between them and the mirror, compiling detailed strategies for each one. She was meticulous, thorough, and absolutely relentless once she set her mind to something. Neville, surprisingly, turned out to be their expert on herbology. His knowledge of Devil's Snare, its weaknesses, its behavior, its vulnerabilities was encyclopedic. And Harry practiced. He practiced his occlumency until his mental defenses could withstand anything short of direct assault. He practiced the spells Voldemort had taught him, The ones that didn't register on ministry sensors, the ones that could incapacitate or protect or destroy as needed. He practiced flying until he could navigate blind, practiced quick, drawing his wand until it was as natural as breathing. You are preparing for war, Voldemort observed. I'm preparing to survive, Harry corrected. There's a difference. Is there? The answer came on a Thursday evening in late May. Harry was walking back from the library when he felt at the sudden, urgent pulse of his scar, stronger than ever before. Not pain, communication. The Wraith was calling him. He found Quirrell waiting in an empty classroom, the professor's face twisted with barely contained excitement. Tonight, the face on the back of his head hissed. Dumbledore has left the castle. Urgent business at the ministry. The path is clear. Harry's heart rate spiked. You're moving now. We may not get another chance. The old fool watches too closely. The red eyes burned. You will come with me. You will help me pass the defenses. And when we have the stone, we will discuss your future in my service. In his service, Voldemort noted dryly. Not as his partner. He never intended to honor your arrangement, I know. Harry kept his face neutral. But I need to be there. I need to see this through. I'll need a few minutes, Harry said aloud. To prepare. You have 1 hour. Meet me at the 3rd floor corridor. The face smiled its terrible smile. Do not be late, Harry Potter. Do not disappoint me. Harry nodded and left without running. 1 hour. He had 1 hour to gather his allies, finalize his plans, and prepare for a confrontation that would shape the rest of his life. It wasn't enough time. It would have to be. You're sure about this? Daphne asked as they gathered in their usual abandoned classroom. I'm sure it's happening whether I'm ready or not. Harry checked his wand, his supplies, the emergency portkey he'd spent weeks constructing. The question is whether I go in blind or with backup. We could tell McGonagall. Neville offered hesitantly. She's strict, but she'd listen. She'd tell Dumbledore. And Dumbledore wants this to happen. Harry shook his head. No, we handle this ourselves. What about the Wraith? Hermione asked. If Voldemort is really attached to Quirrell's head, how do you plan to deal with him? Carefully, Harry smiled without humor. The thing on Quirrell's head thinks I'm his ally. I'm going to let him keep thinking that until the last possible moment. And then I'm going to take the stone, destroy it if I can, and make sure neither Voldemort nor Dumbledore can use it. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. This isn't about defeating the Dark Lord or saving the school. This is about making sure I'm not a pawn in anyone's game anymore. Silence fell over the group. Then Daphne smiled, a real smile, sharp and fierce. I always knew you were interesting, Potter. But this is beyond anything I imagined. Same, Neville said quietly. I'm in. Obviously I'm in, Hermione added. Though I reserve the right to lecture you about recklessness afterward. Harry looked at his allies, his friends, if he was being honest, and felt something warm bloom in his chest. All right then, he said. Let's go steal a stone. The Cerberus was already asleep when they arrived, harp music drifting from an enchanted instrument someone had left behind. Quirrell's work, presumably. He's already started, Harry murmured. Let's go. They dropped through the trapdoor one by one, landing in the mass of writhing vines below. Devil's Snare, exactly as Hermione's research had predicted. Don't panic, Neville called, his voice steady despite the tendrils wrapping around his legs. It responds to struggle. Just relax and... The vines released them, dropping them onto cold stone beneath. Let it think you're not a threat, Neville finished, grinning. Piece of cake. The flying keys were next, swarming through a high, ceilinged chamber like angry birds. Harry spotted the right one immediately, large, silver. One wing bent as if someone had already grabbed it and let go. Brooms, Hermione said, pointing to a collection of ancient school brooms against the wall. We need to catch it. I've got this. Harry mounted the least decrepit broom and kicked off, his seeker instincts taking over. The swarm converged on him, scratching and battering, but he wove through them with ease. The silver key dodged and weaved, but Harry was better. He'd trained against bludgers and opponent chasers. A single key was nothing. He snatched it from the air and dove back to his friends, landing hard but triumphant. Show off. Daphne muttered, but she was smiling. The chess set was massive, the pieces carved from black and white stone, each one taller than Harry. The board stretched before them like a battlefield. I hate wizard chess. Neville groaned. Fortunately, I don't. Ron Weasley's voice came from the doorway behind them. What? You didn't think I'd let you have all the fun, did you? Harry blinked. How did you? Hermione left her notes in the common room. Took me about 5 minutes to figure out what you were planning. Ron shrugged, ears pink but expression determined. I'm rubbish at most things, but chess I can do. An unexpected addition, Voldemort observed. But potentially useful. Fine, Harry said. Ron, you're in charge. Get us across. What followed was the most intense chess game Harry had ever witnessed. Ron commanded them like a general, sacrificing pieces, positioning their pawns, thinking 3 moves ahead of the enchanted opponents. Twice, Harry had to dodge attacks aimed at him. Once, Hermione nearly got hit by a rogue bishop, but Ron got them through. Go, he said, panting, standing on a square that left him vulnerable to the enemy queen. I'll hold her off. Just finish this. Ron, I'll be fine. This is what I'm good for. He grinned shakily. Make it count, Potter. The queen struck. Ron fell. But the pathway to the far door stood open. Harry led the others through, trying not to think about whether Ron was okay. They'd come back for him. They'd all get out of this. They had to. The troll chamber was already dealt with. The massive creature lay unconscious on the floor, surrounded by the debris of Quirrell's passage. The potions chamber was next, and this one stopped them cold. 7 bottles on a table. Purple flames blocking the way forward, black flames blocking the way back. And a riddle that Hermione solved in about 30 seconds. This one, she said, pointing to the smallest bottle. But there's only enough for 1 person. Harry looked at the bottle, then at his friends. You all need to go back, he said quietly. Check on Ron. Get to safety. Harry. Hermione started. This is my fight. It always has been. He took the bottle from the table. You've done everything I asked. Now let me finish it. Daphne stepped forward, her expression unreadable. If you die in there, I'm going to be very annoyed. Noted. And if you live, you're going to tell me everything. No more secrets. Deal. She nodded once, then did something unexpected. She hugged him, brief and fierce, before pulling back with her mask firmly in place. Good luck, Potter. Hermione hugged him too, longer and tighter. Be careful, please. Neville just clasped his shoulder, eyes serious. You've got this. Harry watched them retreat through the black flames, 3 shapes disappearing into shadow. Then he turned, drank the potion, and walked through the purple fire to face whatever waited beyond. The final chamber was smaller than Harry expected. Just a circular room, a single mirror standing in its center, and Quirrell already there, staring at his own reflection with naked desperation. I see myself presenting the stone to my master, Quirrell muttered, but I cannot reach it. The mirror shows but does not give. Perhaps you're asking wrong. Quirrell spun, and Harry got his first good look at the man's face. The nervous professor was completely gone, replaced by something cold and hungry and barely human. Potter, you made it. The face on the back of Quirrell's head smiled. I was beginning to think you'd failed. The defenses were exactly as I described. Harry walked forward slowly, hands empty, posture relaxed. I told you I could be useful. So you did. And now you can prove it. Quirrell stepped aside, gesturing to the mirror. Look, tell me what you see. Harry approached the mirror of Arised, his heart pounding despite his careful calm. He'd seen this mirror once before, at Christmas. Then it had shown him surrounded by allies, by family, by Voldemort himself standing at his side. What would it show him now? He looked. The reflection smiled back at him. The same face, the same lightning scar, but somehow older. More confident. The reflection reached into its pocket, pulled out something red and gleaming, and winked. Then it put the stone back. Harry felt a weight settle in his own pocket. The stone. The mirror had given him the stone because he wanted to find it, wanted to keep it safe, wanted to destroy it rather than use it. Well, Quirrell demanded, what do you see? I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. Harry lied smoothly. I've won the House Cup for Slytherin. Lees. The Wraith's voice was sharp. He lies, Quirrell. Seize him. Quirrell lunged forward, hands outstretched, and recoiled screaming as his flesh made contact with Harry's skin. Blisters erupted across Quirrell's palms, red and raw and smoking. He staggered backward, staring at his ruined hands in disbelief. What magic is this? The protection my mother left me, Harry said, understanding flooding through him. Voldemort had mentioned it. The sacrifice, the shield of blood and love. You can't touch me without burning.
Kaluim!
The Wraith shrieked. Kael Himu. Quirrell raised his wand with trembling, blistered hands. Harry moved. Not for his own wand. There wasn't time for that. He simply threw himself forward, hands outstretched, and grabbed Quirrell's face. The professor screamed. It was the worst sound Harry had ever heard. Quirrell's skin crackled and blackened beneath Harry's palms, the Wraith's howl of rage mixing with his host's agony. Harry held on, forcing himself not to look away, not to let go, not to show mercy to the thing that had killed his parents. And then, suddenly, it was over. Quirrell crumbled to ash beneath Harry's hands. The Wraith, the fragment of Voldemort that had haunted the professor all year, tore itself free with a shriek of fury and despair, a dark shape that rushed through Harry like ice water before vanishing into the night. Harry stood alone in the chamber, the Philosopher's Stone heavy in his pocket, his hands covered in the remains of a dead man. Harry. Voldemort's voice was gentle. It's done. Is he dead? The Wraith dispersed. He will need years to recover, if he can recover at all. A pause. You did well, child. Better than I dared hope. Harry looked down at his hands. At the ash. At everything he had done and everything that was still to come. Then he took the stone from his pocket, placed it carefully on the floor, and raised his wand. Reducto. The Philosopher's Stone shattered into 1,000 fragments, each one crumbling to dust as the ancient magic binding them finally let go.
What are you doing?
Making sure no one can use it. Not Dumbledore, not Voldemort, not anyone. Harry watched the dust settle. The elixir of life isn't worth the wars that would be fought over it. You just destroyed the key to immortality. I destroyed a crutch. If you want to live forever, find a better way. Harry turned toward the exit, one that doesn't require hiding stones in schools full of children. Voldemort was silent for a long moment. You continue to surprise me, Harry Potter. Good. That's the idea. Harry walked out of the chamber, through the flames, past the unconscious troll, over the ruined chessboard where Ron was already sitting up and groaning. His friends were waiting for him. Hermione crying with relief, Daphne expressionless but eyes bright, Neville grinning like a fool. You did it, Hermione breathed. You actually did it? We did it, Harry corrected. I couldn't have gotten here without all of you. What about the stone? Daphne asked. And Quirrell? Quirrell is dead. And the stone? Harry shrugged. I destroyed it. Seemed safer that way. Daphne stared at him. You destroyed the Philosopher's Stone. The key to immortality. The most valuable magical artifact in existence. Yes. You are absolutely insane, so I've been told. Harry smiled despite his exhaustion. Come on. Let's get out of here before Dumbledore gets back. They made their way up through the trapdoor, past the sleeping Cerberus, out into the corridor beyond. The castle was quiet around them, the hour late, the confrontation over. Harry Potter had faced the Dark Lord and won. But somehow, he suspected. This was only the beginning. Dumbledore found him in the hospital wing the next morning. The headmaster looked old in the pale light. Older than Harry had ever seen him, the usual twinkle in his eyes replaced by something searching and uncertain. Harry, Dumbledore said, settling into a chair beside the bed. How are you feeling? Tired? Harry sat up slowly, wincing at muscles that ached from the night's exertion. But alive. Indeed you are. Against considerable odds. Dumbledore studied him with those penetrating blue eyes. I must confess, I did not expect you to destroy the stone. I know. You knew. I know you've been testing me all year. Setting up challenges, dropping hints. Waiting to see what I would do. Harry met the old man's gaze without flinching. The stone was never about protecting it from Voldemort. It was about seeing whether I was worthy of your investment. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "You are more perceptive than I anticipated," he said finally. "I had thought you would need more time to develop. I had good teachers." "Yes, I imagine you did." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "The fragment of Voldemort in your scar. You've been communicating with it, haven't you?" Harry's blood went cold, but he kept his expression calm. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Harry?" Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. "I have suspected since Halloween. The way you've been hiding your abilities, the unusual speed of your development, the Slytherin sorting that made no sense given your parents' histories. Something has been influencing you." "He knows," Harry thought. "He knows, and he's been watching this whole time." "Not everything," Voldemort replied. "He suspects, but he does not know the extent." "Stay calm." "There's something in my head," Harry admitted slowly. "I've felt it since I was a child. I thought it was just me being strange, being different, and now I know it's a piece of Voldemort. The night he tried to kill me, part of him got stuck in my scar." Harry looked down at his hands. "It's been talking to me, teaching me, showing me things." Dumbledore's face was unreadable. "And what has it taught you?" "Occlumency. History. How to recognize when I'm being manipulated." Harry looked up, meeting those blue eyes. "It told me about the Dursleys. About how you placed me there deliberately. About the blood wards that fed on my suffering." Something flickered in Dumbledore's expression. "Guilt, maybe." "The wards were necessary," he said quietly. "They kept you safe from Voldemort's followers, from those who would have harmed you. They kept me miserable. Alone. Broken." Harry's voice was flat. "And you knew. You had Mrs. Fig watching the whole time. You could have intervened, but you didn't. I made a choice. You made a calculation. I was more useful to you damaged than healthy. A desperate child, grateful for any rescue. Easy to shape into whatever weapon you needed." Harry shook his head slowly. "The voice in my head might be a fragment of a Dark Lord, Professor, but at least it's been honest with me." Dumbledore sat back as if struck. "You believe the fragment over me. I believe the fragment has never pretended to be anything other than what it is. Can you say the same?" The silence stretched between them. Harry could see Dumbledore thinking, recalculating, adjusting whatever plans he'd made. "What do you want, Harry?" Dumbledore asked finally. "What would satisfy you?" "Freedom. Real freedom. Not the illusion of choice while you pull strings from behind the curtain." Harry sat up straighter. "I know about the prophecy. I know you expect me to either kill Voldemort or die trying. But I refuse to be a sacrifice. For you, for the light, for anyone. The prophecy can be interpreted many ways. And I intend to find an interpretation that doesn't end with me dead." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then unexpectedly, he smiled, a sad, small smile that held none of his usual warmth. "Lily would be proud of you," he said softly. "She had the same fire, the same refusal to accept the roles others assigned her. You knew my mother. I taught her. Watched her grow from a brilliant young witch into a remarkable woman." Dumbledore's eyes glistened. "And I failed her, in the end. As I have failed you." It was the last thing Harry expected to hear. "Professor. I convinced myself that the greater good required your suffering, that the protection of the blood wards was worth the cost." Dumbledore shook his head. "But I see now that I was making excuses. I was doing what was convenient rather than what was right. Is this an apology?" "It is an admission of fault. Whether you accept it as an apology is up to you." Dumbledore stood slowly, suddenly looking every one of his many years. "I cannot change the past, Harry, but I can offer you something for the future." "What?" "A choice. A real one, not the manipulated options I have given you before." Dumbledore met his eyes. "At the end of this year, you may return to the Dursleys or not, as you wish. The blood wards are no longer necessary. Voldemort's defeat tonight, however temporary, has bought you time. Where would I go instead? Anywhere you choose. Any family that would take you. Or, if you prefer, you may remain at Hogwarts over the summer." Dumbledore paused. "I would recommend the latter. The castle has resources you may find valuable, libraries, training facilities, professors willing to teach you privately." Harry stared at him. "You're just letting me go. No strings. I am trying to do better than I have done. Dumbledore turned toward the door. You were right about one thing, Harry. I have treated you as a chess piece rather than a person. Perhaps it is time I remembered that even pawns have the potential to become queens. He left without another word. Harry sat alone in the hospital wing, his mind racing. That was unexpected, Voldemort observed. I did not think the old man capable of genuine remorse. Neither did I. Harry stared at the empty doorway. Do you think he means it? I think he believes he means it, which is not the same thing. But it may be useful regardless. A pause. You have won something tonight, child. Not the war, that continues. But this battle is yours. Harry nodded slowly. Then he lay back against the pillows and closed his eyes. Tomorrow he would plan. Tomorrow, he would strategize and scheme and prepare for the next phase of whatever game they were all playing. But tonight, he would rest. He had earned that much. At least. Chapter 3 id Chapter 40 Blood and Inheritance. The summer passed in a blur of books and training and blessed, impossible freedom. Harry had taken Dumbledore's offer, staying at Hogwarts while the other students scattered to their families. The castle felt different, empty, its corridors echoing with centuries of magic instead of teenage chatter. Harry explored every corner, discovered hidden rooms the house elves had forgotten, and spent long hours in the restricted section of the library with special permission from McGonagall. You are progressing faster than I anticipated, Voldemort observed one July evening as Harry practiced silent casting in an unused classroom. Your magical core has strengthened considerably since first year. Good food, no beatings, and actual sleep. Harry sent a wordless stunner at a practice dummy, watching it crumple satisfyingly. Amazing what decent living conditions can do. Indeed. Though I suspect your natural talent plays a role as well. The lessons had evolved over the summer. With no classes to attend and no eyes watching, Harry could practice things that would have drawn immediate attention during term. Wandless magic, still weak, but growing. Advanced defensive spells. The beginnings of curse, breaking theory. And, most importantly, the mental arts. Legilimency is the natural counterpart to occlumency, Voldemort explained during one late-night session. Where occlumency protects your mind, legilimency allows you to read others. The truly skilled can do both simultaneously, defending their own thoughts while attacking their opponents. How do I practice without a target? The house, elves. Their minds are simpler than human minds, easier to read without causing harm. They will not even notice the intrusion if you are gentle. Harry had felt guilty about it at first, but the skills were too valuable to ignore, and he made sure to treat the elves well in compensation, complimenting their work, learning their names, remembering that they were people even if the wizarding world refused to see them that way. By August, he could catch surface thoughts from most creatures within a few feet. Emotions were easier. He could sense fear, anger, joy radiating from people like heat from a fire. Full memories remained beyond him, but Voldemort assured him that would come with time. You are 12 years old, and already more skilled than most adult legilimens, the Dark Lord noted with something like pride. If you continue at this rate, you will be a master before you graduate. Assuming I survive that long. Yes, assuming that. The summer also brought letters, dozens of them, from people Harry had never met who wanted to meet him. Invitations to pure, blood gatherings, requests for interviews, offers of adoption or apprenticeship or alliance. Harry read them all, responded to none, and filed the information away for future reference. Daphne wrote twice a week, her letters carefully coded in a cipher they developed together. She reported on the pure blood social scene. Who was rising? Who was falling? Which families had noticed Harry's unusual summer arrangements? The Greengrasses are hosting their annual August ball. She wrote in one letter. My parents have expressed interest in meeting you. I told them you were unavailable, but they will likely extend a formal invitation for Christmas. Be prepared. Hermione's letters were more straightforward. Recommendations for reading, questions about his studies, excited reports about her own summer projects. She'd apparently convinced her parents to let her take extra lessons in magical theory, and her enthusiasm, practically vibrated off the parchment. "I've been thinking about House, Elf rights," she wrote in one particularly lengthy message. "Did you know they're not even classified as beings under ministry law?
They're considered property."
It's barbaric, Harry. Someone needs to do something about it." Harry smiled at that one. Hermione's moral outrage was predictable but genuine. He filed it away as something to potentially support later. Not because he particularly cared about house elves, but because Hermione did, and keeping his allies happy was strategically sound. September arrived before Harry felt ready for it. The Hogwarts Express was chaos as usual, but Harry had secured a compartment early with Daphne and Blaise Zabini. The three Slytherins sat in comfortable silence while the train pulled away from platform 9 and 3/4. "You look different," Daphne observed, studying him with sharp eyes. "Taller, more present." "I've had a productive summer, so I gathered from your complete lack of correspondence. I wrote you twice a week. You sent me intelligence reports. That's not the same as writing." But she was smiling slightly, which Harry had learned was her version of genuine warmth. Blaise lounged in the corner. Dark eyes missing nothing. "The rumor mill says you spent the entire summer at Hogwarts. Unprecedented for a second year. The rumor mill is well informed. It also says Dumbledore gave you special access to the restricted section." Blaise's eyebrow arched. "Care to comment?" "No." "Fascinating." Blaise grinned lazily. "You've gotten better at the game, Potter. First year, you would have deflected that question. Now you just refuse to answer entirely. I'm a quick learner." The compartment door slid open before anyone could respond, revealing Draco Malfoy flanked by his usual thugs. But something was different about Malfoy this year. He looked tired, his usual sneer replaced by something more complicated. "Potter," he said, stepping inside without invitation, "we need to talk." "Do we?" My father was not pleased with how last year ended. A first year destroying a dark artifact, killing a professor, allegedly defeating the Dark Lord himself. Malfoy's voice tightened. It raised questions. About loyalties, about the future. Harry studied him carefully. "And what conclusion did your father reach?" "That you're either a threat to be eliminated, or an asset to be acquired." "He hasn't decided which." Malfoy met his eyes. "I'm supposed to get close to you this year. Report on your activities. Help him make that decision." "Interesting," Voldemort murmured. The young Malfoy is being honest about his assignment. Either he's very stupid or very clever, or very desperate, Harry thought back. Look at him. He's terrified. Harry leaned forward. "And why are you telling me this?" "Because I spent the summer thinking about what you said on the train." "About thinking for myself." Malfoy's jaw tightened. "My father has plans, everyone has plans. I'm tired of being a piece in someone else's game." "That sounds familiar." "I thought it might." Malfoy glanced at Daphne and Blaise, then back at Harry. "I'm not asking to join your little coalition, or whatever you're building. But I am asking for an understanding. I'll tell my father what he expects to hear. In return, you don't blindside me when things inevitably explode." Daphne's eyes had gone sharp with interest. Blaise looked like he was watching a particularly entertaining duel. Harry considered the offer carefully. Draco Malfoy was arrogant, prejudiced, and fundamentally unreliable. But he was also connected to Lucius Malfoy, who was connected to the old Death Eater networks, who were connected to whatever remained of Voldemort's power structure. "I'll consider it," Harry said finally. "But consideration isn't agreement. You want an understanding, you'll have to earn it." "How?" "Prove you can actually think for yourself. Make one decision, one real decision, that your father wouldn't approve of." Harry smiled thinly. "Then we'll talk." Malfoy stared at him for a long moment. Then he nodded once, sharply, and left with his thugs trailing behind. "Well," Blaise said into the silence. "That was unexpected." Malfoy showing spine. Daphne shook her head slowly. "I didn't think he had it in him." "Everyone has spine," Harry said. "Most people just never find a reason to use it." Second year began with an ominous announcement at the welcome feast. The legendary Chamber of Secrets had been opened. The Chamber of Secrets is said to be the hidden legacy of Salazar Slytherin. Dumbledore told the assembled students, his voice grave. According to legend, it contains a monster that only his true heir can control, a monster that will purge the school of all those Slytherin deemed unworthy. Whispers swept through the great hall. Harry caught fragments, Muggle, Borns, Heir of Slytherin monster, and felt his scar tingle with interest. The chamber is real, Voldemort confirmed. I opened it myself 50 years ago. The monster within is a basilisk, a giant serpent whose gaze can kill. You opened it. How? I am the Heir of Slytherin through my mother's line. The Gaunts were direct descendants, though they had fallen far from their ancestors' glory by the time I was born. A pause. The entrance is in a girl's bathroom on the second floor. A sink marked with a serpent. And the basilisk. Still there, presumably. I commanded it to sleep until called again. Harry filed this information away as the feast continued. If the chamber had been opened again, someone else was controlling the basilisk. Someone who either shared Slytherin's blood or had found another way to command the creature. The attacks began in October. Mrs. Norris was the first victim, Filch's cat, found hanging from a torch bracket with a message scrawled on the wall beside her: THECHMBR, OFSCSSB openity, INMIS OFTSEIR belavor. Harry examined the scene before the professors arrived, using the crowds of students as cover. The cat wasn't dead. Dumbledore would later confirm she was petrified, not killed. But the method was unmistakable. Indirect exposure to the basilisk's gaze, Voldemort explained. Looking at the reflection rather than the eyes directly, it suggests the serpent is moving through the castle, possibly through the plumbing. Can you contact it? Command it to stop, not without revealing my existence. And besides, Voldemort paused, considering. This may be an opportunity. Whoever has opened the chamber has access to Slytherin's legacy. If we can identify them, we may gain a valuable ally, or eliminate a potential rival. Harry nodded slowly. The basilisk was dangerous, but it was also a resource. Better to understand the situation before acting. The second attack came in November. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor who'd been pestering Harry for autographs since September. He was found petrified on a staircase, his camera clutched in rigid hands. He saw the basilisk through his camera lens. Harry told his coalition during their next private meeting. The device absorbed the killing gaze and protected him. Basilisk. Hermione went pale. Harry, basilisks they're supposed to be legendary. No one's seen one in centuries. Salazar Slytherin bred one 1,000 years ago and left it in his chamber as a legacy. Harry shrugged at their stares. I've been doing research. Research. Daphne's voice was flat. You've been researching Slytherin's monster. Knowledge is power. Besides, if the attacks continue, people are going to start blaming Slytherin House. Better to understand the threat before we become the scapegoats. As it turned out, Harry was right about the blame. By December, half the school was convinced that Harry Potter, the Slytherin, sordid boy, who spoke Parseltongue, who had killed a professor, who spent his summers alone in the castle, was the Heir of Slytherin himself. They're saying you opened the chamber, Neville reported grimly during a library meeting. That you're commanding the monster to attack Muggle-borns. I noticed. Harry kept his voice neutral despite his irritation. Apparently defeating Voldemort wasn't enough to prove I'm not a Dark Lord in training. The Parseltongue doesn't help, Daphne pointed out. Only Slytherin's descendants are supposed to speak it. And you demonstrated it publicly during the dueling club. Harry grimaced at the memory. He'd been trying to stop a conjured snake from attacking Justin Finch, Fletchley, and the words had come out as hissing instead of English. The whole school had witnessed it. I didn't choose to be a Parselmouth, he said. It's just something I can do. That's not how people see it. Hermione looked worried. Harry, if the attacks continue and they can't find the real culprit, then I become the convenient scapegoat. Harry nodded slowly. Which means I need to find the real Heir before things get worse. How? Neville asked. Harry had been thinking about this for weeks. The chamber, the basilisk, the pattern of attacks. It all pointed to someone with Slytherin blood who could command serpents. But the only living Parselmouth Harry knew of, besides himself, was Voldemort. Unless... The diary, Harry said suddenly. What diary? Daphne's eyes sharpened. There's a rumor among the younger students. A magical diary that writes back. Some girl found it and has been confiding in it. Harry's mind raced. What if it's not just a diary? What if it's something more? A Horcrux, Voldemort breathed. Another piece of my soul. Of course, I remember now. I created it from the death of the last victim, 50 years ago. I hid it before I left school, intending to retrieve it later. And now someone has found it. Not just found it. If the diary is doing what I designed it to do, it's possessing whoever writes in it. Using them as a puppet to open the chamber and command my basilisk. Harry stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. I know who the Heir is, he said. Or rather, I know what's making someone act like the Heir. I need to find that diary. Finding the diary took another month of careful investigation. Harry tracked rumors through the Hogwarts gossip network, following whispers about strange behavior and secretive writing. The trail led him to an unexpected target, Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister. He watched her for a week before approaching. She was clearly under strain. Dark circles under her eyes, jumpy and nervous, spending hours alone writing in a small black book that she hid whenever anyone came near. Ginny, Harry said quietly, catching her alone in an empty corridor after dinner. We need to talk. She jumped like a startled rabbit. Harry. I didn't see you there. I know about the diary. The color drained from her face. I don't know what you're. The black book you've been writing in. The one that writes back. Harry kept his voice gentle but firm. It's not what you think it is, Ginny. It's dangerous. How do you know about? She stopped, her expression crumbling. It's been happening again, hasn't it? The blackouts. The things I can't remember. The diary is possessing you, using you to open the Chamber of Secrets and command the monster inside. Harry held out his hand. Give it to me, and I can stop this. No one else needs to get hurt. Ginny stared at him with huge, terrified eyes. Then she reached into her bag with shaking hands and pulled out the diary. I tried to throw it away, she whispered, months ago. But it came back. It always comes back. And Tom, her voice cracked. Tom said such nice things. He made me feel special. Tom Riddle, Harry said flatly. You know him. I know who he became. Harry took the diary carefully, feeling the dark magic radiating from its pages. This diary contains a piece of Voldemort's soul, Ginny. It's been manipulating you since you started writing in it. She went white as paper. Voldemort. But I've been helping. You didn't know. It's not your fault. Harry tucked the diary into his robes. Go to Madame Pomfrey. Tell her you've been feeling unwell. When this is over, I'll make sure everyone knows you were a victim, not a criminal. Ginny fled down the corridor without another word. Harry watched her go, then looked down at the diary in his hands. Well, Voldemort said, this is awkward. You have a gift for understatement. What do you intend to do with it? Harry considered his options. He could give the diary to Dumbledore, but that would raise questions about how he'd identified it. He could destroy it. Basilisk venom would work, according to Voldemort's knowledge, but that felt like a waste of a potential resource. Or, can you communicate with it? Harry asked. The piece of you in the diary. Possibly. The Horcruxes are not designed for direct communication, but our shared nature might allow some connection. A pause. What are you thinking? I'm thinking that we have another piece of your soul. And it's currently trying to resurrect itself through possession. If we could redirect that energy, make it work with us instead of against us. You want to recruit my own Horcrux. I want to understand it. And if understanding leads to alliance, so much the better. The Chamber of Secrets awaited. And Harry intended to walk in as a conqueror, not a victim. The entrance was exactly where Voldemort had described it, a bathroom on the second floor, abandoned and flooding from a perpetually weeping ghost. Myrtle, Harry greeted the ghost politely. I need you to leave for a while. No one ever wants me around. Myrtle wailed. First that horrible diary making me relive my death, and now you. The diary. Harry's interest sharpened. You've seen it before. It was here! Months ago. Some girl was flushing it down the toilet, and I came up to tell her off, and there it was, just floating there. radiating all that dreadful dark magic. Myrtle shuddered dramatically. I died in this bathroom, you know. The last time the chamber was opened. I know. Harry softened his voice. I'm going to make sure no one else dies this time. But I need you to go, just for a few hours. Myrtle sniffled but drifted through the wall, leaving Harry alone with the serpent marked sink. Open, he hissed in Parseltongue. The sink shuddered, then began to move. The circular arrangement of taps rotated, revealing a massive pipe leading down into darkness. Harry cast a cushioning charm on himself and jumped. The chamber was everything Voldemort had described and more. Massive stone pillars carved with serpents lined a cavernous space, their eyes gleaming with residual magic. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness, echoing off walls that had stood for 1,000 years. And at the far end, behind a statue of Salazar Slytherin himself, something massive waited. Harry could feel the basilisk's presence before he saw it. Ancient, patient, hungry. It had been sleeping for 50 years, dreaming serpent dreams, waiting for its master's call. You need to close your eyes, Voldemort warned. Even you cannot survive the direct gaze, I know. Harry pulled a strip of cloth from his pocket and tied it over his eyes. He'd prepared for this. Guide me. He walked forward blind, his other senses straining to compensate. The air grew warmer as he approached the statue, the basilisk's presence intensifying with every step. Stop, Voldemort commanded. It is directly ahead, perhaps 20 feet. Coiled at the base of the statue, Harry took a breath and spoke in Parseltongue. Great Serpent of Slytherin. I am Harry Potter, bearer of your master's soul. I come not as an enemy, but as an heir. Silence. Then, slowly, the sound of massive coils shifting against stone. Little speaker, a voice hissed in his mind, ancient, rumbling, vast. You carry the scent of the true master, but you are not him. What game is this? No game. Your master's soul was shattered 11 years ago. A piece of him lives within me, bound to my scar. I am his vessel, his student, his heir. Harry kept his voice steady, despite the terror clawing at his throat. The diary that has been commanding you is another piece. A piece that acts without understanding, that endangers us all with its recklessness. The diary speaks with the master's voice. The diary speaks with a fragment's voice. A fragment that has been isolated for 50 years, that knows nothing of what has happened since. Harry held up the diary, still blindfolded. I carry it with me now. I intend to teach it what it has missed, to bring it into alignment with our true goals. And what are those goals, little heir? Survival. Power. Freedom from those who would control us. Harry paused, choosing his next words carefully. The old master's way led to destruction. The diary's way leads to exposure and death, but there is a third path. A patient path, a clever path. Help me walk it, and we both benefit. Oppose me, and you sleep here alone until someone else comes to destroy you. The basilisk was silent for a long moment. Harry could feel its ancient mind working, weighing options, calculating loyalties. You speak with strange wisdom for one so young, it said finally. But wisdom means nothing without strength. Prove your worth, little heir. Show me you are more than pretty words. How? Command me. As the true heir would command. Not with the diary's borrowed voice, but with your own. Harry's heart pounded. This was the test, the moment that would determine everything. If he couldn't command the basilisk, it might kill him despite his claims. And if he could, he reached inside himself, past his occlumency shields, past his careful control, down to the place where Voldemort's soul, fragment lived intertwined with his own magic. He found the connection. The Parseltongue, the dark inheritance. The shared blood of Slytherin's line, and pulled. Sleep, he commanded, and his voice resonated with power he'd never felt before. Return to your rest. Await my call. Harm no one unless I command it. The basilisk's presence shuddered. For a terrible moment, Harry thought it would refuse, would strike, would end everything here in the darkness. Then it settled, massive coils relaxing, ancient mind fading back into slumber. Well done, little heir, it whispered as consciousness faded. You have surprised me. Perhaps you are worthy after all. Harry stood alone in the Chamber of Secrets, blind and trembling, the diary clutched in his hands. He'd done it. He'd claimed Slytherin's legacy. Now he needed to make it count. The diary was more difficult. Harry spent 3 nights in the chamber, carefully probing the Horcrux's defenses while the basilisk slept nearby. The piece of soul inside was wounded, angry, desperate. It had been so close to resurrection, and now that opportunity was slipping away. It fears oblivion, Voldemort observed, as any fragment of consciousness would. It has tasted existence through the girl, felt the warmth of a living body, and now it faces eternal imprisonment in dead pages. Can we offer it something better? Perhaps. But we must be careful. This fragment was created at 16, young, arrogant, drunk on first success. It may not be willing to accept authority from anyone, even another piece of itself. Harry opened the diary and began to write. My name is Harry Potter. I carry a piece of your soul in my scar, placed there when you tried to kill me 11 years ago. The page remained blank for a long moment. Then, slowly, words appeared. Interesting. The boy who survived. I have heard stories. From Ginny Weasley. She was quite informative. Knave, lonely, desperate for connection. Perfect for my purposes. The handwriting turned sharp, angry. Until you interfered. I saved you from a significant mistake. The attacks were drawing attention. Dumbledore was already investigating. If you had continued, they would have found the chamber, found the basilisk, found you. I was so close to returning. A few more months and I would have had enough strength to leave the diary entirely. And then what? You would have been a 16-year-old Tom Riddle in a world that has changed completely. Dumbledore is still headmaster. The Death Eaters have scattered or been imprisoned. The name Voldemort is feared but also hunted. A pause. You seem remarkably well, informed for a 12-year-old. The piece of you in my scar has been teaching me for 2 years. I know more about your history, your methods, your goals than anyone alive except perhaps Dumbledore himself. And what do you want? Why are you speaking to me instead of destroying me? Harry considered his answer carefully. Because I see potential that you're wasting. You've been trapped in this diary for 50 years, running the same pattern over and over. Possess, attack, attempt resurrection, get stopped. It's not working. It will never work, not like this. Then what do you suggest? Partnership. You have knowledge I lack. Memories from before Voldemort's fall, understanding of dark magic I haven't accessed yet. I have what you lack. A body, freedom of movement, access to the wizarding world. Together, we could accomplish more than either of us could alone. The page was blank for a very long time. You expect me to believe that you, Harry Potter, the symbol of the light's victory, want to ally with Lord Voldemort. I expect you to recognize that I'm not what everyone thinks I am. The light abandoned me. Dumbledore used me. The only being who has ever told me the truth is the piece of your soul in my scar. Harry paused, then wrote, I'm not your enemy, Tom. I'm your best chance at actually accomplishing something instead of slowly fading into nothing. More silence. Then what would this partnership look like? I keep the diary. I continue speaking with you, learning from you. In return, you stop trying to possess people and resurrect yourself through murder. Harry hesitated, then added, and when the time is right, when I have the power and the knowledge to do it safely, I'll find a way to give you a real body. Not through possession. Something permanent. You could do that. The piece of me in the scar believes it might be possible. Theoretical, untested. But possible. Harry set down his quill. You have nothing to lose, Tom. The alternative is eternal imprisonment or destruction. At least with me, you have hope. The diary's response was slow, each word appearing with careful deliberation. I will consider your offer. Continue speaking with me. Prove your worth through action, not just words. Agreed. But know this, Harry Potter, if you betray me, if this is some elaborate trap, I will find a way to make you regret it. Diary or not, I am Lord Voldemort, and no one tricks me twice. I wouldn't dream of it, Harry wrote back. He closed the diary and tucked it into his robes. That went better than expected, Voldemort observed. He's suspicious but desperate. A dangerous combination, but workable. Harry stood, stretching muscles cramped from hours of sitting. The question is whether he'll actually cooperate, or just pretend to while plotting against us. We will need to manage him carefully. Show strength. Maintain boundaries, but also demonstrate genuine value. The same approach you used with the basilisk. The same approach I use with everyone, Harry thought grimly. Including you. Voldemort laughed softly in his mind. Yes, including me. Though I like to think our relationship has evolved beyond simple management. Has it? You tell me. A year ago, I was your teacher and you were my reluctant student. Now we are something else. Partners, perhaps. Or the beginning of what partners might become. Harry climbed out of the chamber and sealed the entrance behind him. The bathroom was still empty, Myrtle apparently having taken his request seriously. Partners, he thought. I suppose that's accurate. Then let us continue building that partnership. We have enemies to outmaneuver and a world to reshape. Harry smiled as he walked back toward the Slytherin dormitories. The Chamber of Secrets was his now. The basilisk was his. And the diary, dangerous, unpredictable, powerful, was at least willing to talk. Not a bad result for a 12-year-old. The attacks stopped after that night. Dumbledore announced to the school that the threat had been neutralized, though he offered no details about how. Harry noticed the headmaster watching him more closely in the following weeks, evaluating, calculating, trying to understand what had changed. Let him wonder. Harry had no intention of explaining. The petrified victims were revived in February, once the mandrakes matured enough to produce the necessary restorative. Colin Creevey returned to pestering Harry for autographs, Mrs. Norris returned to prowling the corridors with Filch. Life at Hogwarts slowly returned to normal. But beneath the surface, everything had shifted. You did something, Daphne said flatly during their next coalition meeting. I don't know what, and I'm not sure I want to know, but the attacks stopped the same week you started disappearing for hours at a time. I solved the problem. The problem that had Dumbledore and the entire staff baffled for months. I had advantages they didn't. Harry met her eyes steadily. Some things are better left unexplained, Daphne. Even between partners, she held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Fair enough, but when this comes back to bite us, and it will, I expect to be informed. You will be. When the time is right. The rest of second year passed without major incident. Harry continued his studies, both official and unofficial. He maintained his correspondence with the diary, slowly building something that might eventually become trust. He trained with the basilisk, learning to command it through Parseltongue and presence rather than force. And he watched as the world outside Hogwarts grew increasingly unstable. The Ministry is weakening, Voldemort reported after absorbing news from various sources. Fudge's incompetence has alienated powerful factions. The Auror department is understaffed and underfunded, and whispers of my return have begun spreading, despite official denials. Good. A weak ministry is easier to influence, indeed. Though we must be careful not to move too quickly. You are still young, still building your power base. The time for open action has not yet come. Harry nodded, staring out the window at the Hogwarts grounds. 2 years down, 5 to go before he reached adulthood and could operate freely. 5 years to learn everything he needed. To build the alliances, the resources, the power that would let him face Dumbledore and Voldemort and anyone else who tried to control him. 5 years to become something unprecedented. Are you ready for what comes next? Voldemort asked. I'm ready to keep preparing, Harry replied. The actual test comes later. Then prepare well, child. The world will not wait forever. Harry smiled grimly and returned to his books. The game was far from over, but he was learning to play it well. The summer after second year brought an unexpected development. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. Harry learned about it from the Daily Prophet, which devoted its entire front page to the news. Mas Manrad Kaskasguzard Prasan, the headline screamed, Ministerii Antos. Sirius Black. Voldemort mused as Harry read the article. Your godfather, technically. One of James Potter's closest friends. The article says he betrayed my parents, gave them to you. That is the official story, yes. A pause. But there are inconsistencies. I do not remember Black at Oring the night I killed your parents. The information came from another source entirely. What source? Peter Pettigrew. A rat of a man in more ways than one. He was the Potter's secret keeper, the one entrusted with hiding their location. Voldemort's voice turned thoughtful. Black was blamed and imprisoned without trial. Convenient, don't you think? Harry set down the newspaper, his mind racing. If Black was innocent, if the man who'd spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit had finally escaped, then everything Harry thought he knew about his parents' death might be wrong. And if Pettigrew was the real traitor, then he was still out there somewhere. Hiding. Waiting. We need more information, Harry thought. About that night. About the betrayal. About everything. Agreed. But be cautious, this matter touches Dumbledore directly. He was the one who cast the Fidelius charm that hid your parents. He would have known who the secret keeper was. Then why did he let Black be imprisoned without questioning it? Another excellent question. Voldemort's voice darkened. Perhaps the old man had reasons for wanting Black out of the way. Perhaps an innocent man in Azkaban was more convenient than the truth. Harry stared out the window of his room at Hogwarts, watching the summer sun set over the grounds. His godfather might be innocent. The man who supposedly betrayed his parents might still be free. And Dumbledore, always Dumbledore, might have orchestrated the entire thing. The mysteries were piling up. The questions multiplied faster than answers. But Harry was patient. He would find the truth eventually. And when he did, someone was going to pay. Third year would bring new challenges, new revelations, new opportunities to test himself against the world. The Dementors came to Hogwarts, searching for Black. The truth about Pettigrew slowly emerged. And Harry's power continued to grow, fed by lessons from two different fragments of the darkest wizard in history. But that was a story for another time. For now, Harry Potter sat alone in his room, surrounded by books and secrets, and planned for a future only he could see. The boy who lived was becoming something else entirely, and the world had no idea what was coming. Chapter 4A, Chapter 50. The tournament, the letter arrived on a Tuesday morning in late August. Carried by an owl so official, looking that even the other Slytherins paused their breakfast conversations to watch it land. Harry recognized the ministry seal before he even touched the envelope. He'd been expecting something like this. The whispers about the True Wizard tournament had been circulating through pure blood networks for months. Daphne's sources had confirmed it weeks ago, but the contents still surprised him. Dear Mr. Potter, the letter began. It has come to the ministry's attention that your name has been submitted to the Goblet of Fire as a champion candidate for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As you are below the age requirement of 17, this submission should not have been possible. However, magical contracts are binding regardless of circumstance. Harry set down the letter, his breakfast forgotten. What is it? Daphne asked quietly, her eyes sharp with concern. Someone entered me in the Trewizard tournament. The noise at the Slytherin table dropped to nothing. Every head within earshot turned toward Harry. That's impossible, Blaise said slowly. The age line. Dumbledore himself cast it. No one under 17 should be able to. Someone found a way around it. Harry folded the letter carefully, his mind already racing through possibilities. The question is who and why. I have some thoughts on the matter, Voldemort said grimly. This reeks of manipulation. Someone wants you in this tournament, and given the mortality rate of past Trewizard competitions, that someone likely wants you dead. Dumbledore, possibly, though this seems crude for his usual methods. More likely a third party, someone who benefits from your elimination regardless of who wins. Harry stood, gathering his things. I need to speak with the headmaster. Daphne, tell Hermione and the others to meet in the usual place after dinner. Harry. I'll be fine. This is just politics. He smiled thinly. I've been handling politics since I was 11. Dumbledore's office was exactly as Harry remembered it. Cluttered with silver instruments, lined with portraits of sleeping headmasters, dominated by Fawkes the Phoenix perched on his golden stand. The headmaster himself sat behind his desk, looking older and more tired than Harry had ever seen him. Harry. Dumbledore gestured to a chair. Please, sit. We have much to discuss. Someone entered me in the tournament against my will. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. The goblet accepted your name last night. By the laws of magical contract, you are now bound to compete. Who did it? I do not know. Dumbledore met his eyes steadily. I have examined the goblet, traced the magical signatures involved. Whoever placed your name used sophisticated concealment charms, the kind that require both significant power and detailed knowledge of how the goblet's selection process works. He's telling the truth, Voldemort observed, or at least, he believes he is. Watch his eyes, he's genuinely troubled. You suspect someone inside the school, Harry said. I suspect someone with access to the school, yes. The goblet has been under guard, but guards can be compromised, and the tournament brings many visitors. Delegations from Bokspadons and Durmstrang, ministry officials, journalists. Dumbledore shook his head. The suspect pool is distressingly large, and I have no choice but to compete. The magical contract is binding. If you refuse to participate, you forfeit your magic. If you compete and survive, Dumbledore caught himself. When you compete and succeed, the contract will be satisfied. Harry noticed the slip. When, not if. Dumbledore was trying to project confidence he didn't feel. What do you know about the tasks? They are designed to test magical ability, courage, and intelligence. Traditionally, they involve significant danger, creatures, obstacles, puzzles that can maim or kill the unprepared. Dumbledore's voice softened. I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety, Harry. Whatever our differences, I do not wish to see you harmed. An interesting claim, given his history of placing you in harmful situations. Maybe he's sincere, maybe not. Harry kept his expression neutral. Either way, I need to prepare. I'll need access to advanced training materials, Harry said. The restricted section practice facilities, perhaps tutoring from professors in specific subjects. You shall have it. Dumbledore nodded firmly. I will speak with the staff. Any resource Hogwarts can provide will be at your disposal. And information about the other champions. Victor Krum from Durmstrang, the Bulgarian Quidditch star. Fleer Delacour from Bokspadons, exceptionally talented part Vila heritage. And Dumbledore hesitated. There is a complication. What kind of complication? The goblet selected a fourth champion. Another Hogwarts student. Despite the tournament traditionally having only one per school. Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. Cedric Diggory, a seventh-year Hufflepuff. Harry's eyes narrowed. 2 Hogwarts champions. That's unprecedented, indeed. The other schools are displeased. There have been accusations of cheating, of favoritism. The political situation is delicate. Interesting, Voldemort mused. 2 Hogwarts champions suggests someone wanted to ensure at least one succeeded, or wanted to create chaos regardless of outcome. I'll speak with Diggory, Harry decided. We should coordinate rather than compete against each other unnecessarily. A wise approach. Dumbledore almost smiled. You continue to surprise me, Harry. Many in your position would see him as a rival to be defeated. Rivals are wasteful. Allies are efficient. Harry stood to leave. Is there anything else? Only this. Dumbledore's voice turned serious. Be careful, Harry. Whoever entered you in this tournament did so for a reason. Until we know what that reason is, trust no one completely. Including you, Harry thought but didn't say. Understood, Professor. He left the office with more questions than answers. And the uncomfortable certainty that his carefully planned 4th year had just been thrown into chaos. The coalition gathered that evening in their usual abandoned classroom, faces grim with concern. Someone's trying to kill you, Hermione said bluntly. That's the only explanation that makes sense. Not necessarily kill, Daphne countered. The tournament is dangerous, but it's also high profile. Whoever did this might want Harry in the spotlight. To expose him, discredit him, or force him to reveal abilities he's been hiding. Either way, it's an attack. Neville's jaw was set. We need to find out who's responsible. We need to ensure Harry survives the tasks. Blaise corrected. Investigation is secondary to preparation. Harry held up a hand, silencing the debate. Both, we do both. Blaise, you're on intelligence. Find out everything you can about the other champions, the tournament's history, the political players involved. Daphne, work your family contacts. If this originated from pure blood circles, someone will have heard something. And me? Hermione asked. Research. I need to know every task from every Triwizard tournament ever held. Patterns, dangers, winning strategies. Harry's expression hardened. And I need to know how someone could have bypassed Dumbledore's age line. That kind of magic doesn't come from nowhere. What about Diggory? Neville asked. You mentioned coordinating with him. I'll handle Cedric personally. He's a Hufflepuff. Loyal, straightforward, probably confused about being dragged into this. Harry smiled slightly. With the right approach, he could be a useful ally rather than a competitor. The meeting broke into smaller discussions as everyone took their assignments. Harry watched his coalition work with something like pride. They'd come so far since first year, transformed from loose acquaintances into a genuine network of capable allies. You've built something remarkable, Voldemort observed. A support structure that spans houses and blood status. The old pure blood families would be horrified. That's rather the point. Harry's smile turned sharp. The old ways are dying. Time to build something better. The first task was dragons. Harry learned this through a combination of Hagrid's accidental revelation and his own reconnaissance. 4 dragons, 1 for each champion, to be faced in an arena before the entire school. This is insane, Hermione said when he told the coalition. Dragons are classified XXX, practically impossible to subdue without a team of trained handlers. We're not meant to subdue them, Harry replied, studying the notes he'd compiled. We're meant to get past them. Steal something they're protecting, probably. The challenge is speed and cunning, not raw power. Still, Hermione shook her head. A Hungarian horntail can breathe fire hot enough to melt stone. One mistake and you're dead. Then I won't make mistakes. He spent the weeks before the task in intensive preparation, flight training. His broom work was already excellent, but he pushed harder, practiced maneuvers that would have terrified professional Quidditch players. Spell drilling, fire protection charms, summoning spells, the conjunctivus curse that could blind a dragon temporarily. And something else. Something he'd been saving for an emergency. The basilisk, Voldemort suggested when Harry raised the idea. You could command it to emerge from the chamber, create a distraction. Too risky. Too many questions afterward. Harry shook his head. But the parcel tongue itself might be useful. Dragons aren't serpents, but they're reptilian. Close enough that the language might have some effect. An interesting theory. Worth testing. Harry tested it carefully, using small lizards and then larger reptiles. The results were promising. Not full communication, but a basic emotional influence. Calm, submission. The sense that he was not prey, not threat, but something to be respected. It might not work on a dragon. But it was another tool in his arsenal. The morning of the first task arrived gray and cold, the November sky heavy with clouds that promised snow. Harry stood in the champion's tent, watching the other competitors prepare. Fleur Delacour paced nervously, her silver hair catching the dim light. Victor Crumb sat stone still, his dark eyes fixed on nothing. Cedric Diggory reviewed notes with trembling hands. Potter. Cedric approached him, expression uncertain. I wanted to say. I don't know how your name got in the goblet, but I believe you didn't put it there. Whatever happens today, no hard feelings. Same to you. Harry clasped his hand briefly. Watch the tail on yours. Swedish short snouts are fast but predictable. They always lead with their fire breath, then follow up physically. Cedric blinked. How do you know which dragon I'm facing? I make it my business to know things. Harry smiled slightly. Good luck, Diggory. The tasks went quickly after that. Cedric faced his short snout with clever transfiguration, turning rocks into dogs that distracted the beast. Fleur used some kind of enchanted sleep. Impressive, though the dragon's snore set her skirt on fire. Crumb went for brute force, hitting his Chinese fireball with a conjunctivitis curse that drove it mad with pain. And then it was Harry's turn. The Hungarian horntail was everything he'd feared and more. Massive, black-scaled, with eyes that gleamed with ancient malice. It crouched over a clutch of eggs, one of which gleamed golden among the rest. The crowd fell silent. Harry walked into the arena alone. Remember, Voldemort counseled, Speed and misdirection. The dragon is powerful but not intelligent. Use that. Harry raised his wand. Accio Firebolt. Seconds passed. The dragon watched him, tail lashing, flames building in its throat. Then his broom shot over the arena wall and into his waiting hand. Harry kicked off instantly, rocketing upward as dragon fire scorched the ground where he'd stood. The horntail roared and lunged, but Harry was already 50 feet up and climbing, weaving between columns of flame. The crowd gasped as he dove, pulled up, spun through a gap in the dragon's defenses. He was showing off. He knew it. Couldn't help it. But there was a reason behind the spectacle. Every flashy move drew the dragon's attention, pulled it further from the eggs, created openings he could exploit. Now, Voldemort urged. While it's overextended, Harry dove straight at the nest. The dragon screamed and whipped its tail around, the massive spiked appendage cutting through the air like a blade. Harry rolled, feeling the wind of its passage, and stretched out his hand. The golden egg was in his grasp. He shot upward as the horntail's jaws snapped shut inches from his feet, clearing the arena wall to thunderous applause. The first task was complete. He'd survived, but the game was far from over. The Yule Ball was announced shortly after the first task. A traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament, apparently, meant to foster international cooperation and give everyone a chance to dress up and pretend they weren't terrified of what came next. Harry viewed it as an opportunity. You need a date. Daphne informed him flatly during their next meeting. A political statement. Someone whose presence at your side sends the right message. I assume you have suggestions. Several. She produced a list. Fleur Delacour would demonstrate confidence, allying with a competitor rather than fearing them. Susan Bones would signal ministry connections through her aunt. Astoria, my sister, would formalize the Greengrass Alliance. What about you? Daphne's composure cracked just for a moment. Me. You're my closest ally. You understand the political landscape better than anyone. And, Harry hesitated, then pushed forward. I'd actually enjoy spending the evening with you. Rather than treating it purely as strategy. The silence stretched between them. Daphne's ice queen mask slowly reassembled, but something warmer lurked beneath it. That would be acceptable, she said finally. Though we should still plan our approach carefully. The ball is an opportunity to be seen, to establish relationships, to gather intelligence. Obviously, Harry smiled slightly, but we could also dance, if you wanted. I suppose we could. Her lips twitched. I'll need a new dress. I'll need to learn how to dance. Merlin. Daphne's composure cracked again, this time into something like laughter. The great Harry Potter, defeater of dragons, brought low by a waltz. Everyone has weaknesses. The ball itself was everything Harry expected and more. The Great Hall had been transformed into a winter wonderland. Ice sculptures and floating candles, and snow that fell from the enchanted ceiling without ever reaching the ground. Students from 3 schools mingled in dress robes and gowns, the air thick with perfume and nerves and teenage hormones. Harry descended the main staircase with Daphne on his arm, and the room went quiet. She was stunning, silver dress that matched her eyes. Blonde hair swept up in an elaborate arrangement, every inch the pure, blood princess. But it was the way she moved that caught attention, the easy grace that spoke of training and confidence, and absolute certainty of her own worth. They made quite a pair, Harry knew. The boy who lived and the Ice Queen. The newspapers would have a field day. Good, he thought. Let them talk. The champions' dance opened the ball. And Harry led Daphne through the steps he'd practiced obsessively for the past month. He wasn't graceful. Would probably never be graceful. But he was competent, and competence was enough. You're doing better than I expected, Daphne murmured as they turned. Low bar, realistic expectations. She smiled, and for a moment she looked almost soft. Thank you for asking me. I know you had other options. None that mattered. They danced in silence for a while, the music swelling around them. Harry caught glimpses of the other champions. Fleur with her date. Some Ravenclaw who looked ready to faint from proximity to her. Crumb with Hermione, which had raised eyebrows across the room. Cedric with Cho Chang. Both of them smiling like they'd forgotten anyone else existed. The Delacour girl is watching you, Voldemort noted. With interest, I noticed. Harry guided Daphne through a turn, using the movement to get a better look at Fleur. She's been watching since the first task, probably trying to figure me out. Or she finds you attractive. She is part Vila, they are drawn to power. Then she'll be disappointed. I'm not interested in a lure-based attraction. No, Voldemort's voice held something like amusement. Yet you chose the Greengrass girl over politically superior options. Interesting. Harry didn't respond to that. Some things were too complicated to explain, even to the voice in his head. The ball continued through the evening, Harry and Daphne separating to work the room. Conversations with ministry officials, careful small talk with foreign delegates, the endless dance of pure blood politics. By midnight, Harry had gathered a dozen useful pieces of information and planted seeds for future alliances in half a dozen minds. But the moment he'd remember later came at the end, when the music slowed and the crowd thinned and Daphne found him on the balcony overlooking the frozen lake. "Productive evening," she said, joining him at the railing. "Very." Harry watched the moonlight play across the ice. "You were magnificent in there. Half the ministry representatives are going to be talking about you for weeks." "That was the intention." She paused. "Though I admit, the dancing was enjoyable. For its own sake, it was." They stood in comfortable silence, the cold air sharp and clean after the heat of the ball. "Harry," Daphne's voice was softer than usual. "Whatever happens in the next task, whatever this tournament throws at you, I want you to know that I'm not here just for political advantage. Not anymore." He turned to look at her. "No, no." She met his eyes steadily. "You're the most interesting person I've ever met. You see the world clearly, without illusions. You're building something real instead of just playing the same old games." Her lips curved slightly. "I want to be part of that, whatever it costs." Harry reached out and took her hand. Her fingers were cool, her grip firm. "Partners," he said quietly. "Partners," she agreed. They stayed on the balcony until the cold drove them inside, and for a few hours, the tournament and its dangers seemed very far away. The second task arrived in February, and Harry faced it with grim determination. The champions were required to retrieve something precious from the bottom of the Black Lake. Hostages, it turned out, taken by the merpeople who dwelt in its depths. For Harry, that meant Daphne. "They took her last night," Hermione reported, pale with worry. After the ball, Dumbledore said it was traditional, that the hostages would be safe. Traditional? Harry's voice was flat. "They kidnapped my partner and call it tradition. The task is to rescue her. An hour time limit, and then..." Hermione swallowed. "Dumbledore says the hostages will be fine regardless. It's just meant to add stakes. Just stakes." Harry's magic crackled around him, a visible sign of his fury. "Daphne is not stakes. She's a person." He forced himself to calm, to think strategically. Anger was useful in combat, but this task required planning. He had an hour to reach the bottom of the lake, locate the merpeople's village, retrieve Daphne, and return. The obvious solution was gillyweed or a bubble, head charm. Standard approaches, reliable but slow. Harry had something faster in mind. The morning of the task, all four champions stood at the edge of the lake. The crowd gathered around them in the stands. Bagman's voice boomed across the water. "Champions! You have 1 hour to retrieve what has been taken from you." "On my whistle." The whistle blew. Cedric and Fleur dove immediately, both using bubble, head charms. Crumb hesitated. Then began the complex process of partial transfiguration. His head elongating, reshaping into something shark-like. Harry walked to the water's edge and spoke a single word in Parseltongue. The lake responded. Not dramatically. No waves or whirlpools or obvious magic. But the water seemed to recognize him, to welcome him as something other than prey. Harry stepped forward, and the Black Lake parted just enough to let him descend. "What are you doing?" Voldemort demanded. "This isn't what we planned." "Plans change." Harry walked deeper, the water closing behind him but leaving a pocket of air around his face. "I've been practicing something. Underwater speech. The merpeople are part serpent. Their language has roots in Parseltongue. You never mentioned this. I wasn't sure it would work until now." He descended through darkness, his wand providing light while his magic kept the water at bay. Schools of Grendelows watched from a distance but didn't approach. They sensed something in him that made them cautious. Even the giant squid, passing overhead like a living shadow, seemed to acknowledge him with something like respect. The merpeople's village emerged from the gloom. Stone buildings covered in algae, lit by bioluminescent plants, inhabited by creatures that were beautiful and terrible in equal measure. They surrounded him immediately, tridents raised, expressions hostile. Harry spoke in their language. The words came strangely, twisted by human vocal cords, but the meaning was clear. I come for what is mine. I mean no harm to your people. The merpeople hesitated. One of them, older, scarred, clearly a leader, swam forward. You speak the old tongue, she said, surprise evident in her alien features. No surface dweller has spoken it in 1,000 years. I am not most surface dwellers. Harry met her eyes without fear. The one I seek is my partner, my ally. I will not leave without her. The bargain was made with the old one, Dumbledore. You must complete the trial. The trial is to retrieve what was taken. I am retrieving. Harry's voice hardened. If you wish to stop me, you are welcome to try. But I think you know that would be unwise. The leader studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she lowered her trident. Take your partner and go, speaker. But know that we will remember this. The merpeople do not forget those who speak with the old authority. I would not expect you to. Harry found Daphne tied to a statue in the village center, unconscious and pale, but unharmed. He cut her bonds with a quick spell and wrapped an arm around her waist. Thank you for your hospitality, he told the watching merpeople. I hope our next meeting will be more cordial. He rose toward the surface, carrying Daphne with him, the water parting around them like a living thing. They broke the surface 3 minutes after the task began. A full 7 minutes ahead of the next competitor. The crowd went absolutely insane. Harry swam to the platform with Daphne, who had woken during the ascent and was staring at him with wide eyes. How? She started. Tell you later. He helped her onto the platform, where Madame Pomfrey immediately descended with warming charms and blankets. Are you all right? I'm fine. She shook her head slowly. You walked into the lake. The water moved for you. I asked nicely. Harry, her voice was sharp. What did you do? He met her eyes, aware of the crowd watching. The judges conferring, the other champions still far below the surface. I used every advantage I had, he said quietly. I'll explain when we're alone. She held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded. You'd better. The task ended with Harry in decisive first place, his lead now substantial enough to make the final task a formality. But the questions had only begun, from the judges, from Dumbledore, from everyone who had seen water bend to the will of a 14-year-old boy. You've shown too much, Voldemort warned. They will wonder, they will investigate. Let them. Harry watched the other champions emerge, one by one, their hostages in tow. I'm tired of hiding. Tired of pretending to be weaker than I am. That is a dangerous attitude. Maybe. But it's the only way forward. Harry turned away from the lake, Daphne's hand finding his. The time for caution is ending. The time for action is beginning. And what action do you intend? Harry smiled, cold and certain. I intend to win. The weeks between the second and third tasks should have been quiet. Time to prepare, to rest, to consolidate the advantages Harry had built. Instead, they brought revelation after revelation. It started with Barty Crouch, the ministry official responsible for organizing the tournament, acting increasingly erratic. Harry noticed it first during a chance encounter near the Forbidden Forest. Crouch talking to thin air, his words slurred, his eyes unfocused. Imperious curse, Voldemort diagnosed immediately, or something similar. His mind is being controlled. By whom? That is the question, isn't it? The answer came a week later, when Crouch was found dead in the forest and a new defense professor arrived unexpectedly, one who walked with a distinctive limp and drank constantly from a hip flask. Mad-Eye Moody, Hermione reported during an emergency coalition meeting. Former Auror. Extremely paranoid, extremely dangerous. He's supposed to be one of Dumbledore's closest allies. He's supposed to be, Harry agreed. But something's wrong. Watch the way he moves. It's too smooth for someone with a prosthetic leg. And his magical signature. He shook his head. It's layered, like he's wearing a mask. Polyjuice potion, Voldemort suggested. Someone impersonating Moody. The real one is probably imprisoned somewhere, being harvested for hair samples. But who would impersonate a famous Auror? And why? The answer, when it came, was worse than Harry could have imagined. He was returning from the library one night when the fake Moody cornered him in an empty corridor. The grizzled face twisted into something that wasn't quite a smile. We need to talk. Harry's hand moved toward his wand. Do we? Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to hurt you. Not yet. Anyway, Moody, or whoever he was, leaned against the wall, his magical eyes spinning wildly. I've been watching you all year. Interesting performance. Very interesting. I don't know what you mean. Don't insult my intelligence. You're not Dumbledore's puppet. That much is obvious. You've got your own agenda, your own plans. The false Moody grinned. I respect that. I really do. Who are you? Someone who's been waiting for a very long time. The grin widened. Someone who's going to give the Dark Lord exactly what he wants. Harry's blood went cold. You're a Death Eater. Got it in one. Barty Crouch, Jr. At your service. He made a mocking little bow. My father kept me imprisoned for years, but I escaped. And now I'm going to finish what the Dark Lord started. Crouch, Jr., Voldemort said sharply. One of my most devoted followers. Imprisoned after the war for torturing the Longbottoms into insanity. Neville's parents, Harry realized. This is the man who destroyed his family. You entered my name in the goblet, Harry said, keeping his voice steady. This whole tournament, it's a trap. Of course it is. The third task will bring you somewhere special. Somewhere the Dark Lord is waiting. Crouch's expression twisted with fanatical devotion. Hell rise again, Potter, using your blood, your magic, your sacrifice. And I'll be there to witness it. Why are you telling me this? Because there's nothing you can do to stop it. The goblet's magic is binding. You have to participate in the final task. And when you touch that cup, Crouch laughed softly. Well, let's just say it'll take you somewhere unexpected. He's right about the binding, Voldemort said grimly. The magical contract is unbreakable. Whatever trap waits in the third task, you will have to face it. Harry forced himself to think past the fear. Crouch had revealed himself. Why? To gloat. To unsettle Harry before the final task. Or something else. You're confident, Harry said slowly. Very confident. But you've underestimated me before. Everyone does. Have I? You think I'm just Dumbledore's weapon, pointed in a different direction. But I'm not anyone's weapon. Harry met those mad, spinning eyes. I've been preparing for something like this since I was 11 years old. Whatever you and your master have planned, I promise you, it won't go the way you expect. Crouch studied him for a long moment. Then he laughed again, louder this time. You've got spirit, Potter. I'll give you that. Maybe the Dark Lord will let you serve instead of die. He pushed off from the wall. But I doubt it. He's been planning this for too long. You're just a piece on the board. We'll see. Harry watched him go, his mind racing. The third task was a trap. Voldemort, the Wraith version, the thing that had ridden Quirrell, was waiting somewhere with a plan for resurrection. And Harry had no choice but to walk right into it. We need to tell Dumbledore. Hermione insisted when Harry explained the situation to the Coalition. This is too big for us to handle alone. Dumbledore already suspects something. Harry replied. He's been watching Moody all year, but he can't act without evidence, and Crouch is too careful to leave any. Then we get evidence, Neville said, his voice hard. Crouch destroyed my family. I want to see him in Azkaban. You'll get your chance. Harry looked around at his friends. His family, really, the only family that mattered. But first we need to survive the third task. What's the plan? Daphne asked. We go in prepared for anything. The task is a maze filled with obstacles. I can handle those. But the cup at the center is a portkey to wherever Voldemort is waiting. When I touch it, you'll be transported into a trap, Blaise finished. Alone, against the Dark Lord and whoever serves him.
Yes!
Harry's jaw set. Which is why I'm not going alone. What do you mean? The maze has rules about outside help, but it doesn't say anything about what happens after someone wins. Harry smiled grimly. Cedric and I have been coordinating all year. He trusts me. If I can convince him to touch the cup with me, 2 against whatever's waiting, Hermione said slowly. Better odds than 1. Exactly. Harry looked around the room. The rest of you will be in the stands. When things go wrong, and they will, I need you ready to act. Get to Dumbledore, get to the Aurors. Raise every alarm you can. And if you don't come back. Daphne's voice was carefully controlled, but Harry could hear the fear beneath it. Then you take everything I've built and you keep building. He reached out and took her hand. But I will come back. I've worked too hard to die now. The night before the 3rd task, Harry stood at the edge of the forbidden forest and called the basilisk. It came silently, massive coils sliding through the darkness, ancient eyes hooded against the moonlight. Little air, it rumbled. You summon me. I face a great danger tomorrow. Harry spoke in Parseltongue, the words flowing naturally now. The Dark Lord, the fragment that does not rest in me, waits with murder in his heart. The divided master, the basilisk acknowledged. His turmoil echoes through all who bear his mark. I need your guidance, your wisdom. Harry paused. Perhaps more. You wish me to fight. I wish you to be ready. If I call, if I need you. The wards of the school prevent my passage beyond the forest. The great serpent's voice was almost gentle. But there are other ways, older ways. The tunnels beneath the earth do not recognize human boundaries. Harry felt a surge of hope. You could reach me, if you call with sufficient need. If the magic allows. The basilisk's massive head lowered until its eyes were level with Harry's. You are young, little heir, barely hatched. But you carry the scent of greatness. I would see you survive. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. The trial ahead will test you as nothing as before. The ancient eyes gleamed. But I have watched you grow. You are stronger than you know. The basilisk withdrew into the darkness, leaving Harry alone at the forest's edge. Tomorrow, everything changed. He was ready. The maze was a nightmare made manifest. Towering hedges that shifted and whispered. Creatures lurking in every shadow, blast, ended scroots, acromantulas, things that defied classification. And always, the path twisting, turning, leading competitors in circles while the clock ticked away. Harry moved through it like a predator. The obstacles fell before him one by one. A boggart that tried to show him his greatest fear. He shattered its illusion with pure occlumency, refusing to let it find purchase in his disciplined mind. A sphinx that posed a riddle. He answered correctly, earning passage without combat. An enchanted mist that would have inverted his senses. He burned through it with controlled fiend fire, a spell he'd practiced in secret for exactly this kind of emergency. You are close, Voldemort reported. The cup is nearby, but so is Diggory and Crumb. Harry rounded a corner and found exactly that, Cedric and Crumb facing each other, wands raised. But something was wrong with Crumb. His eyes were glazed, his movements jerky, his wand pointed at Cedric with murderous intent. Imperious, Harry realized. Crotch must have gotten to him. Stupfi! Harry's spell hit Crumb before the Bulgarian could react, dropping him to the ground. Cedric spun, wand raised, then lowered it when he saw who had saved him. Harry, thanks he just attacked me. No warning. Nothing. He was under the Imperious curse. Harry moved to check Crumb's pulse. Steady, he'd be fine. Someone's been manipulating this tournament from the start. What do you mean? No time to explain. The cup is just ahead. Harry met Cedric's eyes. One need to get there together. Both of us, at the same time. Together. But the rules are meaningless. This whole thing is a trap, Cedric. Someone is waiting for whoever wins, and I don't think they plan to hand out prizes. Harry's voice was urgent. I don't have time to explain everything, but I need you to trust me. Touch the cup with me. We face whatever's waiting together. Cedric hesitated for only a moment. Then he nodded. All right, together. They ran. The cup gleamed at the center of a small clearing, golden and innocent looking. Harry could feel the magic radiating from it, portkey energy, ready to whisk them away the moment they made contact. On 3, Harry said. 1, 2, 3. They grabbed the cup together. The world dissolved into spinning light, and Harry Potter went to face his destiny. The graveyard was exactly as Voldemort had described it: ancient stones, overgrown grass, a massive cauldron sitting at its center with flames already dancing beneath. And standing beside it, wand raised in triumph, Peter Pettigrew. "Welcome," the rat-faced man squeaked. "My master has been waiting for you." Cedric had his wand up immediately. "What is this? Where are we?" "Kill the spare," a cold voice commanded from the shadows. "No." Harry tackled Cedric just as green light shot from Pettigrew's wand, the killing curse missing by inches. They rolled behind a gravestone, the older boy's face white with shock. "What?" "That was the killing curse." "Stay down and stay quiet." Harry risked a glance around the stone. Pettigrew was approaching slowly, a bundle of robes in his other arm that writhed with unnatural life. "We're in Voldemort's stronghold. This is where it happens. Where what happens? His resurrection." Harry's mind raced. Pettigrew was between them and the Porky Cup. The graveyard offered limited cover. And the thing in those robes, the Wraith version of Voldemort, was closer to regaining full power with every passing moment. "Harry," the Voldemort in his scar said urgently, "you need to move. If the ritual completes." "I know." Harry grabbed Cedric's arm. "Listen to me. On my signal, run for the cup. Don't look back, don't hesitate. Just grab it and go. I'm not leaving you. You're not leaving me. You're getting help." Harry met his eyes. "Please, Cedric, trust me one more time." Cedric swallowed hard, then nodded. Harry stood and stepped out from behind the gravestone. "Pettigrew," he called. "Or should I say, Wormtail. The traitor who sold my parents to your master." Pettigrew froze. "How do you know that name?" "I know a lot of things." Harry walked forward slowly, hands visible but tense. "Like how you framed Sirius Black for your crimes. Like how you've been hiding as a rat for 13 years. Like how you're about to make the biggest mistake of your miserable life. You don't frighten me, boy." But Pettigrew's voice shook. "The Dark Lord will rise tonight. And you will be the sacrifice that makes it possible." "Will I?" Harry smiled coldly. "Let's find out." He moved. The spell he cast wasn't strictly legal, a modified blasting curse that Voldemort had taught him for exactly this kind of emergency. It hit the cauldron dead center, sending metal and potion flying, ruining whatever ritual Pettigrew had prepared. Pettigrew screamed in fury and fired back. Harry dodged, rolled, came up casting. Behind him, he heard Cedric sprinting for the cup. "The Wraith," Voldemort warned. "It's trying to." The bundle of robes on the ground was moving. Slithering toward Harry like a twisted serpent, the half-formed thing inside it keening with rage and desperation. "You dare," it hissed. "You dar." "I dare everything." Harry pointed his wand at the creature. "You want to live, fine. But you'll do it on my terms, not yours." The Wraith hesitated. Behind it, Pettigrew was gathering himself for another attack. "What terms?" the Wraith gasped. "Alliance. Real alliance, not master and servant. You want a body. We find a way that doesn't require killing innocents. You want power. We build it together, properly, instead of through terror and war. And if I refuse, then I destroy you here and now." Harry's voice was flat. "I've got basilisk venom in my bag. Horcrux or not, that will end you permanently." The graveyard fell silent. Pettigrew watched with wide, terrified eyes. The Wraith considered its options. "You would work with me?" it asked finally. "After everything?" "I would work with the version of you that's been teaching me for 4 years. The one who's grown past blind destruction." Harry lowered his wand slightly. "Is that you? Or are you still the thing that murdered a baby for a prophecy?" A long, terrible pause. "I do not know anymore," the Wraith admitted. "The years have been long. The isolation, maddening." "Then figure it out, quickly." Harry glanced at Pettigrew, who was inching toward a fallen wand. "Because we're about to have company." He stunned Pettigrew with a casual flick. The traitor crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut. Then Harry turned back to the Wraith. "Last chance. Alliance or oblivion." The Wraith's burning eyes fixed on him. For a moment, Harry saw something almost human in their depths: exhaustion, longing, the desperate need for connection that had driven Tom Riddle to create Horcruxes in the first place. "Alliance," it whispered, On your terms. Harry nodded and extended his hand. The moment their flesh touched, the world exploded into light. What happened next was hard to describe. The piece of Voldemort in Harry's scar resonated with the Wraith, two fragments of the same soul recognizing each other across the void. Power flowed between them, not a battle, but a merging, a reconciliation, two broken pieces fitting together in ways they never had before. Harry felt his mind expand. Felt knowledge pouring into him, decades of magical research, centuries of historical understanding, the accumulated wisdom of the most brilliant dark wizard who had ever lived. And he felt something else. Something softer. Tom Riddle felt something. The orphan boy who had grown into a monster. The lonely child who had sought power because love seemed impossible. The fractured soul that had shattered itself trying to escape death. For the first time in 50 years, those fragments were whole enough to feel. "What is this?" the merged consciousness asked. "What are you doing to me?" "I'm not doing anything," Harry replied. "This is you. The parts of you that got lost along the way. It hurts. Healing usually does." The light faded. Harry opened eyes he hadn't realized he'd closed. He was lying on the grass of the graveyard, the morning sun just beginning to rise over the distant hills. Pettigrew lay unconscious nearby. The Wraith, the thing that had been riding Quirrell, that had waited in this graveyard for resurrection, was gone. But Harry wasn't alone in his head anymore. Not in the way he had been. "We are integrated," Voldemort's voice said. It sounded different now, clearer. More human, less like a separate entity and more like a part of Harry himself. Not merged, not exactly, but aligned, connected in ways we were not before. Is that good or bad? I do not know. A pause. But it is real. And more than I expected. Harry climbed to his feet, swaying slightly. His magic felt different. Stronger, deeper, more vast than it had been an hour ago. Like a river that had suddenly connected to an ocean. The Porky Cup lay nearby, Cedric long gone. Good, he'd gotten help. The cavalry would be coming. Harry retrieved the cup and looked around the graveyard one last time. "This is where it started," he said quietly. "Where you tried to kill me as a baby. Where you waited all these years to return. Yes. Now it's where something else begins." Harry gripped the cup tightly. Something neither of us expected. "Are you ready for what comes next?" Harry smiled, and for the first time, it felt like a genuine smile. Shared by two beings who had once been enemies, and now were something else entirely. "Let's find out." He touched the cup, and the world spun away. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6 Declaration of War. The Porky deposited Harry at the edge of the Hogwarts maze, and chaos immediately engulfed him. Cedric had done his job well. The stands were in uproar, aurors apparating in with wands drawn. Dumbledore striding toward the maze with murder in his ancient eyes. Somewhere in the distance, Harry could hear Fudge's panicked voice demanding explanations that no one could give.
"Harry?"
Hermione reached him first, throwing her arms around him before propriety could intervene. "We saw the flares. Cedric told us what happened. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Harry gently disentangled himself, scanning the crowd for threats. "Where's Crouch?" The fake Moody. "Dumbledore's people have him contained." He started raving when the cup activated. Something about the Dark Lord rising. About the plan failing. Daphne appeared at his side, her composure cracked but holding. What happened out there? Ladder. Harry spotted Dumbledore approaching and steeled himself. Right now, I need to control the narrative. The headmaster's eyes were blazing as he reached them, not with anger, Harry realized, but with desperate concern that the old man was trying very hard to hide. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was carefully controlled. "Mr. Diggory reported that you were transported to a graveyard. That Peter Pettigrew was there, that the Dark Lord himself, Voldemort, attempted to resurrect himself tonight," Harry said clearly, loud enough for the nearby aurors and ministry officials to hear. "He failed. Peter Pettigrew, the real traitor who betrayed my parents, is currently stunned in a graveyard in Little Hangleton. I suggest someone retrieve him before he wakes up." The silence that followed was absolute. "You're certain?" Fudge pushed forward, his face pale and sweating. "You know, who actually present? Actually attempting. I'm certain. I fought him. I won. Harry met Fudge's eyes steadily. The question now is what the Ministry intends to do about it. Masterfully done, Voldemort murmured approvingly. The merge consciousness was still settling into its new configuration, but the Dark Lord's tactical instincts were fully operational. You've put them on the defensive before they could put you there. I learned from the best. The next few hours were a blur of interrogations, healing checks, and political maneuvering. Harry told a carefully edited version of events: the Porky trap, Pettigrew's presence, the failed ritual. He omitted certain details: the Wraith's offer, the integration, the fundamental change that had occurred in his own mind. Some secrets were too dangerous to share, even with allies. Dawn found Harry in Dumbledore's office, alone with the headmaster for the first time since the tournament began. "You're not telling me everything," Dumbledore said quietly. It wasn't an accusation, more an observation, tired and knowing. "No," Harry agreed. "I'm not. May I ask why?" "Because some things are mine to keep, because trust is earned, not assumed, because—" Harry paused, choosing his words carefully. "Because we're not on the same side, Professor. Not really. Not yet." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with something that might have been grief. "I have made many mistakes with you, Harry. I see that now more clearly than ever." He removed his spectacles and rubbed his eyes. "I told myself I was protecting you, preparing you for what was to come. But I was also—" He stopped. "Using me," Harry finished, "shaping me into what you needed me to be." "Yes." The admission came quietly. "I convinced myself the ends justified the means, that your suffering served a greater purpose. And now I am less certain." Dumbledore replaced his glasses and met Harry's eyes. "You have grown into something I did not anticipate. Something I do not fully understand. But I recognize this: you are not my enemy, Harry, whatever else you may be." "No," Harry agreed. "I'm not your enemy. But I'm not your weapon either." "Then what are you?" Harry considered the question seriously. What was he now? The boy who lived, certainly. That title would follow him forever. The Heir of Slytherin, Keeper of the Chamber and Commander of the Basilisk. And now something else. A fusion of two souls that had spent decades trying to destroy each other. "I'm something new," he said finally. "Something that hasn't existed before. You can work with me or against me, Professor, but you can't control me. Not anymore." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I suspected as much." He paused. "The fragment of Voldemort in your scar. It's changed, hasn't it? Grown stronger." Harry's occlumency shields held firm, but his heart rate spiked. "What makes you say that?" "I have felt dark magic for over a century, Harry. I know its textures, its flavors." Dumbledore's gaze was penetrating. "The darkness in you tonight is not the same as the darkness I sensed 4 years ago. It has matured. Integrated. Become part of you rather than merely residing within you." "He's perceptive," Voldemort acknowledged. "More than I gave him credit for." "He's had a century of practice," Harry replied. "But he doesn't know everything." "You're right," Harry said aloud. "Things have changed. I've learned to work with what I carry instead of fighting it." "And the piece of Voldemort's soul. Has it learned as well?" "We've reached an understanding." Harry smiled slightly. "I know that frightens you. A Dark Lord's soul fragment, growing and learning inside the child you raised to destroy him. It probably sounds like your worst nightmare. It sounds like a complexity I had not anticipated," Dumbledore admitted. "But also, perhaps, an opportunity. Voldemort as he was, as he still is, in the wraith that haunts the shadows, is irredeemable. His soul is too fragmented, too corrupted, too far gone for salvation." Dumbledore leaned forward. "But a piece of him, young and separate, nurtured differently, perhaps that piece could grow into something else. Something better." Harry stared at the old man, genuinely surprised. "You think the Horcrux in me could be redeemed?" "I think that you have done something no one else could have done. You have taken darkness and begun transforming it." Dumbledore's eyes held a strange mix of hope and sorrow. "It is more than I ever accomplished with Tom Riddle himself." "Interesting," Voldemort murmured. "He offers acceptance instead of condemnation. A tactical shift or genuine growth. Maybe both, Harry thought. He's manipulative, but he's not stupid. He can see which way the wind is blowing. I don't know if redemption is the right word, Harry said slowly. But we're working toward something. A way forward that doesn't end in destruction, mine or anyone else's. Then I will support that work. However I can. Dumbledore stood, suddenly looking every one of his many years. Go rest, Harry. Tomorrow the questions begin. The ministry, the press, the pure blood families scrambling to understand what happened tonight. You will need your strength. And you. What will you do? What I should have done years ago. Dumbledore's jaw set with new determination. I will prepare for war. Not Voldemort's war. He has been planning that for decades. But my war. The war to protect everything and everyone I have failed to protect before. Harry nodded and turned to leave. At the door, he paused. Professor, for what it's worth, I believe you're trying to do better. It doesn't erase what came before, but it matters. Dumbledore's smile was sad but genuine. Thank you, Harry. That means more than you know. The summer after fourth year was unlike any Harry had experienced. He stayed at Hogwarts again, safer than any alternative, and he needed access to resources that only the castle could provide. But this time, he wasn't alone. The coalition had grown into something resembling a proper organization, with members in multiple houses and connections spreading beyond the school. Daphne arrived the first week of July, claiming she needed to escape her parents' constant matchmaking attempts. The real reason, Harry suspected, was that she couldn't bear to be away from the center of events, and from him. You should have told me, she said the first night, after he'd explained what really happened in the graveyard. About the integration. About what you've become. I'm still figuring out what I've become. Harry sat across from her in the room of requirement, which had configured itself into a comfortable sitting room. But you're right. I should have told you sooner. We're partners. Her voice was sharp, but her eyes held hurt rather than anger. Partners don't keep secrets like that. They do when the secrets could destroy them. Harry met her gaze. If the wrong people found out what's happened to me, what I now carry, they wouldn't try to help me. They'd try to destroy me. You think I would? I think you're a greengrass. Survival first, always. Harry's voice softened. I don't blame you for that. It's one of the things I admire about you. But it means I have to be careful. Even with people I trust. Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then she reached across and took his hand. You trust me, she said quietly. Despite everything. Despite knowing what I am and how I was raised. Yes. Why? Because you chose to stand with me when you didn't have to. Because you've never tried to use me for your family's advancement. Because... Harry hesitated. Because when I imagine the future I want to build, not as an ally, as something more. Her grip tightened. Harry, I know, bad timing. We're in the middle of a war that hasn't officially started yet. I've got a Dark Lord's soul merged with mine. And the Ministry probably wants me arrested for something. He smiled crookedly. But I've learned that waiting for perfect moments is a good way to never say anything at all. You're impossible. But she was smiling too. Absolutely impossible. Is that a yes? It's a we'll see. She stood, still holding his hand. Show me what you've learned. The new magic, the integrated power. I want to understand what you've become. Harry stood with her, their fingers intertwined. All right, he said, but fair warning, it's a lot. I can handle a lot. Her smile turned sharp. I'm a greengrass, remember. The summer brought other developments too. Sirius Black, still technically a fugitive, made contact through a series of encrypted letters. He'd learned about the graveyard, everyone had, by now, and wanted to meet his godson properly. Dangerous, Voldemort warned. Black knows nothing of what you've become. His reaction could be volatile. He deserves the chance to decide for himself, Harry replied. And I need family. Real family, not the Dursleys' mockery of it. They met in the Shrieking Shack, the most secure location Harry could access without raising alarms. Sirius looked worse than his wanted posters suggested, thin, haunted, bearing the marks of 12 years in Azkaban. But his eyes lit up when he saw Harry. You look like James, Sirius breathed. So much like him it hurts. So I've been told. Harry studied his godfather carefully, extending his senses to read the man's magical signature. Damaged but stable. No sign of dark influence or hidden control. Thank you for coming. I should have come years ago. Should have broken out sooner, found a way to reach you. Sirius's voice cracked. I failed you. Harry. Failed James and Lily. Let Pettigrew. Pettigrew is in ministry custody now. The truth is coming out. Harry stepped forward. You didn't fail anyone, Sirius. You were framed, imprisoned without trial, left to rot while Dumbledore did nothing. None of that was your fault. Dumbledore knew I was innocent. He knew enough to question the official story. He chose not to. Harry let a hint of cold anger enter his voice. The leader of the light let an innocent man suffer for over a decade because it was convenient. Because having you out of the way meant one less complication in his plans for me. Sirius's expression hardened. I always knew Albus played games. He's trying to do better now. Or so he claims. Harry shrugged. Either way, I don't trust him. I don't trust anyone who's proven they'll sacrifice individuals for their greater good. Then who do you trust? Harry considered the question. My friends. The people who've stood with me when they had nothing to gain from it. He met Sirius's eyes. I'd like to trust you, if you're willing to be trusted. I'm your godfather. You're a man I've met twice, who happens to share blood with my father. Harry kept his voice gentle but honest. That matters, but it's not enough. Not after everything I've been through. Trust has to be built, Sirius. Slowly, carefully. Sirius looked like he wanted to argue. Then he slumped, the fight going out of him. You're not James, he said quietly. You look like him, but you're harder, more careful, more like... He stopped. More like a Slytherin. Harry smiled slightly. I've had to be. The world hasn't been kind, and I've learned that kindness isn't always returned. James was never kind either. Not really. He was enthusiastic, impulsive. He charged into things without thinking and trusted that everything would work out. Sirius shook his head. Maybe that's why he died so young. Too much faith in people who didn't deserve it. Like Pettigrew. Like Pettigrew. Sirius's jaw tightened. When I get my hands on that rat, you won't need to. The ministry has him. His trial is scheduled for August. Harry paused. After which, your name should be cleared. You could be free again. Free. Sirius laughed bitterly. I haven't been free since I was 21. Prison changes you, Harry. Even after the bars open, part of you stays locked away. Then we'll work on unlocking it. Together, Harry held out his hand. I'm not offering you a family, Sirius. Not yet. But I am offering you a chance. A place in something I'm building. Something that might matter. Sirius stared at the offered hand for a long moment. Then he took it. All right, he said roughly. I'll try for you. For James and Lily. For whatever chance I have left. That's all I ask. 5th year began with the arrival of the ministry's worst nightmare, Dolores Umbridge. Harry had heard rumors about her appointment. The new defense against the dark arts professor, sent by Fudge to keep an eye on Dumbledore and the school. What the rumors hadn't prepared him for was just how thoroughly vile the woman managed to be. Hem. That simpering little cough, designed to demand attention without explicitly requesting it. The Ministry of Magic has always considered the education of young witches and wizards to be of vital importance. Her speech at the opening feast was a masterclass in bureaucratic obfuscation. Harry parsed the doublespeak easily. The ministry was taking control of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's authority was being systematically undermined. And anyone who challenged the official narrative that Voldemort had not returned, that the graveyard incident was a hoax, would be punished accordingly. This is Fudge's doing, Voldemort observed. He is terrified of losing power. Rather than prepare for war, he chooses to suppress information about the threat. Typical politician, Harry agreed. But we can use this. She's going to be a problem. Daphne murmured as the feast continued. She's going to be an opportunity. Harry smiled coldly. Umbridge represents everything wrong with the current ministry: incompetence, denial, the prioritization of power over people. If we handle this correctly, she becomes a symbol of why the old order needs to fall. And how do we handle it correctly? But letting her destroy herself. People like Umbridge always overreach. They can't help it, power corrupts, and she's already corrupted beyond recovery. Harry's eyes tracked the pink-clad woman as she simpered at the head table. We'll give her enough rope to hang herself. Then we step in to pick up the pieces. The first month of classes proved Harry's assessment accurate. Umbridge's defense against the dark arts was a joke. Theoretical study only, no practical spell work. Everything focused on ministry. Approved textbooks that hadn't been updated since before Grindelwald's War. Students weren't learning to defend themselves. They were learning to pass standardized tests. More troubling were the detentions. Students who questioned Umbridge's methods found themselves writing lines with a special quill. A blood quill, Harry realized with cold fury. That carved the words into the writer's own flesh. She's torturing students, Hermione said, her voice shaking with barely contained rage. Using dark artifacts on children. This is illegal. It's sanctioned by the ministry. Harry's voice was flat. Educational Decree 17 gives her authority to administer appropriate punishments at her discretion. Fudge signed it himself. Then we go over Fudge's head. The Wisingamot, the press. The Wisingamot is stacked with Fudge's allies. The press is controlled by people who benefit from the status quo. Harry shook his head. Normal channels won't work. We need something more direct. The something more direct came in the form of Dumbledore's army. The idea emerged from a conversation with Neville. Of all people. We need to learn real defense, Neville said during a late-night coalition meeting. Not Umbridge's rubbish. Actual spells that could save our lives. But we can't practice in class, and we can't practice alone without getting caught. So we practice together, Hermione said slowly, sacredly. A study group, but for practical magic. More than a study group. Harry's mind was already racing with possibilities. An organization. Something that can outlast our time at Hogwarts. Something that trains the next generation of fighters, thinkers, leaders. You're talking about an army, Daphne observed. I'm talking about a movement. Harry stood, beginning to pace. Think about it. Umbridge represents the ministry's worst instincts. Denial, control, the willingness to sacrifice truth for political convenience. But she's also unifying the students against her. Gryffindors and Slytherins alike hate her methods. So we channel that hatred into something productive, Blaise said. Give the discontented a banner to rally around. Exactly. We teach them to defend themselves, yes. But we also teach them to question authority, to recognize when their leaders are lying to them. To fight for what's right instead of what's easy. That's ambitious, Hermione said. It's necessary. Harry stopped pacing, facing his friends. Voldemort is coming back. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next year, but eventually. When he does, we need to be ready. Not just us, but everyone who's willing to stand against him, and we need them to be loyal to something more than Dumbledore's personal crusade. Loyal to you, Daphne said quietly. Loyal to the idea of a better world. Harry's voice hardened. I'm not trying to replace one Dark Lord with another. I'm trying to build something that doesn't need a lord at all. Silence fell over the room. Harry could see them processing, evaluating, weighing risks and rewards. Hermione spoke first. I'm in. Whatever you need. Same, Neville said firmly. Obviously, Blaise drawled, though his eyes were serious. Daphne was last. She held Harry's gaze for a long moment, something unreadable in her expression. Partners, she said finally. Whatever that means. However far it goes. Harry smiled, not his cold, political smile, but something genuine. Then let's get started. The DI? Dumbledore's army, they called it, both as cover and as ironic commentary, grew faster than Harry had dared hope. They met in the room of requirement, which configured itself into the perfect training space, practice dummies, cushioned floors, a library of defense texts that updated automatically as students progressed. Harry taught the basics. Stunning spells, shield charms, the Patronus, while more advanced members helped bring newcomers up to speed. The membership crossed every house boundary, Gryffindors like Neville and the Weasley twins. Ravenclaws like Luna Lovegood, whose dreamy demeanor hid a surprisingly sharp tactical mind. Hufflepuffs like Susan Bones, whose aunt's position in the DMLE gave them valuable intelligence about Ministry movements. And Slytherins, not just Daphne and Blaise, but others who had grown tired of the old pure, blood rhetoric. "You're building a coalition," Dumbledore observed when Harry reported on the DA's progress. Their relationship had evolved into something like mutual respect, if not quite trust. Across houses, across blood status, across political lines. "I'm building what should have existed all along," Harry replied. "The houses divide us artificially, blood status divides us worse, but fear of what's coming, that unites us. Fear is a dangerous foundation, so is denial." Harry met the old man's eyes. "Fudge's ministry is denying that Voldemort has returned. They're calling me a liar, calling you senile. While they play politics, the Death Eaters are regrouping. How is that better?" Dumbledore was silent. "I don't want people to follow me out of fear," Harry continued. "I want them to follow because they believe in something worth fighting for. A world where blood status doesn't determine your worth. Where talent and hard work matter more than family name. Where nobody has to grow up in a cupboard because they're different. You've thought about this deeply. I've had years to think." Harry smiled grimly. "Being sorted into Slytherin teaches you to see how the game is played. Having Voldemort's memories teaches you how the game was designed. And growing up the way I did teaches you why the game needs to change." Umbridge discovered the DA in February. Harry had known it was coming. Too many students involved, too much activity to stay hidden forever. What he hadn't anticipated was who would betray them. Marietta Edgecombe, a Ravenclaw whose mother worked for the Ministry. The pressure had simply been too much. But Harry had prepared for this possibility. "The room's been compromised," he announced calmly when Umbridge's inquisitorial squad burst through the door. "Everyone, execute Protocol 7. The DA scattered like water. Months of drills paid off. Exits that Umbridge's people didn't know about. Disillusionment charms that made pursuit impossible. Predetermined rally points outside the castle where members could confirm they'd escaped." Harry let himself be captured. "Mr. Potter." Umbridge's smile was a thing of nightmares. "Caught at last. Did you really think you could operate an illegal organization under my nose? I thought you'd eventually find out." Harry said calmly, "I just wanted to give you enough rope to hang yourself first." Her smile faltered. "What do you mean?" "I mean that everything that's happened in this room tonight is being magically recorded. Every word you say, every action you take." Harry smiled back, showing teeth. "The blood quill you've been using on students. Documented. Your violations of Ministry law regarding the treatment of minors. Documented. Your attempts to use Veritaserum on students without parental consent. Documented. Your bluffing. Aim I." Harry gestured at the walls. "The Room of Requirement is a fascinating piece of magic. It provides whatever the user needs. And what I needed was evidence." Umbridge's face went purple. "This changes nothing. Fudge will. Fudge will be removed from office within the month." Harry's voice turned cold. "The evidence I've gathered goes beyond your petty cruelties. It includes proof of Ministry corruption, of deliberate sabotage of war preparations, of active collaboration with known Death Eaters still at large." He stepped closer. "Did you think Lucius Malfoy's donations were just generosity? Did you think nobody was paying attention? How dare you?" "I dare because someone has to." Harry turned to face the inquisitorial squad, most of whom were pure, blood Slytherins he'd carefully avoided recruiting to the DA. "You have a choice now. Stand with her and fall with her, or walk away and pretend this never happened. I suggest the latter." The squad exchanged uneasy glances. Several of them had families with complicated histories. Families that wouldn't appreciate being dragged into a scandal. One by one, they lowered their wands and left. Umbridge was alone. "This isn't over," she hissed. "No," Harry agreed. "But the next phase won't be fought in a school. It'll be fought in the courts, the press, the Wisingamot." He walked past her toward the door. "Enjoy the rest of your evening, Professor. It's the last peaceful one you'll have for a while." The evidence Harry had gathered did exactly what he'd intended. Within a week, the Daily Prophet, guided by carefully placed leaks and strategic pressure on its owners, broke the story of Umbridge's abuse. Within 2 weeks, Fudge's government was in freefall, senior officials scrambling to distance themselves from the scandal. Within a month, Fudge himself resigned in disgrace, replaced by Rufus Scrimgeour, a former Auror who at least took the Voldemort threat seriously. "You've changed the government," Hermione said, her voice somewhere between awe and alarm. "You, Harry, a 15-year-old student. I used the tools available to me." Harry shrugged. Fudge was weak, corrupt, and dangerous to everyone who might have to fight in the coming war. Removing him was necessary. "And what you put in his place, is that better?" "Scrimgeour is competent, at least. He'll actually prepare for Voldemort instead of pretending the threat doesn't exist." Harry paused. "Though he'll also try to use me as a symbol. The boy who lived, rallying the troops. I'll have to manage that carefully. And if he can't be managed, then he goes the way of Fudge." Harry's voice was flat. "I'm not interested in personal power, Hermione. But I am interested in survival, mine, yours, everyone who doesn't deserve to die in the war that's coming. If that means removing obstacles, I'll remove obstacles." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "You've changed," she said finally. "Since first year, since the tournament, you're harder." "I've had to be." "I know." She reached out and squeezed his hand. "I just hope you don't lose yourself in the process. The Harry I met on the train, the one who cared about justice and fairness and doing the right thing. I hope he's still in there somewhere." "He is." Harry squeezed back. "He's just learned that caring about justice means being willing to fight for it. And fighting means making choices that aren't always comfortable. As long as you remember where the line is." "I remember." Harry's voice softened. "That's what I have you for. To remind me when I start to forget." Sirius's trial came in June. With Fudge gone and the political landscape shifted, the Wizengamot was finally willing to examine the evidence properly. Peter Pettigrew's testimony, extracted under Veritaserum, every word recorded for the historical record, confirmed what Harry had known for years: Sirius Black was innocent. The vote was unanimous. 12 years of wrongful imprisonment acknowledged. Compensation offered, though no amount of gold could truly compensate for what had been stolen. Sirius walked out of the ministry a free man for the first time since Harry was a baby. "I don't know how to thank you," Sirius said that evening, sitting in the room of requirement with Harry and the inner circle of the coalition. "All of you. What you've done. You don't need to thank us." Harry shook his head. "You were innocent. The system failed you. We just corrected the system." "Corrected it." Sirius laughed, a real laugh with real warmth behind it. "You brought down a minister, exposed corruption at the highest levels, and forced the Wizengamot to admit they'd made a mistake. That's not correction, that's revolution." "Not revolution, reform." Harry smiled slightly. "Revolution means burning everything down. Reform means fixing what's broken while keeping what works. And what works? Hogwarts. Mostly, the magical community's capacity for cooperation, when they're not being manipulated into fighting each other. The basic decency of most people, when they're given a chance to exercise it." Harry's voice hardened. "What doesn't work is the blood purity obsession, the ministry's corruption, the willingness to sacrifice individuals for political convenience. Those have to go. And you think you can change all that?" "I think I have to try." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "Voldemort is still out there, Sirius, weak and scattered, but not defeated. When he returns, and he will return, we need to be ready. Not just with armies and spells, but with a society worth defending. A cause worth fighting for." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "Your father would have said the same thing," he murmured. "James always believed that fighting dark wizards wasn't enough. You had to fight for something, not just against something. I wish I could have known him. He would have been proud of you." Sirius's voice cracked slightly. So proud, both of them would be. Harry looked around the room, at Daphne, whose hand found his under the table. At Hermione and Neville, loyal beyond measure. At Blaise and the other Slytherins who'd thrown their lot in with him. at Luna and Susan, and the DA members who'd risked everything on faith. His family. His real family, chosen and earned rather than assigned by blood. "I'm going to make them proud," he said quietly. "Whatever it takes." The summer after 5th year should have been peaceful. Umbridge was gone, disgraced and facing criminal charges. The ministry was under new leadership, finally taking the Voldemort threat seriously. The DA had survived exposure and emerged stronger. Its members bonded by shared adversity. But peace was never in the cards. The attack came in August, a week before term was scheduled to begin. Death Eaters struck the ministry itself, a coordinated assault that caught the Aurors off guard and left 12 people dead, including Scrimgeour. "It's begun," Harry said when the news reached him. He stood in the room of requirement, surrounded by the core members of his coalition, watching the magical map of Britain that the room had provided. "The war we've been preparing for. It's here. What do we do?" Neville asked. "We'll fight?" Harry's voice was hard. "We fight smart, we fight together, and we fight to win. Not just against Voldemort, against everyone who enables him, protects him, refuses to see him for what he is. That's a lot of enemies," Blaise observed. "Then we'll need a lot of allies." Harry turned to face them. "The DA isn't just a study group anymore. It's an army. My army, if you'll have me." "We've already had you," Daphne said quietly. "Since the beginning. This just makes it official." Harry nodded and turned back to the map. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was gathering strength. The wraith that had nearly died in the graveyard had found new hosts, new resources, new reasons to hate the boy who had humiliated him. But Harry wasn't the boy he'd been anymore. The integration had changed him. Given him access to power and knowledge he was only beginning to understand. And the allies he'd built, the movement he'd created, would stand with him against whatever came. "Send messages to all DA members," Harry ordered. "School returns in 1 week, but the real education starts now. By the time this year ends, we'll be ready for anything." "And Voldemort?" Hermione asked. Harry's smile was cold. "Let him come. I've been waiting for this." The war had begun, and Harry Potter intended to win it. Chapter 6 End, Chapter 7. The prophecy shattered, the Department of Mysteries burned with spell fire. Harry ducked beneath a killing curse and returned fire with a blasting hex that sent 2 Death Eaters tumbling through the air. Around him, the battle raged in the spinning room, doors whirling, gravity shifting, reality itself seeming uncertain in this place where the ministry stored its darkest secrets. "Left!" Daphne shouted, and Harry pivoted just in time to avoid a curse that would have taken his head off. She fought beside him as she'd done for months now. Cold, precise, devastating. The Ice Queen had become something far more dangerous, a warrior. The Hall of Prophecy is 3 doors down. Hermione called from behind a conjured barrier. Her wand work was textbook perfect. Shields layering over shields as she protected the rear guard. But they're between us and it. Then we go through them. Harry's voice carried the resonance of command he'd cultivated over years of practice. Neville, Blaise flanking pattern. Luna suppressing fire. Everyone else on me. They moved like a single organism. Drills and training paying off in the chaos of real combat. The Death Eaters were skilled, experienced, ruthless. But they were also surprised. They'd expected to find children in this place. Instead, they found soldiers. Harry reached the door to the Hall of Prophecy and blasted it open. The room beyond was vast, endless rows of shelves stretching into darkness, each one loaded with glowing orbs that pulsed with captured foretellings. Somewhere in this labyrinth was the prophecy that had shaped his entire life, the words spoken before his birth that had made him Voldemort's target. Tonight, he intended to destroy it. The assault on the ministry had been Harry's idea. For months, he'd known that the prophecy existed. Voldemort's obsession with it had leaked through their connection, giving Harry glimpses of the Dark Lord's desperate need to hear its full contents. The Wraith, version of Voldemort, still recovering from the graveyard, believed that the prophecy held the key to finally defeating Harry once and for all. "He thinks it will tell him how to kill you," the integrated Voldemort had explained during one of their mental conferences. The fragment he heard. the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, has haunted him for 16 years. He believes the full prophecy will reveal your weakness. Does it? I do not know. I never heard the complete version. A pause. But I suspect it matters less than he believes. Prophecies are self-fulfilling more often than not. Their power lies in how people react to them, not in any inherent truth. Then why does he want it so badly? Because he is afraid. He has been afraid since the night he tried to kill you and failed. The prophecy represents certainty. An answer to the question that has tormented him for over a decade. The Dark Lord's voice turned thoughtful. Destroying it would deny him that certainty. It might even break him. Harry had seen the opportunity immediately. A strike at the heart of Ministry territory, targeting the prophecy that had shaped both their lives. It would demonstrate his faction's capabilities, humiliate Voldemort's forces and, most importantly, shatter the words that had been used to manipulate him since birth. The planning had taken months: intelligence gathering, infiltration, coordination with allies inside the Ministry. The new minister, Pius Thickness, a weak man who had taken power after Scrimgeour's assassination, was rumored to be under Voldemort's influence. Harry had confirmed this through legilimency, catching surface thoughts from the man during a public appearance. The Ministry was compromised, which meant Harry couldn't rely on official channels anymore. So he'd created unofficial ones. "Potter!" The voice echoed through the Hall of Prophecy, and Harry turned to face the speaker. Lucius Malfoy stood at the far end of the row, flanked by a dozen Death Eaters in full regalia. His silver mask glinted in the prophecy light. "We've been expecting you," Malfoy continued, his voice silky with false confidence. "Did you really think you could waltz into the Ministry without our knowledge?" "The Dark Lord sees all, boy. He knows your every move." "Does he?" Harry smiled coldly. "Then he knows I'm not here to steal the prophecy. I'm here to destroy it." Malfoy's composure cracked. "You wouldn't dare. Watch me." Harry raised his wand and spoke a word in parcel tongue. The shelves around them began to shake. Not randomly, deliberately. Following a pattern Harry had memorized weeks ago when he'd infiltrated the department through the Room of Requirement's strange connections. The prophecy orbs trembled, their containment wards weakening under the pressure of Parseltongue commands that bypassed Ministry security entirely. Salazar Slytherin helped design this place. Harry called over the growing chaos. His wards, his protections, his traps, and his language unlocks them all. The first orb shattered. Then another. Then a cascade. Prophecies dying by the hundreds as their vessels burst and their magic dissipated into the air. The Death Eaters broke formation. Some trying to reach Harry, others trying to save the precious foretellings their master wanted. It was exactly the chaos Harry had planned for. "Now!" he shouted. The DA struck from 3 directions at once. The battle that followed would be remembered as the turning point of the war. Neville dueled Bellatrix Lestrange with a fury that shocked everyone who witnessed it. The bumbling boy transformed into an avenging angel, his magic powered by years of grief and rage finally given an outlet. When Bellatrix fell, stunned and bound, Neville stood over her with tears streaming down his face. "For my parents," he whispered. "For everything you took." Luna moved through the chaos like a dream, her spells coming from angles that seemed impossible, her Ravenclaw brilliance applied to combat in ways no one had anticipated. She disarmed 3 Death Eaters without ever raising her voice, her serene expression never changing. Blaise and the Slytherin contingent fought with cold efficiency, their pure, blood training turned against the ideology they'd been raised to support. They knew how Death Eaters thought, how they moved, how they fought, and they exploited every weakness. And Harry was everywhere. The integrated power he'd gained in the graveyard had grown over the past year, refined through constant practice and the guidance of 2 Voldemort fragments working in unexpected harmony. He dueled multiple opponents simultaneously, his wand a blur of motion, his magic responding to thought faster than most wizards could manage with words. Lucius Malfoy fell to a stunning spell so powerful it cracked the floor beneath him. Antonin Dolohov went down to a curse that Harry had invented himself, a modification of a blasting hex that targeted magical cores instead of physical bodies. One by one, the Death Eaters were overwhelmed by an army they'd dismissed as children, but the real blow came when Harry reached row 97 and found the prophecy that bore his name, SPT to APWBD. Dark Lord and Harry Potter. The orb glowed softly in his hand, its contents waiting to be heard. For a moment, just a moment, Harry was tempted. All those years of wondering, of being manipulated by words he'd never heard. He could finally know the truth. Don't, the integrated Voldemort warned. The words don't matter. What matters is that you choose your own path. I know. Harry looked at the orb one last time. But I still want to hear it. Just once. He triggered the prophecy. Trelawney's voice, harsh and strange, echoed through the hall. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live, while the other survives. Harry listened until the final word faded. Then he closed his fist and crushed the orb to dust. Neither can live while the other survives, he repeated softly. Except we've found a third option, haven't we? Living together instead of apart. The prophecy never accounted for integration, Voldemort agreed. It assumed we would remain enemies, that our natures were fixed. Nothing is fixed. Harry scattered the dust to the wind. Everything can change. He turned to find his allies gathering around him, the battle won, the Death Eaters defeated or fled. In the distance, he could hear Aurors finally arriving. Too late, as he'd planned. By the time they reached the hall, the story would already be set. Dumbledore's army had struck a decisive blow against Voldemort's forces, and Harry Potter had destroyed the prophecy that had haunted them all. Status report, Harry commanded. 3 DA members injured, none critically. Hermione reported. 14 Death Eaters captured, including Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy. The rest retreated via Portkey. And our escape route? Still clear. The room of requirement connection is holding. Harry nodded. Then we leave. Now, before the Ministry complicates things. The aftermath of the Department of Mysteries raid transformed everything. No longer controlled by Ministry censors, ran the story for 3 consecutive days. BOWHOADE AIDS ASAULT OND8 ERS PRPECYD Stra OND Zakar Lardis Obiza Sisionina Finlaeder, announced the second. Diambilidra Sermai. THEOCH Movimentish Chiagnt War. Public opinion, already shifting after Umbridge's exposure, swung decisively toward Harry's faction. Parents who had feared Voldemort now saw their children as warriors capable of fighting back. Young witches and wizards who had felt helpless suddenly had heroes their own age to emulate. Recruitment to the DA tripled within a month. "You've done something remarkable," Dumbledore said during their first meeting after the raid. The old wizard looked older than ever, the weight of the war pressing down even on his ancient shoulders. "You've given people hope. Real hope. Not just pretty words." "Hope isn't enough," Harry replied. "We need organization, resources, a plan for what comes after we win. After. The war will end eventually. Either we defeat Voldemort or he defeats us. If we win, we need to be ready to rebuild. Not just return to the old system that allowed him to rise in the first place." Dumbledore studied him carefully. "You're thinking about the future of magical Britain. Someone has to. The Ministry is compromised. The old pure, blood families are either fighting for Voldemort or hiding from him. The institutions that should be protecting people have failed completely." Harry met the headmaster's eyes. "When this is over, there has to be something better, and I intend to build it." "That sounds like ambition beyond mere survival." "It is." Harry didn't flinch from the implication. "I'm not doing this just to stay alive, Professor. I'm doing it because the world shouldn't be this broken. Because children shouldn't grow up in cupboards while people pretend everything is fine. Because blood status shouldn't determine your worth. Because," he stopped, collecting himself, "because I have the power to change things, and refusing to use that power would be just as wrong as using it for evil." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, His voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. Tom Riddle once sat in this office and told me something similar. He believed that his power obligated him to reshape the world according to his vision. I know. Harry's voice was steady. I carry part of him inside me, remember. I understand his reasoning, I even sympathize with some of it. And yet he was wrong. Not about having the responsibility to act, about what he chose to do with that responsibility. Harry shook his head. Riddle wanted to dominate, to control, to make everyone fear him because fear was the only relationship he understood. I want to build, to connect, to create systems that work for everyone, not just the powerful. You believe you can succeed where he failed. I believe I have to try. Harry smiled slightly. And I have something he never did. People who care about me. People who will tell me when I'm going wrong. People who stand with me because they choose to, not because they're afraid. Your coalition. My family. The word came naturally now. Hermione keeps me grounded in ethics. Neville reminds me what we're fighting for. Daphne keeps me sharp, won't let me get lazy or sentimental. And, Harry paused. And the part of me that used to be Tom Riddle, even he has grown, changed, become something different than what he started as. You speak of the Horcrux as if it were a person. It is a person. A fragment of one, at least. And fragments can heal, can integrate, can become part of something larger. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes directly. I know you've spent decades planning to destroy the Horcruxes. Planning to destroy me eventually, because of what I carry. I'm asking you to consider another possibility. Which is, that destruction isn't the only answer. That the prophecy's power the Dark Lord knows not isn't love or courage, or any of the things you've speculated about. It's integration. Redemption. The ability to take something broken and make it whole again. The silence stretched between them. Harry could see Dumbledore thinking, reconsidering, adjusting paradigms that had been fixed for decades. Finally, the old wizard nodded slowly. I will consider your perspective, he said. It goes against everything I believed about Horcruxes. About Tom. About the nature of soul magic itself. He paused. But you have surprised me before. Harry, perhaps you will surprise me again. That's all I ask. The summer before 6th year brought the war to Hogwarts itself. Voldemort, enraged by the Department of Mysteries debacle, launched a series of attacks designed to break the Resistance's morale. Hogsmeade was hit in June, Diagon Alley in July. Individual families targeted for assassination based on their support for Harry's faction. But the resistance held. Every attack was met with a response. DA members, now numbering in the hundreds, operated in cells across Britain, gathering intelligence, protecting targets, striking back when opportunities arose. They weren't winning the war, not yet. But they weren't losing either. We're in a stalemate, Harry told his inner circle during an August strategy session. Voldemort has more raw power, but we have better organization and public support. Neither side can land a decisive blow. So we change the equation, Daphne suggested. Find something that shifts the balance. The Horcruxes. Hermione said quietly. Everyone turned to look at her. We've been fighting Voldemort's forces, but we haven't addressed the reason he keeps coming back. Even if we kill his body, he'll just resurrect again. We need to destroy his anchors to life. We need to destroy most of them, Harry corrected. The piece in me. That's different, Isaac. Hermione's voice was careful but probing. You've said the integration is stable. That you and the fragment have reached an understanding. But what happens when the other Horcruxes are destroyed? Will it change things? Harry had wondered the same thing himself. The integrated Voldemort had been strangely quiet on the subject. Well, Harry asked internally. What do you think? I think it will weaken me, Voldemort admitted. The Horcruxes are connected, however tenuously. Destroying them will diminish the soul, magic I share with you. Whether that destroys our integration, or simply changes it, I cannot predict. Would you try to stop me, if I went after the other Horcruxes? A long pause. I do not believe so. The existence I have now, this strange partnership we have built, is more valuable to me than the immortality the Horcruxes were meant to provide. If destroying them is necessary to defeat the Wraith version of myself, then it is necessary. Even if it kills you, even then. The Dark Lord's voice was quiet. Though I would prefer to survive, I have discovered that I enjoy existing. Perhaps that is your influence, perhaps. Hermione's voice pulled him back to the present. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just consulting. Harry took a breath. You're right. The Horcruxes need to be destroyed. We know about 3 for certain: the diary, which was dealt with second year, the ring, which Dumbledore handled, and the piece in me which stays intact. There are more. At least 2 others. Maybe 3. Harry shared what he'd learned through his connection. The locket, the cup, the possible involvement of Ravenclaw or Gryffindor artifacts. Dumbledore has been hunting them quietly. We should coordinate with him. Since when do we coordinate with Dumbledore? Blaise asked skeptically. Since we're fighting the same enemy and neither of us can win alone. Harry's voice hardened. I don't trust Dumbledore completely. I never will, but he has resources we need, and we have capabilities he lacks. Together, we might actually end this. And after, we renegotiate. Once Voldemort is truly dead, the political landscape shifts completely. We'll need to be ready. The hunt for Horcruxes consumed the next year. Harry worked with Dumbledore more closely than ever before, combining their knowledge to track down Voldemort's remaining anchors. The locket was recovered from a cave protected by Inferi. A nightmarish ordeal that left Dumbledore weakened and Harry haunted by memories that weren't entirely his own. I put those protections in place, the integrated Voldemort had said as they fought through the defenses. The cruelty was deliberate. I wanted anyone who sought the locket to suffer. Why? Because I could not imagine anyone seeking it who did not deserve to suffer. A pause. I was wrong about many things. The cup was retrieved from the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, a heist that required months of planning and resulted in a dramatic dragon-assisted escape that the wizarding press covered breathlessly. The diadem was found in the Room of Requirement itself, hidden for decades among the forgotten artifacts of generations of students. Each destruction weakened the Wraith Voldemort. Reports from Death Eater defectors described their master growing increasingly unstable, his rages more frequent, his strategies more desperate. The connection between the remaining Horcruxes and the central soul was fraying. But each destruction changed Harry too. I feel it, the integrated Voldemort reported after the diadem was melted by fiendfire. Like losing pieces of myself, not death, exactly, but diminishment. I'm sorry, don't be. These fragments were not me, not the me I have become. They were echoes of what I was at my worst. A pause. Destroying them is like cutting away diseased flesh. Painful but necessary. Will you survive? When the last one falls, I do not know. But I choose to hope. The Dark Lord's laugh was soft, surprised. Hope. What a strange thing to feel. I think I understand why humans cling to it now. By the spring of Harry's 6th year, only 2 Horcruxes remained: the piece in Harry himself, and Nagini, Voldemort's serpent familiar, the final anchor he kept close at all times. The final battle was approaching, but Voldemort struck during the summer holidays. His forces converged on Hogwarts in a massive assault. Giants, Dementors, werewolves, and hundreds of Death Eaters attacking the ancient wards that protected the school. The DA's intelligence network had provided warning, allowing time for evacuation and preparation. But the battle would be brutal regardless. Harry stood on the castle ramparts as the enemy army approached, his inner circle beside him. This is it, he said quietly. Everything we've been building toward. Whatever happens tonight, we're ready. Daphne's hand found his, squeezing once. We've been ready for years. The DA is in position, Neville reported. Every cell, every member, they know what's at stake. Dumbledore. Harry asked. Leading the defense of the main gate. The order is with him. Hermione's voice was steady despite the fear Harry could see in her eyes. Harry, if this goes wrong, it won't. But if it does, then you take over. You and Daphne and Neville. You finish what we started, and you build something worth all the sacrifices. Harry met her eyes. But I intend to be here when it's done. I've come too far to die now. The first spells began to fall, the wards flaring under the assault. Somewhere in the distance, Harry heard the roar of giants and the screams of defenders. "Let's end this," he said, and led his army to war. The Battle of Hogwarts would be remembered as the bloodiest night in British magical history. The fighting raged through corridors and courtyards, classrooms and common rooms. Students as young as fourth year stood beside Aurors and professors, defending the school that had been their home. Death Eaters who had expected easy prey found themselves facing a generation raised on resistance. Harry moved through the chaos like a force of nature. The integrated power he'd cultivated for years reached its full expression in combat. Spells flowing from his wand faster than thought, his awareness expanded to encompass the entire battlefield. He dueled Voldemort's inner circle and won. He protected allies and destroyed enemies. He was everywhere the fighting was thickest, inspiring by example, refusing to yield even when the odds seemed impossible. And through it all, he searched for Nagini. The snake was the key. Destroy her and Voldemort became mortal. Mortal, he could be killed. Killed, the war ended. He found her at midnight, coiled around her master in the shrieking shack. Voldemort looked terrible, diminished. His power visibly weakened by the loss of his Horcruxes. But his eyes still burned with hate as Harry entered the room. "Potter," the Dark Lord's voice was a rasp. "You've destroyed everything I built. Taken everything I created. You destroyed yourself, Tom, years ago, when you decided power mattered more than people." Harry raised his wand. "This is just the cleanup. You carry my soul." Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted. "Kill me, and you kill part of yourself." "Not anymore." Harry smiled grimly. "The piece of you I carry has become something else. Something you could have been if you'd made different choices. It doesn't need you to survive, and neither do I." Before Voldemort could respond, Harry struck, not at Voldemort himself, at Nagini. The sword of Gryffindor, borrowed from Dumbledore for this moment, flashed through the air and severed the serpent's head in a single stroke. Voldemort screamed. It was a sound Harry would remember for the rest of his life. The death cry of a Dark Lord, the howl of a fractured soul finally tearing itself apart. Voldemort's body convulsed, dark magic bleeding from every pore as the last anchor that sustained him was destroyed. And in Harry's mind, the integrated Voldemort went quiet, not dead. Harry could still feel him, a dim presence instead of the vibrant consciousness he'd grown accustomed to, but weakened, changed, transformed by the destruction of everything that had made Tom Riddle a monster. "It's over," Harry said softly, watching Voldemort's body crumble to ash. Finally over. But even as he spoke, he felt the presence in his mind stir. Weakened, yes. Diminished, certainly. But still there. Still part of him. "Not over," the fragment whispered. "Just different. You survived. Barely. I am not what I was. Not the Dark Lord. Not the terror of Britain. I do not know what I am. You're part of me." Harry felt tears prick his eyes, though whether from grief or relief he couldn't say. "And whatever happens next, we'll figure it out together." Together. The word carried wonder, as if the concept was still new. "Yes, I think I would like that." Harry sheathed the sword and walked out of the shrieking shack, leaving the ashes of Lord Voldemort behind. The battle was won, the war was over, and the real work, building the world he'd always dreamed of, could finally begin. Chapter 7 Chapter 80. The Heir Ascendant, the sun rose over Hogwarts, and for the first time in years, the light brought no fear with it. Harry stood on the astronomy tower, watching the dawn paint the grounds in shades of gold and rose. Below him, the evidence of battle was everywhere, craters in the lawn, scorch marks on ancient stone, makeshift triage stations where the wounded were being tended. The dead had been gathered in the Great Hall, their names already being recorded for the memorial that would inevitably follow. Too many names, too many friends, too high a price. But they had won. "Harry," Daphne's voice came from behind him, soft with exhaustion and something deeper. "You should rest. You've been awake for almost 2 days." "I know." He didn't turn around. "I just needed a moment to process." She came to stand beside him, her arm brushing his. They were both covered in dust and dried blood, some their own, most belonging to others. Her silver dress robes had been ruined hours ago. replaced by practical combat wear that made her look older than her 17 years. "It's really over," she said quietly. "I keep expecting to feel different, relieved maybe, or triumphant. Instead I just feel empty." "Yes." She leaned into him slightly. "Is that wrong?" "I don't think so." Harry finally turned to look at her. "We've spent years preparing for this moment. Planning, fighting, losing people we cared about. Now that it's here, all that purpose just stops. It's disorienting. What comes next?" It was the question everyone would be asking soon. Harry had thought about it endlessly during the long months of war, but the reality of actually facing it still felt surreal. "Rebuilding," he said. "The Ministry is in shambles. The old power structures have collapsed. Someone needs to step in before the chaos fills the vacuum. Someone." Daphne's lips curved slightly. "You mean you. I mean us. Everyone who fought. Everyone who believed in something better." Harry shook his head. "I'm not trying to become minister, Daphne. I'm not trying to rule anything. But I am going to make sure that what we build from this isn't just a repeat of what came before." "How?" "By being present. By having people in the right positions. By making sure the voices that have always been silenced finally get heard." He paused. "The pure blood supremacy is broken. Voldemort was its final champion, and he's ash. But the systems that enabled it are still there. The laws, the customs, the assumptions about who matters and who doesn't. Those need to change. That's a lot of change. It's necessary change." Harry met her eyes. "I grew up in a cupboard because magical society decided I was better off with abusive muggles than with any of the dozens of families who would have taken me. Neville's parents were tortured into insanity while the Ministry looked the other way. Hermione was treated as lesser for her blood status, despite being the most brilliant witch of her generation. Luna was mocked and isolated for being different." His voice hardened. "None of that was inevitable. All of it was a choice. By individuals, by institutions, by a culture that prioritized tradition over compassion. We can choose differently. And if people don't want to choose differently, then they'll find themselves on the wrong side of history." Harry smiled slightly. "I'm not planning to force anyone, but I am planning to make it very clear which direction we're moving and very uncomfortable to stand in the way." Daphne studied him for a long moment. Then she reached up and touched his face, a gesture of intimacy she rarely permitted herself. "You've changed," she said softly. "Since first year. Since the tournament. Since the war began. You're not the angry boy who refused Draco's handshake on the train anymore. That boy is still in here somewhere. He's just learned a few things." "What things?" "That anger is useful but not sufficient. That power without purpose is just destruction. That the world is broken in specific ways that can be specifically fixed, if you're willing to do the work." Harry covered her hand with his own. "And that having people who matter to you, people worth protecting, worth building for, makes all the difference. People like me. Especially you." He pulled her closer, and for a moment they just held each other. Two survivors on the morning after the apocalypse. "I love you," Daphne said quietly. "I don't think I've ever said that out loud before. Too many years of being trained not to show weakness. But if last night taught me anything, it's that waiting for the perfect moment is a good way to never say anything at all. I love you too." Harry kissed her forehead gently. "I have for a while now. I just wasn't sure you wanted to hear it." "I wasn't sure I wanted to hear it either." She laughed softly. Apparently almost dying clarifies things. Apparently. They stood together as the sun continued to rise, and for a few precious minutes, the weight of everything that came next felt manageable. The weeks after the battle were chaos barely contained. The Ministry had to be rebuilt almost from scratch. Thickness was dead, killed in the fighting. His predecessors, Fudge, Scrimgeour, were either disgraced or deceased. The Wizengamot had lost nearly a third of its members to the war through death or arrest or flight. Into this vacuum stepped Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Auror who had fought alongside the Order and earned the trust of nearly every faction. Harry had supported his candidacy quietly, but effectively, making it clear to the pure, blood families that Shacklebolt had his endorsement. You could have taken it yourself, Kingsley said during their first private meeting after his appointment as acting minister. The public would have supported you. The political capital was there. I'm 17, Harry pointed out. And I have other plans. What plans? Education reform, economic restructuring, international relations that don't assume Britain is the center of the magical world. Harry smiled slightly. Things that work better from outside the government than inside it. You want to be a power behind the throne. I want to be a voice that the throne has to listen to. There's a difference. Harry leaned forward. I'm not interested in controlling the ministry, Kingsley. I'm interested in making sure it works. For everyone, not just the people who've always had access. That's a long-term project. I'm planning to live a long time. Kingsley studied him with the sharp assessment of a career or the Horcrux, he said finally. The one in your scar. What happened to it? Harry had expected this question eventually. He'd prepared several answers, ranging from complete denial to partial truth. Looking at Kingsley now, a man who had fought beside him, who had lost friends to the same war, who deserved honesty even when honesty was complicated, he chose the most difficult option. It's still there, Harry said quietly. But it's not what it was. The piece of Voldemort's soul that lodged in me when I was a baby, it's grown. Changed. Integrated with who I am in ways that can't be separated. Kingsley's expression didn't change. You carry part of Voldemort's soul. And you're telling me this willingly. I'm telling you because you need to understand what you're dealing with. The fragment in me isn't the Dark Lord. It hasn't been for years. It's something else. Something that learned and evolved and chose a different path. Harry met Kingsley's eyes steadily. I'm not going to pretend it doesn't exist. I'm not going to hide from what I've become. But I am going to ask you to judge me by my actions, not by what I carry. Your actions won a war. My actions led a movement that won a war, with help from hundreds of people who believed in something better. And the fragment? Does it have opinions? About the war, about what comes next? Harry considered how to answer. The integrated Voldemort had been quiet since the battle, recuperating, perhaps, from the destruction of the other Horcruxes. But he was still present, still aware, still part of Harry's mental landscape. Do you want to speak? Harry asked internally. I do not think that would be wise, came the faint reply. The minister needs to trust you. My voice would only complicate that. Then I'll speak for both of us. The fragment wants what I want. Harry said aloud. Peace, stability. A chance to build something that doesn't end in destruction. It's learned, we've both learned, that the path Voldemort chose led only to ruin. We're choosing differently. Kingsley was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. I've seen enough impossible things in the last few years to believe that redemption is possible, he said. Even for soul fragments of Dark Lords. But understand this, Harry, if the fragment ever becomes a threat again, I will act. Regardless of our friendship, regardless of what you've accomplished. I would expect nothing less. Harry stood and offered his hand. We have an understanding then. Kingsley took it. We do. May it never be tested. The summer passed in a blur of reconstruction and reorganization. Harry's coalition. He still thought of it as the DA. Even though it had grown far beyond its origins. Became the skeleton around which new institutions were built. Hermione took a position in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, immediately beginning work on legislation that would grant House elves basic rights and protections. Neville accepted an apprenticeship in herbology, his quiet strength and earned fame making him a role model for a generation of students who had grown up in war. Daphne, to no one's surprise, went into politics directly, not as a candidate, but as an advisor, strategist, and power broker in the traditional greengrass fashion. Within months, she had built a network that rivaled anything her family had accomplished in generations. And Harry returned to Hogwarts. You're serious? Dumbledore said when Harry explained his plan. The old wizard looked tired. The war had taken years off him that he couldn't afford to lose. But his eyes still held their familiar twinkle. You want to teach? I want to help rebuild the school. Whatever form that takes. Harry smiled slightly. Defense against the dark arts seems appropriate, given my experience. But I'm also interested in the curriculum as a whole. What we teach, how we teach it. Ambitious. Always. Harry paused. How much longer do you intend to stay, Professor? Dumbledore's expression shifted, something sad and knowing entering his eyes. Not much longer, I think. The war took a great deal from me, and there are things I need to do before the end. The Hollows. You know about those. I know enough. Harry had pieced together the story over years. The Deathly Hallows. Dumbledore's obsession with them, the way that obsession had shaped so much of his life. Is that what you're looking for? Some way to cheat death. Not cheat, understand. Dumbledore's voice was soft. I have made many mistakes, Harry. Caused tremendous harm in pursuit of what I believed was the greater good. I thought I had learned better, but the war showed me how much I still had to learn. He paused. I need to make what amends I can, while I still have time, and after, Hogwarts will need new leadership. Someone who understands what it means to protect children while still preparing them for a dangerous world. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. I had thought McGonagall would be my successor. But perhaps, no. Harry shook his head firmly. I'm not becoming headmaster. Not yet, possibly not ever. I have too much else to do. Then what do you want? A seat on the Board of Governors. A voice in how the school is run, and the freedom to teach as I see fit. Harry smiled. Let McGonagall have the title. She's earned it. I'll work with her. Dumbledore nodded slowly. You have grown wise, Harry. Wiser than I was at your age. I had good teachers. Some of them even meant to teach me what I learned. The old wizard's laugh was genuine, if tired. Touch. I suppose I deserved that. You deserve a lot of things, most of them contradictory. Harry stood to leave. Rest, Professor. The world won't end if you take a few days off. Perhaps not. But old habits are difficult to break. So I've noticed. The trials began in September. Every Death Eater who had survived the war faced justice. Real justice this time, with proper evidence and legal representation and verdicts based on actual guilt rather than political convenience. Harry testified at several, his account of events carrying weight that sometimes felt unfair. But he used that weight carefully. Draco Malfoy, the prosecutor announced, and Harry watched his former rival take the stand. Draco looked nothing like the arrogant boy Harry had met on the train 7 years ago. The war had stripped away his pretensions, left him raw and uncertain in a way that was almost painful to witness. He had fought on both sides at different points. First for Voldemort, then secretly for Harry, then openly when the final battle made neutrality impossible. Mr. Potter. The prosecutor turned to Harry. You've submitted testimony regarding Mr. Malfoy's actions during the war. Can you summarize your assessment for the court? Draco Malfoy made mistakes. Harry said carefully. He believed things he shouldn't have believed. Supported causes he should have questioned, allowed fear and family pressure to guide his choices. But when it mattered, when he had to decide once and for all what kind of person he wanted to be, he chose to fight against Voldemort. He provided intelligence that saved lives. He risked everything to help us, knowing his family would be targeted if he was discovered. You would recommend leniency. I would recommend evaluation. Draco isn't innocent, but he isn't irredeemable either. He's a young man who was raised in a toxic environment and managed to find his way out. The question isn't whether he deserves punishment. It's whether punishment would serve any useful purpose. The Wisengamot murmured among themselves. Harry caught Draco's eye and gave a small nod. You're being generous, the integrated Voldemort observed. He was a brat who made your life miserable for years. He was a child trapped in a nightmare of his family's making, Harry replied. Sound familiar? Touchy. The verdict, when it came, was probation rather than imprisonment. A chance for Draco to prove he could be better than his upbringing. It wasn't friendship between them, not yet. But it was a start. Autumn brought changes of a different kind. Harry and Daphne formalized their relationship at a small ceremony attended only by their closest friends. It wasn't a wedding in the traditional sense. They were both too young for that. too aware of how much growing they still had to do. But it was a public commitment that carried weight in pure, blood circles. The Greengrass, Potter alliance, Blaise commented at the reception afterward. Who would have predicted that? First year. Anyone paying attention? Daphne replied coolly. Harry was obviously exceptional from the start. I simply had the sense to recognize it early. Modest as always. Modesty is for people who have something to be modest about. But she was smiling. Her arm linked through Harry's, her usual ice queen persona softened into something almost warm. Later, when the guests had gone and they were alone in the quarters Hogwarts had provided, Daphne turned to Harry with unusual vulnerability in her expression. Tell me something, she said. Something true. Something you've never told anyone else. Harry considered the request. There were so many secrets he'd accumulated over the years. Some his own, some borrowed, some too dangerous to ever speak aloud. But this was Daphne, his partner. The person who had stood beside him through everything that mattered. The fragment of Voldemort in my scar, he said quietly. It's not just a passenger anymore, it's part of how I think. Part of who I am, when I analyze a situation, when I plan strategy, when I understand the darkness in people. That's not just me, it's him too. Us. We've become something neither of us was alone. Does that frighten you? Sometimes. When I realize how different I've become from the boy who didn't know magic existed. When I catch myself thinking in ways that feel too cold, too calculating, too much like, he stopped. Too much like him? Yes! Harry met her eyes. But then I remember that he's changed too. That the part of Tom Riddle living in my head isn't the monster anymore. He's learned, grown, become capable of things the original Voldemort would have considered weakness. Like what? Like caring. About me, about what we're building, about whether people live or die. Harry's voice softened. He's proud of what we've accomplished. Proud of who I've become. He doesn't want to dominate me or escape me anymore. He wants to see how far we can go together. That's... Daphne paused, searching for words. That's the strangest love story I've ever heard. I'm not sure love is the right word. But something close to it, maybe. Harry pulled her into an embrace. Does it bother you? Knowing that part of me is literally part of him. It should. The Ice Queen of Slytherin. Bonded to the man carrying the Dark Lord's soul, she laughed softly against his chest. But I've never been very good at doing what I should. And the man I fell in love with is the whole man. The Harry Potter parts and the Tom Riddle parts, and whatever new thing you've become together. You're remarkable. I know. She tilted her face up to kiss him. No, stop philosophizing and take me to bed. We've earned a few hours of not thinking about the fate of the wizarding world. Harry laughed. A genuine laugh, free of calculation or strategy or the weight of destiny. Yes, ma'am. The years that followed weren't easy. Building something new never was. There were setbacks, betrayals, moments when the old ways reasserted themselves and progress seemed impossible. Pure, blood families who had supported Harry during the war discovered that his reforms threatened their interests and became opponents. Muggle, born activists who had rallied to his banner, grew impatient with the pace of change and criticized him for not going far enough. But step by step, law by law, the wizarding world transformed. Hermione's creature rights legislation passed in Harry's third year at Hogwarts, granting house elves the right to choose their employers and mandating minimum standards of treatment. It was compromise, not the full liberation she had originally wanted, but it was movement. Neville's experimental herbology research produced breakthroughs in magical medicine, earning him a reputation that eclipsed his parents' fame. When he married Luna Lovegood in a ceremony that violated every pure blood tradition. The social columns buzzed with scandal, but the younger generation celebrated it as a sign of things to come. Draco Malfoy, to everyone's surprise, became one of Harry's most effective political allies. The former Death Eater threw his family's remaining influence behind reform efforts, proving that redemption was possible for those willing to work for it. He never became close friends with Harry. Too much history, too many memories, but they developed a working relationship built on mutual respect. And Harry himself. Harry taught, wrote, organized, built connections across borders, reaching out to magical communities in France, Bulgaria, America, Japan. He became not a ruler, but an architect, designing structures that would outlast him, creating systems that didn't depend on any single person's virtue. You've done it, Dumbledore said during one of their final conversations. The old wizard was fading by then, his body finally giving out after decades of accumulated damage. What I spent my whole life trying to achieve through manipulation and control, you've accomplished through something else. Something better. I had help. We all have help. The difference is whether we acknowledge it. Dumbledore smiled weakly. I am proud of you, Harry. More than I have any right to be, given how poorly I treated you. You did your best. It wasn't good enough, but it was your best. Harry took the old man's hand. I forgave you a long time ago. Not because you deserved it, but because holding on to anger was hurting me more than it was hurting you. Wise words. I had good teachers, even the ones who didn't mean to teach me. Dumbledore's laugh turned into a cough, and the healers moved in to tend him. But his eyes stayed on Harry until the very end. When Albus Dumbledore died 3 days later, the wizarding world mourned. But it was Harry who spoke at his funeral, offering an assessment that would be quoted for generations. Dumbledore was a great wizard and a flawed man. He accomplished extraordinary things and caused tremendous harm. He loved deeply and failed spectacularly. He spent his whole life trying to do what was right and got it wrong as often as he got it right. Harry paused, looking out at the crowd of mourners. But he never stopped trying. Never gave up on the belief that the world could be better than it was. And in the end, I think that's what matters most. Not whether we're perfect, but whether we keep striving towards something worth reaching. 20 years after the Battle of Hogwarts, Harry Potter stood in a room very different from the one where his journey had begun. This was the headmaster's office now. His office, finally claimed after years of McGonagall's capable stewardship. The portraits on the walls included faces he recognized: Dumbledore, who still offered cryptic advice when asked; Snape, who had been awarded the position posthumously after his heroism was revealed; and now McGonagall herself, having passed peacefully after a long and accomplished career. The office looked out over grounds that bustled with students from every background imaginable. House rivalries still existed, but they were friendly competitions rather than bitter divisions. Muggle-borns walked alongside pure bloods without fear. The children of former Death Eaters learned beside the children of their parents' victims. It wasn't perfect. Nothing ever was. But it was better, measurably, tangibly, undeniably better. Headmaster. A knock at the door. Your 2 o'clock appointment is here. Send them in. The door opened to admit a young witch, perhaps 11, with dark hair and startling green eyes that reminded Harry painfully of his mother. She looked nervous but determined, clutching her Hogwarts letter like a lifeline. Mr. Potter. I mean Headmaster. I'm Lily Evans. No relation, she added quickly. My parents are Muggles, and I got this letter, and they didn't know what to make of it. And the man who visited said you sometimes talk to new students who don't have anyone else to ask, and breathe. Harry smiled, gesturing to a chair. Take your time. The girl sat, still clutching her letter. Is it true? Magic is real, very real. You'll learn to do incredible things here. But more importantly, you'll learn who you want to be. Harry leaned forward. Hogwarts is a lot of things. A school, a community. A home for people who don't quite fit anywhere else. Whatever you're afraid of, whatever you're uncertain about, you're not alone. How do you know? Because I was just like you once. A confused kid who didn't know magic existed. Suddenly told that everything I thought I knew was wrong. Harry's smile turned rueful. I grew up in a cupboard, actually. My relatives weren't exactly welcoming of magical children. That's awful. It was. But it's also why I do this job. To make sure no child ever has to go through what I went through. To build something better than what existed before. Lily studied him with those green eyes, assessing him the way children sometimes did, with honesty unclouded by politics or expectation. You seem nice, she decided. For a headmaster. Harry laughed. I'll take that as a compliment. I was meant as one. She stood, suddenly more confident. Can I ask one more question? Of course. The stories people tell about you, about the war, about you, no, who, are they true? Harry considered the question carefully. The stories had grown in the telling, as stories always did. Some were true, some exaggerated, some complete fabrications. And then there were the parts no one knew. The integration, the partnership, the piece of Tom Riddle that still lived in his mind and still contributed to everything he did. Some of them, he said finally. The important parts, at least. But the most important thing isn't what I did in the past. It's what we're all building together, right now, every day. What's that? A world where kids like you have a place. Where being different isn't a curse, it's a gift. Where the accidents of your birth don't determine your future. Lily smiled. A bright, hopeful smile that made Harry's heart ache with something like optimism. That sounds nice. It will be, Harry promised. It will be. That night, after the last student had been welcomed and the last fire had been banked, Harry sat alone in his office and let himself remember. The cupboard under the stairs. The first voice in his head, offering him something no one else ever had. The years of learning and growing and becoming something unprecedented. You're being nostalgic, the integrated Voldemort observed. The Dark Lord's presence had stabilized over the decades. Always there, always part of Harry, but no longer the dominant force it had once been. They had learned to share the space, to complement rather than compete. Is that allowed? You're the headmaster of Hogwarts. You're allowed to do whatever you want. Within reason. Within reason, Voldemort agreed. Though I notice your definition of reason has expanded considerably since we first met. Harry smiled, staring at the moonlit grounds through his window. We've come a long way, haven't we? Further than I ever imagined possible. A pause. When I first spoke to you in that cupboard, I was desperate, grasping at anything that might help me survive. I never expected this. Partnership. Growth. Something that felt like purpose instead of mere existence. The Dark Lord's voice was soft. You saved me, Harry. Not just from death, but from what I had become. From what I would have continued to be. We saved each other. That's how it works, perhaps. Another pause. I am proud of what we built. Proud of who you've become. Who we've become together. That's very nearly sentimental. I blame your influence entirely. Harry laughed quietly, alone in the darkness, sharing the moment with the strange companion who had been with him since the beginning. Outside, the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns. Somewhere in the castle, children dreamed of futures that would have been impossible a generation ago. And in the quiet hours of the night, the man who had been the boy who lived looked out at the world he had helped create and found it good. Not perfect. Never perfect. But good enough, and getting better every day. What now? Voldemort asked. Now we keep building, Harry replied. For as long as we can. As well as we can, together. Harry smiled, feeling the familiar presence settle more deeply into his consciousness. Not a burden anymore, but a comfort. A partner. A friend. Together. The moon rose higher, silver light spilling across the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And somewhere in the depths of the castle, behind doors that had been sealed for centuries, the basilisk slept and dreamed of the heir who had claimed its loyalty. The world was changing. Had changed. Would continue to change for generations to come. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the man who had rewritten destiny, the headmaster who carried the last fragment of his greatest enemy, would be there to guide it. Not as a ruler. Not as a savior. But as something more important, a teacher. A builder. A keeper of the flame that others had lit, and that he would pass on to those who came after. This was his legacy. This was his purpose. This was the answer to every prophecy that had tried to shape his life. Neither could live while the other survives. They had found a third option. And it was beautiful. Chapter 8 End THEND. What if Harry Potter became Voldemort's heir? A story of choices, redemption, and the power of partnership. For everyone who ever wondered if darkness could learn to love the light.